Welcome to Lydd, the UK's most southerly kart circuit in the mainland. Just 29 miles to the south of this 1,040 metre circuit is the northern coastline of France. And we're situated in the Romney Marshes, actually the area overall called Dungeness, Britain's only officially classified desert, believe it or not. The weather so far this weekend has not been particularly arid, and in fact the gales have been blowing, creating a real problem with crosswinds for the drivers. More than 150 contenders have packed in to this narrow paddock which nestles between two lakes on the Romney Marshes, and drivers kindly call this the Interlagos of the karting world. Narrow, technical, but with some nice flowing sections and several really decent overtaking opportunities, the racing this weekend promises to be very close and very competitive. Before we get started, I took a walk around the track with the 2020 Senior Rotax GP plate holder, Morgan Porter, to tell you a little bit about how to get around this place better than anybody else. Welcome to Lydd, 1,040 metres of arduous, narrow, but very testing tarmac here in Kent. And to take us around the lap is Senior Rotax Grand Prix plate winner, Morgan Porter. Morgan, let's have a lap of Lydd.
Yeah, let's go through it. I'm excited to show you the difficulties of such an enduring circuit.
Here we are at the first corner of the Lydd International Circuit. And Morgan, it's a very short run from the start line to this very technical S's.
Indeed, it is a very, very short run. It's probably the shortest run in the UK, to be honest with you. And it's very tight indeed. You've got one line, and if you're not on it, then to be honest with you, I think you're going to be screwed. If you're not hooking up the curb as well, really important to hook up the curb. The curb's the main thing here. And it's really enduring as well. If you don't hit it right, it pushes you off straight into the little trap over here. So no, it's going to be a tight one on the start.
And it also makes deciding on where you start on the inside row or the outside row, like I can imagine that starting on the outside row, 2, 4, 6, those grid positions, is not preferable at all, is it?
Yeah, starting on the outside, it's going to be tricky. Trying to fight your way in, especially coming up to this big curve here, it's going to be hard. But I think if you fight yourself in, the people on the outside are going to have a hard time keeping it in.
Now, once the drivers have negotiated the first S-bend, they head onto a short straight into a second S-bend behind us. That's just a slightly tighter version of the first couple of corners. But from there, they come into the bottom bend, where I think we're going to see plenty of overtaking, because this braking zone here, Morgan, there's a lot of room for a lunge up the inside.
There certainly is. If you leave the door open, there's going to be plenty of room for lots of people to come through. So you're going to expect to see some people covering this corner. If not, there's going to definitely be some overtakes. But hooking up that second chicane is going to be very important as well. Two very enduring curbs. So it's all about getting that second chicane right to get your hairpin overtake done right.
Now, a lot of drivers I've spoken to this morning have said that overtaking is possible at nearly every corner, but you've got to be brave and you need a bit of cooperation from the driver that you're passing. And I'm noticing there's not a great deal of runoff on the outside of this bend.
There is no such as runoff, especially down here as well. There's got to be some sort of respect out on the grids. If there isn't, unfortunately there are going to be crashes. But yeah, there is overtaking opportunities, maybe not at every corner, but there is a good solid 3 or 4 maybe around this track.
So from one overtaking opportunity, we go into the only real flowing part of the circuit, the start of the dogleg back towards the paddock. Now, one thing you'll notice about Lydd is that it's flat. Flat, that is, apart from one little crest just behind us there. And that crest, it comes at a really opportunity because you're setting yourself up for a run into this next sort of series of bends, this right, left, right that leads out onto the back straight. How does that affect the kart when you come over there, and does it create an overtaking opportunity?
It certainly does create an overtaking opportunity, but there's an unforgiving curve on the inside that you've always got to be wary of. So yeah, no, it's an interesting little corner. There's none like it in the UK, but I'll give you that. Coming over the crest, it unsettles the kart a little bit, but then you can set yourself up for this corner. It's really nice. You go over the long left-hander back onto the back straight, and yeah, it's a really nice little smooth section.
Now, eagle-eyed viewers might have noticed that it's slightly breezy here today. Morgan, how does the wind on a day like this affect the balance of the kart and affect the pace around the circuit?
The wind here is a big factor for sure. The tow can happen at any little straight that you go through, especially like coming into this little bend here. You can get a tow just coming into here, especially. So no, the crosswind as well going over the hump can always affect you as well.
So in short, another potential action zone there, the crest into the third sort of complex of corners.
Yeah, it sure is.
So we're now on to the approach of the final corner on the circuit, and as you can see, it comes at the end of the longest straight. Now, it gives the drivers a chance for a well-earned break, but also a crucial opportunity to slipstream and set up your rivals for either a move into this final corner or to set them up to come out for a move coming out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, certainly. It's your only break on this circuit. And to be honest, you can't relax because it's with crosswinds like today, you always got to watch yourself because there's the slipstream is going to create a lot of overtaking moves down into this corner. So always watching yourself. But no, it's a nice little straight. It's good to have a little break from a very enduring circuit.
Now, it's a very quick lap time, but like you said, it's a very physical lap. Something that would surprise a lot of people here because looking at just the flat nature of the place, it is a real physical test for the drivers, isn't it?
It certainly is. I'll probably put it as the most physical track in the UK. It's very hard. The curbs are very dominating, but no, it's a joy to drive. But yeah, it's definitely very physically demanding. With 36-second lap time around here, there's not much of a break at all.
So there you have it. A lap of Lydd International Kart Circuit with 2020 Senior Rotax Grand Prix winner Morgan Porter. Morgan, thank you very much. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you, Henry, and I'll see you over the course of the weekend too.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lydd. As you can see, thankfully, it is not as windy today as it was yesterday. My name is Henry Beaudette, and joining me, as always, in the commentary box to bring you all the action from today's opening round of the 2020 Motorsport UK British Kart Championship for the Cadet, Honda and Rotax classes is Anthony Jordan. Anthony, welcome to Lydd.
Thank you. I've been here. It's about, I think, my fourth time at Lydd, so it's a cracking little circuit, this one in the south coast. Bit in the middle of nowhere, though. We're kind of on an island.
Yeah, trapped, well, so sandwiched between two lakes on the Romney Marshes. For those of you that watch there, we're actually at a place called Dungeness, which is, according to our colleagues here at Alpha, is the only officially classified desert in the UK. Haven't had much sub-Saharan weather so far this weekend, but it's bright. It's still a little bit breezy. You can see on the screens there that the flags are sort of still standing fully at attention, and we're going to be set for the start of a packed program of races today. We did have 6 heat races yesterday. We're going to be starting off today with race 7, which is Junior Rotax. So just to bring you up to speed, we've got Cadet Honda, Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Max, and Rotax 177. Over 150 drivers. The heat race is 10 minutes plus 1 lap. We've got 2 Repechages for you, Senior Rotax and Junior Rotax. They're the classes that are oversubscribed, so we've got more than 1 full grid of drivers entered. Then we've got a set of pre-finals for everybody, and then the finals themselves. It's going to be a hectic day's racing.
It is going to be a hectic day's racing, but it always provides excellent close racing out there. As I say, we were watching the track walk video that we saw. It's a very flat circuit, apart from, of course, the little crest that you see in the back half of the circuit, say around turn 5, turn 4 section of the circuit. Yeah, like I say, I've been here for kart racing in the past with Rotax, and yeah, it's a great little close-knit circuit for racing, and the slipstream here is kind of crucial, especially with the wind direction yesterday, with the wind being as blustery as it was today. It's a lot calmer, so yeah, it should be a lot nicer for a good slipstream overtake here.
So, the action is just moments away. First up is Junior Rotax. So we've got
25 drivers set to go out in this one. There are 38 junior Rotaxes entered altogether, so this would be Group A and Group C. Let's have a look at the starting line. At pole position, it's an all-Welsh front row. Matthew Higgins on pole and Jez Williams starting on the outside of row 1, with Archie Walker and Declan Russell on row 2. Harley Horton and Callum Voisin make up row number 3.
Row 4 starting on 7th place, you've got Matty Hingley, then Will Egby on 8th place, Louis Weaver in 9th, Harrison Collins in 10th place, Alex Hughes in 11th, and then rounding out your 6th row is Harry Reynolds.
Tristan Rennie starts on the inside of row 4 in the number 74 kart. Then it's Jamie Perrelly in 14th on the grid. Ben Ballou is starting 15th, followed by Jordan Morris, Ryan Willis, and rounding out row number 9 from Scotland is William Walker.
19th place, Poppy Stevenson, the number 11. Then it's Mackenzie Cresswell in 20th place. RC Kitchen in 21st place. And at 22nd, Daniel Sawyer. Callum Green in 23rd with, Maximilian Solorowski in 24th place. That's a good name, that one. I like it.
Yeah, there's a huge contingent of Polish-based drivers here that, well, not Polish-based, but they're Polish on their flags. Nicole Sutherland rounds out the 25 kart grid. So 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Now, yesterday, we had the first heat for Group B and Group C. Declan Russell, who's going to be starting from 4th on the grid, he emerged victorious. That wasn't really the story of the race. Jez Williams and Daniel Armstrong battled for the race win until it all got a little bit close for comfort coming out of the final corner, and neither Williams nor Armstrong made it to the finish in a decent position. But it was Declan Russell beating Freddie Spindlow, who we'll see a little bit later on in the final junior Rotax heat. Eventually, Callum Voisin and Jamie Perrelly, who will go in this one, they finished 3rd and 4th with Will Egby rounding out the top 5. Jack Meakin, Harry Reynolds, who we will see in this race, he finished 7th. So a close race. What the 6 races that we had yesterday did show was that it can be a little bit follow my leader. And you're waiting for somebody in front of you to make a mistake and then pounce. The times are very, very close. And so the racing is close. You know, overtaking opportunities, like we saw at the X30 classes at Rowra last weekend, at a premium. In fact, there's probably even less opportunity to overtake here than there was at Rowra. But the drivers of the British Kart Championships making it happen. And, oh, that's a nice sound. Here we go. Karts on circuit for the rolling lap before race number 7 under sunny skies. Now, this circuit, this has been the last time that Lydd hosted a round of any national karting championship was over a decade ago. 2009 was the last time that the sort of the ABKC National Series, as it was called then, for the TKM classes, were here. You can see that there's that lip going into what is effectively turn 4. Now we're coming through turn 5 on your screen. There's a little bit of a debate whether this is turn 5 and then the flick out onto the back straight, you're just seeing the end of it there, is turn 6, or whether we got the back straight and then the last corner is turn 6. It's going to be fast and furious. So the rolling lap almost over. We're about to get underway.
Yeah, it's going to be a good start for this one. It's going to be tricky into turn 1, obviously quite tight. You'd expect them to be single file from there, and as you see, all bunching up here. Looks like we're ready to go racing.
Into the tram lines. Oh, Matthew Higgins gets a huge jump on the start, and looks like we are underway, and through the first chicane we go. Everyone through safely. That was not the case yesterday. Now the second chicane, a very tight chicane. So it's just a repeat of the first chicane, but again, even a bit tighter. But Matthew Higgins has got away well into turn number 3. Oh, somebody at the back has gone off. I think that might have been the number 85 kart of Nicole Sutherland. It was struggling to get going there, but it's Higgins who's leading, and his countryman, Jez Williams, the number 68 Vision kart, in second. But a good clean start, Anthony.
Yeah, good clean start at the front there. As you say, Higgins, great start. He's pushed away and got a bit of a gap already at the front. And then, of course, we've got that long train, as you're saying. It's going to be a bit of a train all the way through this race until someone makes a mistake to open that position as they all go through across the line. Again, purple sectors coming through midway all the way throughout. Some people faster in sector 3s and sector 2s, but still leading the way. Matthew Higgins for DHR.
Yes, so this is a 10-minute plus 1 lap race. Now, Higgins, we saw race at the X30 classes last weekend, so he's doing Rotax and X30. Some of these drivers we saw last weekend, they're doing 2 classes. But of course, those classes don't race on the same weekend, so they can they're just getting more seat time. But Higgins streaking away at the front. Williams in second. Declan Russell, that's predominantly white with green stripe Tony Kart driver, in third position. Archie Walker, impressive for Archie Walker, moving into Junior Rotax. Had a great run at Junior X30 at the British Grand Prix this year, did Archie. Until, he had a bit of a disaster in the final, but certainly very impressive for the number 90 driver so far this season, and he's starting his campaign in Rotax very well as well. And there's a move, there goes Archie Walker in the number 90 Argenti kart, passing Declan Russell for P3. Behind them, Harley Horton is the number 20 kart in 5th position, followed by Matty Hingley, who's running with Argenti. He's not running with the family-run Ultimate R team this weekend, so those blue and silver liveried Argenti karts, of course that's the team set up by Ron Meadows from the Mercedes Formula 1 team. Going well. Callum Boyson slipped back to 7th. Harrison Collins, the GP play holder, you can just see him in the second of the Dan Holland racing karts. He's down in 8th place, but action up front. Ooh.
Yeah, very close action up front. One of the karts running wide there, the number 90. I believe Archie Walker going slightly wide there out of the exit of turn 3. Now under pressure from the 20 is the 16, so Harley Horton all over the back of Declan Russell as they go into the final corner now as they exit through.
That moment there from Archie Walker just going to show that the runoff areas here. Oh, and at the back of the pack there, we just saw coming out the final corner, 2 karts coming together. Yeah, the barriers are perilously close to the circuit and very little room for error.
Yeah, it doesn't look comfortable, does it? You go wide onto that grass area. Yeah, it looks, that wall gets very close.
Good move there from number 15 coming over the yump. That's Alex Hughes for KR Sport. That's a great way of showing that you've got that crest, and if you dive at the inside, you've got, as Morgan Porter said, you've got the nasty curb on the inside, but if you do get at the inside, over the crest, as the drivers are setting themselves up, it's a very difficult part of the track, you can make the move.
Yeah, it did look like a nice little sweep down the inside, a comfortable little overtake. It was executed very well there from what we could see as that camera pans around very quickly there. It'll be vomit-inducing for anyone.
6.5 minutes to go. Yeah, there we go. That's getting Archie Walker getting unsettled there. Oh, that wasn't Archie Walker. That was the second Argenti car. That was Matty Hingley getting unsettled. You can see all 4 wheels almost off the ground there. He loses a place to Callum Boyson. Jez Williams has dropped right back into 10th place. But this on your screen now is the lead kart. There is that Coles racing kart, the red, white, and blue livery Coles machine of Callum Boyson in 3rd position, number 35. He's got Harley Horton is right. Harley Horton is right behind him as well. He's actually just in front of him, so it's Voicing in 4th place. It's Hingley 5th, then Collins, Hughes, Louis Weaver in 8th, Tristan Rennie 9th, Jez Williams dropping back to 10th place, then Jamie Parody, Ryan Willis, Harry Reynolds, Ben Ballou, Daniel Sawyer, Mackenzie Cresswell, and the top 20 completed by William Walker, Max Solarski, Jordan Morris and Poppy Stevenson. But up the front, there's the battle for 2nd going through, and there's a scrap for 3rd.
Yeah, cracking little battle there. They say they've kind of broken away quite a bit of the front leader. Higgins, he's broken away. Archie Walker, Harley Horton, yeah, they're battling very close 2nd place. And then, yeah, this 3rd place or 4th place group having a nice little tussle as the rest of the karts go through the field. And I've obviously coming from Rower last weekend, I've got a whole new grid of drivers' names to learn.
Oh yeah, and of course some of the drivers that were here last weekend at Rower and they're now in different teams, different race numbers, different classes. It's karting. It's always confusing and ever evolving. But here's a good battle, and that is the Dan Holland Racing GP plate of Harrison Collins in 4th place. So Higgins leads by 1.7 seconds. There's Collins just in front of Hingley going down towards turn number 2, and there's a good 5 or 6 karts in that train. But the 2nd place battle, Archie Walker looking very controlled. He's had that one little scary moment coming up turn 3, but now he's sort of settled into a nice rhythm. Harley Horton is right behind him for the KR Sport team, and then this scrap on screen now. Collins right with Hingley right behind him. Into the final corner goes Walker and Horton, and you can see again there that there's a runoff on the outside of that corner, but you don't want to use it really, because just one kart length away from that runoff is the barrier. We've already seen several karts getting familiar with the scenery here at Lydd.
Yeah, cozy with the barriers. It's
getting cozy, yes.
Yeah, getting...
If you're Welsh, you're coaching up to them.
There you go, as they come through here. You can just see from these cameras that you can see how bumpy going the entry into that corner there, as you can see, a nice dive down the inside. It looked like the 74
Yep.
of Tristan Rennie there, getting pulverized by Jamie Perrelli.
Yes, and that was good. I mean, they both got round. We got 3 3/4 minutes to go. They both made it through, but it has opened up a big gap. And oh dear, Declan Russell, who now we didn't see what happened to Declan Russell, yesterday's heat winner, getting the mechanical flag, however. And I'm wondering because Jez Williams dropped back quite a bit, and he was starting second. Declan Russell starting fourth. Russell's not on in the top 20 on our screens, and he's now out of the race.
Yeah, 3 minutes left on the clock, or just over 3 minutes, as Archie Walker and the number 90 tucking in there as much as possible. That gap is 1.8 seconds at the moment, and of course they're going to want to try and close that gap to Higgins as quickly as possible. With 3 minutes left on the clock, not much time left to do that.
No, and you mentioned about the bumpy nature of the circuit. Morgan Port was saying this is probably the most physical track for the drivers of all, and you're getting a really good view of that for the Alpha Live crew, showing you that the abrasive nature of this circuit. And of course, this track is it's been here for several decades, so that the tarmac is well weathered.
Well weathered, and like I say, these corners they're very fast corners, so I suspect the forces that the drivers are having going through some of these faster corners, I can suspect after a 10-minute race, you could feel quite knackered.
Oh yes, and really, that back straight is the only break the drivers get. So on your screens now, looking at this is the battle for what is now 6th position. So Callum Voisin in kart number 35, holding off Alex Hughes in the number 15 kart, and the recovering Jez Williams. See, Jez Williams, he was very quick in qualifying, but then a collision in the first heat that pushed him back to 12th, and now he's had a problem in this one as well. So he's down in 8th position. So, all not going to plan, but Matthew Higgins up front, he's maintaining that 1.2 second lead over Archie Walker. Matty Hingley is now, what's happened to Harley Horton? No, Harley Horton's got a transponder issue, so that's why he's still there in 3rd position. And Walker and Horton are quite clear from Hingley in 4th. You're now looking at on your screens the number 13 kart, and he's being chased hard by the GP plate holder Harrison Collins for Dan Holland Racing. Of course, it did... There's the Motorsport dash timing. So Motorsport timing providing all the timing and scoring. Alpha Live providing the pictures. Demon Tweeks providing the support. And you can now see we're on lap number 15 with a minute to go. And Higgins, at 1.7 second lead, looks safe and sound. But not safe and sound is who's going to finish 3rd. Is that going to be 4th rather? Is it going to be Hingley or is it going to be Collins?
Well, that's going to be a question for these guys to answer, hopefully in the next 50 seconds or so. 37 seconds a lap, roughly around here, as these drivers fly through. And again, very close action all the way throughout the top podium sections. Now, 1.5 seconds is the gap. That has been coming down from the gap from 2nd place. So Higgins looks like he's easing off slightly. All these two are catching up. The 13 and the GP battling away, and who's that? The 40.
That looks like it's Jamie Perrelli. So
yeah.
A good result for Jamie yesterday. We saw him getting involved in a tussle with Tristan Rennie earlier, and it has not ended well, sadly, for Jamie Perrelli this race. I mean, the two could be unconnected, but Jamie Perrelli now out joining a list of retirements that is growing. Archie Kitchen there in 20th position. He's been struggling in his move out of Minimax, and Callum Voisin makes the move on Hingley there. So that's the number 35 kart up into 4th position. Is that 4th or 5th position, I believe? There's some of the tail enders streaming through. We're on the final lap. Higgins has led this one from start to finish. Scrap for 2nd. Really on, because Harley Horton now beginning to ask some serious questions, and he gets alongside Archie Walker coming in through the crest into turn number 5. And he makes the move. Now, can Walker fight back as they come onto the final straight? 1 corner to go, and you can see Horton having to defend. Now, take a wide line in. Can Archie Walker get up the inside? Oh, a little bit of door handling there.
Yes, it could have ended badly very quickly there, but luckily the good kart control kept that from going bad. But yes, it's good defensive driving and a well-calculated overtake, I'd say, from Harley Horton there. Just as they were going in towards turn 5 again, just getting alongside. It was a great little overtake there. But Matthew Higgins, what a race from him. two and a bit seconds of a gap.
Yeah, I have to say that we saw him win a heat race in Junior X30 on the Sunday at Rowra, and a lot of people still talking about, of course, on social media that the Alpha Live cameras capturing the moment where Kanato Lee flipped his cart and Matthew Higgins stopped her. We'll come back to that now. Here's the results. Matthew Higgins, Harley Horton, Archie Walker and Harrison Collins, your top 4. Matty Hingley, Callum Voisin, Alex Hughes and Jez Williams rounding out the top 8. Ryan Willis and Tristan Rennie, the top 10. Here's some of the drivers that we saw not finishing. Declan Russell and Will Egby among the retirees. Nicole Sutherland also, I think she went out on the first lap. Jamie Perrelly also not making it to the end. But a nice 17-lap opening race. The finals are going to be well over 30 laps. It's going to be a real test of endurance. Now you can see the drivers coming in over the way bridge. They'll then pass through. The officials can request any of the drivers. They definitely take the top 3, but then any others to go over the weighbridge to make sure they're on weight, and then they'll come into the scrutineering area as always. They'll have their front bumper brackets checked, the nose cone brackets, and that's the last thing you want to do after a really physical race is then drag your cart uphill onto the weighbridge, stand there and then drag it off.
Well, I've been feeling sorry for some of the mechanics. I see the route that they have to take from as soon as they exit the circuit back round to the garages. They've got to push the trolleys over gravel and everything and to get back, and you can see the strain they're going through.
Yep, well that is the opening race of the day, and I can hear, like Pink Floyd said, there's a distant sound of thunder in the air, and that must mean Cadet Hondas are up next. So race 8 will be the opening Cadet Honda heat of the day, and here's the grid.
Yeah, running out, starting on the front row, Joshua Graham in the number 88. Then it's Oscar Tumlety, and then Max Cuthbert, and Zach Drummond on row 2. Jensen Graham in 5th place with Connor Duncan, the GP plate, starting in 6th place.
Henry Jocelyn starts 7th, and Timo Jungling is 8th, the first of the Jungling brothers. Then Gustav Usakovs and Tommy Harfield round out the top 10. Ewan Charman and Noah Barham complete the top 12.
13th place, Alfie Thompson. 14th place is Reg Hayward. Then it's Owen Neve in 15th. Kenzo Craigie, yeah, that one. It looked like a G for the first letter in 16th place. Then it's Cole Dunham, and then Oliver Bucock in 18th.
Harrison Mackie and then Kacper Tomanowski are round at the top 20, and Alex Hawcutt, Oscar O'Sullivan and Adam Woodham round out the 23 kart grid. There are 30. We had 35 cadets entered. I think we lost one overnight. I don't know. He just wandered off. No. One driver's had to withdraw. So that's why we don't have a Cadet Honda Repechage. But the field is still split into 3 groups. Yesterday we had the opening race. Now Cadet Hondas, for those of you tuning in for the first time this season, Cadet Hondas, they do a standing start. These are the only 4-stroke class in the British Kart Championship umbrella. Ralph Jungling and Timo Jungling one came first and second yesterday. Ralph not in this race, so Timo Jungling starts just outside the top 6 in this one. So very strong drive from one of the 2 Germans. They're from Bavaria. They're from Munich, in the beautiful Bavarian sort of forests. Lewis Islin was 3rd. Connor Duncan, who we'll see in this one, was 4th. Zach Drummond, who we'll see in this one as well, he was 5th yesterday. William Murphy, Aston Sharp, Oscar, I think it's Tumulty. Like I can't even say the gag. I can't even get to the gag without tripping over myself. It's a tumultuous task to pronounce Mr. Tumulty's name.
There you go.
There we are. But yeah, so standing start, 10 minutes plus a lap. Now, yesterday, the 2 Jungling brothers, they crossed the line 12/100ths of a second apart. In fact, the top 4 were separated by less than 4/10ths of a second yesterday. It's very close. Now, the characteristics of the Honda engine are different from the Cadet Army class. So you've got lots of, torque. They're far lower revving, so that the top speeds are roughly the same, but of course, it's how you get to that top speed.
Yeah.
It's very different in Cadet Honda. You've got to be smooth. It's a fantastic proving ground for karting talent, Cadet Honda, because you have to learn to be. I mean, Alex Albon started in Cadet Honda and raced for Mick Barrett Racing in Cadet Honda, and just you have to develop a really smooth, style. You can't go lunging in and then stamp on the brakes and turn and then get on the power, because the power takes a little bit longer to arrive.
Yeah, revs just drop, and then it takes a lot of effort to get it back up to it. Now, educate me here slightly. What is the CC on one of these?
The CC?
Yes.
Well, they're 160cc engines.
Okay.
Yes, you do get a 200cc Honda engine, but that's for the pro car classes.
Yes.
These are generally 160s. But there's a variety of different tuners. The dark art of tuning what is effectively a lawnmower engine into a race unit, because they are. People call it a starter class, which is a little bit unfair. It's probably a good starter class for an unaware dad who has just bought their son or daughter a kart, and the dad doesn't know anything about it. But a Honda engine is one of the easier ones to tune and open up and sort of like maintain.
Slightly modify, yes. I can imagine on most karting weekends the smell of clutch of a of a Honda engine, just right on that biting point of performance.
Well, that's why they can have a standing start, because you can sit these karts, stationary without completely burning the clutch out. The two-stroke karts, they don't like being sat for long periods of time. And you can see there the green flag is out at the post at Marshall Post 4, just outside the imp. But you can see that picture tells a big story, because what is the flag doing? It is standing aloft, which means that the breeze is picking up. Yesterday, because just behind us, there's a very, you've seen it on screen, there's a very plush white two-story building that's just been finished, and I've got to say that the circuit owners here at Lydd have done a fantastic job in upgrading the facilities. We're in a brand new sort of race control restaurant area, which literally has only just been finished. They were almost just sort of like painting the last wall as Motorsport UK rocked up. There we are. We're downstairs in that. You've got the restaurant upstairs. I have to say that that generally people here, they've been forced. You can see them social distancing on the paddock there. Up top it's a little bit of a tighter squeeze, but everyone again having to wear masks. You'll see the drivers with their face masks on at all times when they're not in the cars, the mechanics, and there are people. Even I nipped up to get some light refreshment earlier on, and I was told, "Go ahead and get your mask, you Welsh muppet." And that was that's the way they talk to me anyway. But hey, I don't give a fuck. So here we go then. Rolling lap, standing start for the Cadet Hondas. You've got an English trio up front, and then you've got a trio of Scotsmen behind them. Then also in the field, Gustav Usakovs. He hails from Latvia originally. Timo Junglin obviously from Germany, and Kacper Pomanowski, one of the Polish drivers. And we'll get into the large contingent of Polish drivers, and they're all racing for different teams, but they have an overall umbrella they compete under. And it's a great little community of the drivers. No matter what class of car they're in. So here we are, standing start. The two Ambition Motorsport drivers on the front row of the grid, those white and turquoise blue liveried machines. So there's the green flag. Now on the back of the digital screen, you can see the back of there. 4 red lights will come on, they go off, we're off and racing.
Good start from the front. They all break through as they go through. Obviously, they've got a bit of an easier start through turn 1 here, but not at the back there. As you can see, the 35 getting straight into it. That's Oliver
Vocock.
Yeah, he's getting straight into it there.
Yep, have curb will travel through the second chicane, and again, there's somebody. Now there are some unkind people in this world who have occasionally called these lawnmower engines, because of course you do find the Honda GX160 on your sit-on lawnmower, and occasionally Cadet Hondas, the karts develop a mind of their own. They're drawn towards grass.
Yes, yeah.
And you just think, must cut.
Yeah.
And that was one of the Ambition drivers at the back there. Again, that kart just having a mind of its own, being drawn towards it. But at the end of the first lap, it's the front row drivers, Joshua Graham and Oscar Tumulty, who are leading there, 1 and 2. Max Cuthbert for the SFR Motorsport team third, 3 wide at the back of the pack. And yeah, there's a lot of jumping and jostling going on there. Speaking of jostling, Henry Jocelyn is in 8th position at the moment for the Ambition team, out of the second chicane. And you can slipstream. The slipstream effect is still there in Cadet Honda, but because this track is very technical, you can break away if you're, say, lucky enough, fortunate enough, fast enough. One of those words. There's number 25 Kart trying to get into. So Timo Jungling, he's dropped back to 9th or 10th position. Ewan Charman is there in 10th as well.
There's the battle for third place. You could just see, Max Cuthbert there, just all tucked in right behind Oscar Tumley, as they go through. There's the 34 of Max going through as they all slide through here. 8 minutes left on the clock, and again, Oscar just looking over the shoulder there just to see where everyone is. The two Ambitions, 1 and 2 at the moment, but under pressure.
Yes, no, you don't see much turning because the corners come so quickly. In the other classes, you don't see much sort of like looking over your shoulders and turning round, but not so in Cadet Honda. The drivers find a way to look over their shoulders to find out what's going on at all opportunities. There's the number 8 Synergy Racing team driver, Zach Drummond, going through. Oh, and behind him, I think that was maybe Reg Hayward running very wide. But there goes Drummond to the inside of driver number 17, Oscar Tumulty, and that is for second position. Now, what will we see Tumulty sort of like try and work with Drummond and push him along, or will it be game on for the battle for second? But they're lining up with Cuthbert, Duncan, and the number 22 Kart of Jensen Graham. Now, they're not brothers, Josh Graham and Jensen Graham, different teams. And there you go. Yeah, you can see Tumulty is pushing Drummond along, trying to close that gap up to the lead car of Josh Graham, number 88. Into the first chicane we go, and there's a 2, something like 2, 4, 5. Didn't even have to take my socks off for that one. 5 karts scrapping for second position, and they seem that battle. Well, the tactic of working together seems to have worked as Jensen Graham sets a new fast lap, and that's in. So Jensen Graham is the last kart now in the lead group. He's just set the fast lap, and that means that he's been pushing, literally pushing physically, with the nose of his kart, the driver in front of him, up to the leader. There's Timo Jungling in 8th position now in kart number 25. He is trying to get Ewan Charman, the number 10 kart, up towards the front. So Charman in the third of the Ambition karts is there in 10th position. And looks like we've got nearly everyone still running.
Yeah, good start. There's the number 8 looking down the inside of the 88, and it's a good move there from Drummond on Graham for the lead as they go through the second chicane. Runs a little bit wide, but manages to keep that spot in front. Puts his hand up just to say, right, let's try and break away from these guys, because of course there's still a big long train of karts here.
Yes, and so Drummond now with the leading kart number 8. What can Joshua Graham do? So, well, he may just sit there and sort of like have a little look at the characteristics of the kart in front to see where Drummond is. So again, Drummond later on the brakes into the final corner. Great shot there. You can see the braking distances and the drivers braking earlier for a different sort of turn in. That sort of last corner, 480 degrees, but you know, up close. There's lots of different little apexes, and so there's several different ways to get around that corner quickly. Whether you want to attack going in and then defend coming out, or sort of be defensive coming in and fast on the way out. It's side by side, nearly coming out of turn number 3. That was almost a lunge, and look at that, Timo Jungling, fastest lap of the race. He has caught the leaders, so we've now got a 7 or is it 8 kart battle for the front.
Yeah, this is only going to end, I think, well for the people watching the stream, because it's going to be an exciting battle as again the 88 Joshua Graham down the inside of the final corner with just under 5 minutes left on the clock, takes the lead, and again a little bit of a scrapping a little further back as Timo Jungling moves up into 7th place, but I think actually it may have been a transponder issue from Ewan Chairman, which is why he's moved down on the grid, so he may pop back up as there's the number 10.
Oh dear, no, it wasn't a transponder issue, it was a mechanical issue because Ewan Charman is out of the race.
Ah dear, there we go, speaking too soon on that one. That's a disaster for him as they go through again, because it's all concertinaed up here, and now it's getting all a bit bumpy and jostly as the 25 getting involved in this little scrap now. This is Timo Jungling. He's moving up now again, 7th place. He's up into 6th place now after moving another little position. After those little scraps, you can see the gaps. Again, it's a sort of Noah's Ark theme they've got going here, 2 by 2 by 2 as they go through turn 1 again. There's the 25 there of Timo Jungling all over the back, up 2 places on that last lap. Less than 4 minutes on the clock, as still Joshua Graham leads the way from Zach Drummond. And again, a very close battle between these two as they come through turns 4 and 5. A big look over the shoulder for Drummond as they go through this bumpy course. And the 26 also getting past as well in the mid-pack there.
Now, here's another 34 Kart. Now, Max Cuthbert finds himself, he started third, he finds himself in 4th place, but he's now going to find himself back to 5th. There goes, and of course that's a fantastic example of the freight train effect there. Cuthbert there, that was Graham and Jungling passing Cuthbert, pushing him back to 6th position. Now Timo Jungling, after a poor start, he's really timed his run quite well towards the front. 3 minutes to go, and still 2, 4, 6 karts in the lead group, so Tumulty has slipped back a little bit to 7th, Jocelyn is 8th, Usakovs is 9th, then it's Alfie Thompson. I noticed that Alfie Thompson here, he's got the SFR Heinz racing team. So the last time we saw the SFR team, it was just SFR Motorsport. Now it's SFR Heinz Motorsport, and Luke Heinz is here helping them. There's the GP plate holder, Connor Duncan, the Scotsman, and he looks at the inside, and well, that's the number 88 kart from 1st down to 4th in the space of 1 corner. New leader, Zach Drummond. It's a Scottish 1-2 with Jungling up to 3rd. There goes Duncan.
Around the it looked like it was the inside, then outside for that one there. It was a very, again, well-timed move. Jungling under pressure now. Manages to keep hold of that 3rd place at the moment. Again, another look over the shoulder for the number 8, telling him to come on, push, let's keep up, try not to let him break away. As you could see, the communication there between Drummond and Jungling as they go through. But again, a very close-knit battle here at the front and down the inside again. Ooh. 3 wide as they go through. Jungling gets the best of it and moves up into 1st place. 3 positions in 1 corner. That was very well timed.
Yes, and he's, again, with 2 minutes to go, all the other drivers, they've been gaining positions, losing positions. They've been up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yep.
Jungling is only going one way, and that's up. Now he can't go any more up because he's 1st. He can't get upper than 1st.
Yes.
Better would be a better word.
Better.
Yes. But, you know, so how can he cope with... He's been attacking all race. Now he's going to have to defend a little bit. Privateer entry, showing the big boys how it's done.
Yes, yeah. Under pressure, though, still from Connor Duncan. It looked like Duncan looking down the inside now with a great push here from the 88. So that's some great assistance from Graham there as they head through. And Jungling, again, down 3 positions in the same corner where he gained 3 positions.
Yep. Cadet Honda giveth and Cadet Honda taketh away. Yes. But it's so it's Connor Duncan, a minute to go. Connor Duncan, Josh Graham, 1st and 2nd. And look at Duncan having to defend the turn 3. Minute to go. That's a bit early, but of course, Connor Duncan, if he gets forced offline, look at how many places he's going to lose. Drummond now takes 2nd. Jungling back to 3rd.
Jungling trying to go the long way round. The 88 there gets it done through turns 5 and
Connor Duncan
6.
Well, Timo Jungling, looking, he's got help from behind. This is proper NASCAR
Yeah, I was going to say
2 by 2 by 3. I mean, I know this the Indy 500 late today, and they start in rows of 3. They don't race in rows of 3.
No,
these Cadet Honda drivers are doing a real number. What a treat on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, these could definitely show NASCAR drivers how it's done, but on a track where there's also right-hand corners as well. 16 seconds left on the clock. The last lap board will come out this time. It is Drummond who leads the way from Jungling. Oh, one of the karts go over the top, and there's 2 karts in the barriers.
One of them is Drummond by the looks of it. No, that's the number 22.
Yeah.
It's Jensen Graham. And that was a chain effect there.
Yeah.
There was a domino effect. One kart just like clipped up over the rear end of the kart in front of him, and then created a domino effect. 2 karts in the barriers. Hopefully those drivers are okay. But as they come to the last lap board, Drummond has the race lead, and behind them, so it's Drummond, Duncan, Jungling, Cuthbert, Alfie Thompson, Tumulty, Jocelyn, Usakovs, and even Reg Haywood now trying to get involved in the lead scrap.
Red flag come out.
Red flag. So that'll be the race will end at the start. Now you can see the marshal there. Now you can see there's 2 drivers, and of course that is there they are, and it is It looks like it is the number 22. And you can, right, okay, so he's sitting next to his kart, and you can see him moving around, but obviously in a little bit of discomfort there because, of course, these drivers are 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. The oldest 12 years of age. So there's obviously a limited number of people from the families that can be here at the circuit, and there's a lot more family members and friends watching from back home, so that they would often be here at the track. So we can't see exactly, but I would just say to the family of, looked like Jensen Graham there, that he was moving around, but in some discomfort, which is always good. The first thing you want to do is you want a driver to be moving.
Yeah.
If a driver's screaming and going, ow, 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 like jumping him down, he's all right.
Probably fine,
he's all right.
Yeah, it looked like the other kart that was involved as well was the other Graham driver, Joshua Graham, in the 88, but it looks like he managed to drive away from that one as well.
So we're on the final lap, so that will be an official result. They will probably go back to the start of the lap that we saw the incident on, but I will wait for our colleagues at Motorsport Timing. If you want to see the timing screens, it is www.motorsport-timing.co.uk. We were on, the leaders had started lap 14. So I think that we would probably take the result, and I mean, I could be wrong, so don't take it as read, but we may go back to the end of lap 12 for that one. Because the leaders have started lap 15, so we go back to the end of lap 13, and here is the provisional results. So we'll wait for the provisional results to come up on screen. But on our timing screens, at the conclusion of lap 13, which was the last fully completed lap, it was Zach Drummond who had the lead, with Timo Jungling second, by an absolute whisker. Although we're going to see, is that Josh Graham? Well, we'll wait and see. Our screens are saying Zach Drummond, Timo Jungling, Connor Duncan, Jensen Graham, Max Cuthbert, the top 5. That was the end of the last fully completed lap. Sixth was Joshua Graham. 7th for Henry Jocelyn. 8th for Gustav Usakovs. Then Oscar Tumulty, Alfie Thompson, Reg Haywood, your top 11. Kenzo Craigie, Harrison Mackey, Tommy Harfield, and Owen Neve, the top 15. Noah Barham, Oliver Bocock, Oscar O'Sullivan, Cole Denham, and the top 20 rounded out by Alex Horkat, with Kacper Tomanowski in 21st. That's the order on our screen at the end of the last fully completed lap, which was lap 13. But you can see the drivers getting out now. And but again, that's a fantastic race. It just goes to show that the Cadet Honda class, it can produce. It doesn't matter whether the track is fast, wide, bumpy, narrow, tight and twisty. They can provide fantastic racing.
Yeah, and it just shows a testament to, well, just the skill of driving tactics, thinking of what to do. It's not all about just being quick, it's about how you position the kart, thinking about what lap you're on, thinking about the other drivers and everything like that. And it shows a little bit more driver skill, I would say.
Yes. So we're obviously not going to show the area of the incident, quite rightly so. As soon as we get word, the ambulance is down there, the medical team are with the driver, out of the window. So we are just under, well, the camera, that's the camera on top of the balcony outside the restaurant area. We are just a little bit underneath that, so we've got a quick there. So, but we'll be back very shortly when racing gets underway. Well, that was just a couple of images of the testing and qualifying and racing yesterday. As you can see on the video review there, that it was very blustery. And again, you can see the Motorsport UK flags standing aloft. The Cadet Honda drivers in the foreground of your picture, just moving out of the scrutineering area. You can see one of the technical commissioners, Paul Klassen, in the grey t-shirt there, just sort of like looking at the drivers as they leave the area, just glancing down at the carts. You've got Championship manager Dan Parker in the foreground there, just with some of the other technical team there. You can see Ben Moore on the right-hand side of the picture, and just again, the technical team discussing this has been the first time that the British Championship has come to Lydd in several years, in over a decade. And of course, the championship itself is much bigger now, because the teams are much bigger. There comes the ambulance back to the paddock, and that's a good sign, because that means that the driver in question, Mr. Graham, has I would imagine he probably sort of hobbled into the back of the ambulance.
Yeah.
He'll be fully checked over, so even if he now goes, yeah, no, I'm okay, I'm fine, the medical team will have to give him the okay and medically clear him. So here we go. Right up next, it's Senior Rotax. So Senior Rotax, Heat 3 for Senior Rotax. 51 entries in Senior Rotax, the biggest grid we have here. Pole position will be Reese Hunter, with Nelson King, his Dan Holland Racing teammate, alongside him. Alex Baker and Masih Hamera, Magic Hamera, the team call him, in 4th place in the grid. Then Ben Casely and Lewis Gilbert, running as a privateer this year.
7th place, Josh Pullen, and then it's Tom Adams in 8th place. Jensen Watts in 9th with Vision Motorsport, and Brendan Killen Naglevolt's there. Coles Racing in 10th place. James Lothar in 11th, and Edward Matthews also for Coles Racing in 12th place.
Kai Hunter, Reese Hunter's younger brother, in kart number 95, starts 13th alongside Alex Luck. Alex Luck coming down from the 177 class, so he's been on a diet, and he's got down to normal class weight. Catherine White starts 15th alongside Spencer Shinner. Then it is Joseph Gethin and Ryan Luscombe completing the top 9 rows of the grid.
Ryan Taylor Truman in 19th place. Team Clay Racing, Rob Ellis in 20th place. Then it's James Tomset in 21st, with Will Keith in 22nd. Riley Stevenson in 23rd, and Lucas.
Right, he's
yes.
from Lithuania. Lucas Ivasavicius.
Oh, run that one by me again.
Ivasavicius.
I tell you, yeah.
We'll call him Lucas. Well, Lithuania Lucas.
Lithuania Lucas.
And this again will be a 10-lap race. Now we had so that there was 51 entries in Senior Rotax. They were split into 4 groups after qualifying. So this is Group A and Group D. Everyone had one heat yesterday. Nelson King won the opening race and the second race. So Nelson starting well in this one as well. The second race went to Tom Edmonds, who's not in this one yet. He's not going to be in this race. Oh no, yes he is. Of course he is. He's starting second. What a complete little fool I am.
So it's still early in the day.
It's still early in the day. We're going to go into the rolling lap. So it's actually now race 9 heat 3. I think we had a slightly different grid there on the screen. It's actually George Holbrook on pole with Tom Edmonds alongside him. So I do apologise to the viewers back home for that. But this is race 9. This is Group A and D. So it was Holbrook and Tom Edmonds on the front row of the grid. Number 19 kart running wide there. That's Will Ellswood. So, yeah, the names we just ran out. It was good practice to get Lithuanian Lucas in there, but he's not out in this one.
Ah, there we go.
There we go.
An incorrect grid.
The rest of them are out there. So it's Holbrook and Edmonds was front row. Teddy Clinton and Josh Powlane is on row 2. Tom Edmonds and Morgan Porter, the GP plate holder, on row 3. Then Jack Steven and Bradley Gill. Luke Wood, the E plate holder, the English champion. And Joseph Taylor rounding up the top 10 on the grid. It's Holbrook who's taken an early lead with Edmonds second. Now Edmonds, he beat in a very, very competitive second heat. So he beat Morgan Porter and Reese Hunter to the line. Porter and Hunter battling furiously going into the last lap into the first corner. They went side by side. They then slowed each other down. And Edmonds was able to capitalise, but it's Holbrook who still leads, and a lot of inter-team battling there. You've got the pink and purple liveried KR Sport carts.
Yeah, having a good little scrap as they go through the final couple of corners. EHR still leading the way with George Holbrook in the number 60, and just 0.6 of a second behind Tom Edmonds in the 15, as these two scrapping away on your screens. The 45 that we can see here, Teddy Clinton and Morgan Porter of the GP plate here in 3rd and 4th place. Just behind you can see the two leaders just slightly out of shot as they go through it. Looks like the 15, and who is that retired in the pit lane?
That's driver number 24, that is Matt Armstrong, the MLC Motorsport team. We saw Matt last weekend. You know, he said he was a stretch to get him into the top 10, and it's not going to get into the top 10 this one.
No.
I'm going to use that one again and again until... No one remembers the Stretch Armstrong toy?
No. Oh, what? Yeah, okay.
There we are. There we go.
Yeah,
I know
okay.
it was a reach. It was a reach, but it probably wasn't a very good reach, but hey.
Well, if you stretch Armstrong, you probably would have reached.
Exactly. Boom. Brilliant. Straight in there on a Sunday morning. It's been a long drive. Be as sharp as a tack. I'll tell you who is sharp as a tack. George Holbrook. He's trying to extend his lead ever so slightly over Tom Edmond, Porter, Clinton, Gill, the DSM Sport team. Then it's Stedman, Pauline, Wooder, Ellswood. Ellswood slipped back a little bit. Will Ellswood, he's still his first year as a senior driver, former junior Grand Prix champion. But actually, I was saying Holbrook was stretching away. No, Tom Edmonds has pegged him back. Morgan Porter there as well. Porter, again, there goes Porter to the inside, up at the hairpin at turn number 3. Morgan Porter for Argenti Motorsport moves into P2.
Nice little move there through the through that fast sweeping hander. It's quite a nice corner. It's more of a late apex corner, I would say, as the cart flies through. But yeah, absolutely. Look at the closing under braking there. Looked like slightly gone wide there for 4th place. That Teddy Clinton.
Yeah. It's going to cost him a run now. But I mean, that's you can, if he wants to make a move, you know that he can get on the anchors very, very late there.
Yeah.
But that last corner, it is fascinating to watch the different lines going in, the different braking zones. You know, brake early for a faster exit, brake late, and that's one of the GMS cars. That's Luke Wooder, who has retired the E-plate holders of the English champion. There are certain plates. So if you do watching, obviously drivers that got number 1 through 9 on their karts, they finished 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th in last year's British Senior Rotax Championship. You obviously got the Grand Prix plate winner, the GP plate holder. No O plate winners here. That's the British Open champion. You've got the E for the English champion, and you've got the S, which you'll see in Cadet Honda later on. That's Aston Sharp, the Scottish Super Series champion. No Welsh champions. Yeah, the Welsh Championship is run to non-Motorsport UK regulations. That would be the C plate.
Okay. Why not the W plate?
Well, the W plate it's got different connotations. That the Welsh Championship, but it was Cymru. Cymru. You know, using God's language. You know, hey, us Welsh, we can have a 12-letter word. There's no vowels. We're brilliant. We're brilliant at countdown. We are. Right, here we go. Holbrook, Porter, Edmonds, and Clinton, your top 4. They've got a breakaway of 2.5 seconds over 5th place Bradley Gill. So it's a 4-kart scrap, 5.5 minutes remaining, and there goes Porter for the race lead. First time. Well, I mean, he told us where the passing moves were. To be fair, if all these other drivers were tuned in this morning, they would have heard Morgan Porter saying, this is a really great place to make a move going into the hairpin, and he did it.
Yeah, literally being true to his words there earlier on today. And of course, for the people at home watching the streams, they're saying, why didn't you do that yourself? And as they go through, now that slightly opened up the gap between these four. They were really concertinaed up on the last lap. They have slightly spread open a bit now, but as you say, Morgan Porter now leading from George Holbrook. So it's Argenti Motorsport versus EHR.
Dan Holland Racing, yeah.
And again, it's been a close little battle. Now the KR Sport guys, I know them very well.
Yellow flags, right?
Yeah, so we do have there. Who's gone off? Who is causing said yellow flag?
Yes, looking down the... we saw the E-plate cart getting pulled off to one side, so it's not going to be Luke Wooder's cart that is in the way. Here's number 6 cart of Lewis Malin. Lewis Malin running for the Howarth Racing team on the comp kart chassis this year, and he's holding off. That was Bradley Barrett. He's down as a privateer. He's the Equip Stody Vitesse. They decided that we have a nice European style name, but they're a privateer effort. The only driver here on a Sody kart chassis. And again, they were saying yesterday that when that Saudi kart gets going, it's very good. It's just that when the tyres are not yet up to temperature fully, it's a bit of a struggle for Bradley Barrett. But he's coming through the pack, and he's into the top 10 now.
There you go, yeah, as we keep an eye on that battle as the rest of the karts filter through onto the start-finish straight. Just under 4 minutes left on the clock. I haven't got the overlay on the screen just as of yet.
So I think there was maybe a slight issue with which grid was which, so you don't have the wrong names up there, but it's Porter leading, Holbrook second, Edmonds third, Teddy Clinton, well, you know, he's dropped off a little bit now. I think that Holbrook was maybe sort of holding the lead up, because as soon as Porter has now got into the first place, he's starting to stretch them out a little bit. A long gap back to Bradley Gill, but still a very, very solid run for the number 85 kart, Bradley Gill. What's Bradley? He's running as the DSM Motorsport team, and that is it's a Kart Republic chassis. So the same chassis that the Argenti Motorsport outfit used. They got the silver and yellow DSM Motorsport machine. So Bradley Gill, he's holding off Jack Steadman in the number 62 and Will Ellswood in the number 19. That's the 5th, 6th and 7th place battle. Behind them is Tiernan Rourke in the Team Clay Racing kart. Oh, it looks like Bradley Gill's been shuffled wide there. It's the Project 1 Racing number 62 of Steadman who now has that position. Gill slots back into 6th position. Ellswood 7th. Rourke is 8th. Ben Burgess for the Vision Motorsport team is 9th. And Joseph Taylor is rounding out the top 10 ahead of Barrett. Malin. Sam Stansbury is next. Josh Powlane has fallen back a little bit. And Oliver Meadows up at the 15th place. Strong run for Oliver Meadows. Again, you know, his dad Ron Meadows, his brother Michael Meadows was a very accomplished racer. Oliver was slow, was getting into karting. You know, he didn't start out as a cadet. He jumped straight in as a junior, effectively, last year. Now he's a senior, so he's holding his own very well against the best senior drivers in the country, and he's only been racing for about 18 months.
Oh yeah, very good effort then. So early on in, or late on, say, in a driver's career, like you say, you'd expect drivers nowadays to start off from the Bambinos, move up to cadets and so forth. But yeah, to jump into juniors and straight into seniors and holding his position where he is, yeah, it's an incredible good effort. I mean, I'd be at the back of this grid very quickly, I would say. I wouldn't even have got near the front.
I mean, the back would be something that I would aim for.
Yes.
You know, I'm the way back. You know, I'm starting at the car park. I am in this
I'm aiming for 30th.
Yeah, on a 29 car grid, a top 30 finish would be absolutely spot on. But Porter leads. Now Holbrook is coming back at Porter a little bit. Here is the battle where Holbrook was at the start of the last lap. We've got a minute to go. We're on lap number 12. Porter was just 2/10 up at the start of this lap, but you can see Holbrook now in the pressure for seconds. There goes Tom Edmonds through, and Teddy Clinton takes advantage as well. So Edmonds just shuffling Holbrook offline and Clinton taking advantage. And here's that scrap behind them. So Steadman is in front.
Go through. There they are, still the 15. Tom Edmonds now at the front of this group, 3rd place at the moment. 1st and 2nd are a little further up the road. 25 seconds left on the clock, so last lap board potentially could be out. Probably not this lap, because I suspect they're going to get to the finish line before that 19 seconds is up, as it is a very short lap round here.
Yes, so I was getting distracted. Our timing screen in front of us, the sidebar on your screens is working now. So we're on lap number 17 now. Our timing screen, the clock is still running, but the actual laps, the timing board is frozen, which is why I was getting a bit confussed when I was saying that Morgan Porter was being pegged back, when evidently the visual evidence in front of me was showing quite the opposite, as Edmonds holding on to 2nd, the 2 Dan Holland Racing karts 3rd and 4th, Clinton and Holbrook. Steadman is 5th, Ben Burgess up in the 6th position, Gill is down to 7th, Ellswood is 8th, Taylor 9th, and Barrett 10th, although Barrett now moving up into 9th place at the expense of William Ellswood. Tiernan Rourke, but the final lap is underway. Morgan Porter has got this one in the bag, and well, I say it's all one good thing talking a good lap, but then it's backing that up. And Morgan Porter, he talked a good lap yesterday for us, and he's backed it up this morning with. See, it's not a comprehensive win, because he took his time to pick his way through from 6th on the grid, and now with 1 corner to go. Can Tom Edmonds hold on to second place from Teddy Clinton? He's defending into the final corner. Holbrook's going to get a good run out, but there's not much of a run out of that final corner before you get the checkered flag. Morgan Porter wins after 18 laps. That's an 18-lap heat, so the final is going to be, I would say, in excess of 30 laps, which is going to be very, very demanding on both kart and driver. And, there's one of the GMS karts slow across the line.
Pulling over.
The number 40 kart, Thomas Storer, he just made it. And he finishes in 21st position and then gets out. Nope, she done. She don't want to go no more.
No, that's obviously a disappointment thinking about the next couple of races as well, knowing that that's got to be changed. There's the results then, pending.
Pending post-race scrutineering by Porter by 1.93 seconds. That is a country mile in the world of kart racing. Yeah. Edmonds, Clinton, Holbrook and Steadman in the top 5. Let's have a little look back down. There's, we didn't speak much about Oliver Meadows finishing 15th, a solid run for Oliver. Lewis Halliday in 16th, Reese Hurd 17th, Luke Oliver, another driver who has lost weight to get out of the 177 class down into this senior Rotax class where the weight limit is 162 kilos, kart driver. If you took the kart out of the equation, I'd be just fine.
Just run around the track.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they've only got one engine, I've got 2 legs, so I would be in a bit of an advantage numerically in that way.
Yes.
Yeah. But there they are going through the Way Bridge, and good strong run there from Teddy Clinton, coming home in the top 3. And again, so not all the leading contenders, we're not going to see the full complement of 34 karts until the pre-final. We've got to whittle them down from 51 entries to just 34 finalists before the day is out. So that would be one half of the senior Rotax field you just seen. That was groups A and D. Up next will be Group B and C.
So the next grid heading out onto the circuit in just a moment. Here's the grid for the B and C class. Reese Hunter starting on pole position with Nelson King in 2nd place. Then it's Alexander Baker in 3rd place with Mazek Hamera. So, Magic, yes. I've got my fellow commentator in the background shouting at me there. So I'm terrible with names. Ben Casely in the 5th place grid, and then Lewis Gilbert in 6th place. 7th place, Josh Pullen. And then it's 8th place of Tom Adams, Jensen Watts in 9th place, and Brandon Keelan Nagravort in 10th place. James Lothar in 11th, and Edward Matthews in 12th place.
Kai Hunter and Alex Luck. This is a bit of deja vu, isn't it? We've been here
is.
before.
We
Kai
have.
Hunter and Alex Luck on row 7. They are on row 7. Catherine White and Spencer Shinner, row 8. Joseph Gethin and Ryan Luscombe start from the 9th row of the grid.
19th place, Ryan Taylor Truman, and then Rob Ellis in 20th place. James Tomset in 23rd with Will Keith in 22nd. Rylan Stevenson in 23rd, and Lucas
Ivakavicius.
Thank you very much.
Lithuania Lucas.
in 24th place. I am going to have to try and learn that one.
Well, this is years of sort of commentating internationally. You get to learn that the various little sort of emphasis on certain words from different countries.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, I'm saying I get it right. I've just got it wrong, but I get it wrong consistently.
Yes,
yeah.
yeah.
If you can't get it right, just get it wrong. We get it wrong, the same wrong all the time.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
2 wrongs always make a right in my book.
Yeah, no, unfortunately I've not managed to get much international commentary in. As of yet, I was supposed to be obviously joining the other karting championships this year, but unfortunately, due to the pandemic, I've missed it all.
But this is Lydd International Kart Circuit.
This is
so
some form of international.
You've made it.
Yes.
And we're nearly in France.
Yeah, I'm closer to France right now than I am to my house.
Yes, 29 miles to France. 29 miles, and it's a I'm staying in a place called Hythe, and you come along the coastline here, and you've got some of the old Second World War sort of defences, and you've got lots of lighthouses, lots of shingled beach, and lots of flood defences, as well as the odd caravan park.
Yes.
But it's a very nice area of the world. You've got the now it's the Romney Hythe and Dynechurch Railway. Now, those of you that have been to Lydd before, you may notice as you're coming across along the coast road, you go over a little bridge and there's a little railway line. There's lots of brown signs for R.H.&D Railway. The Romney Hythe and Dynechurch Railway. It's a narrow gauge railway, but it's a commercial railway line. And James Fitzhugh from Alpha is full of wonderful information, which I then steal and then tell the masses to make it sound as though I've got some level of culture about me.
So you've learnt this from other sources?
I pick it up on my travels, shall we say?
Yes.
It's a steam railway, but it's for it's not a model railway because you can literally it takes passengers. It buses people around. It trains the people around from town to town on the south coast of England, but it is the smallest gauge commercial railway in the world.
In the world. Well, I think I did something similar. It was in mid-Welsh town. I'm trying to remember. It begins with an A, and it's Aberystwyth.
Aberystwyth.
Aberystwyth. Yes, it was from there to Devil's Bridge.
Oh, very good.
Yes.
Yeah,
very nice, picturesque little area in mid Wales.
Did you see it in the summer?
I've seen it in the summer, the winter, the rain, the sunshine.
The sunshine.
Yeah, I've seen sunshine there.
I mean, no, it is wild and woolly as well. It's a little bit barren occasionally, and can be somewhat imposing when the weather is not great down Devil's Bridge way.
There's a lovely little pub up there that had a fire open in the winter. I spent there in front of a fireplace, right looking over Devil's Bridge, and it was very lovely.
Lovely indeed. Our Motorsport UK press officer, Catherine, she's from that neck of the woods, Llandilo. She'd be loving that. She'd be loving the tales of Devil's Bridge and stuff like that. So 24 drivers set to go out in this race. There is a timetable that we're here, so we'll be going out in about 30 seconds' time. Reese Hunter, yesterday, Reese in his first heat race, Reese Hunter and Morgan Porter had a great scrap for the lead. Coming into turn one of the final lap, Porter went to the inside, Hunter defended. There was smoke billowing out of the sides of both karts, and Tom Edmonds sort of slipped underneath them both to take the win. Very, very exciting indeed. Massage, it's Massi Shamira, but the Vision Motorsport team, he runs for Darrell Burgess's Vision Motorsport outfit. They call him Magic. So Magic Hamera, Hey, it works for Johnson.
Yeah.
Basketball had Magic Johnson. We've got Magic Hamera.
Magic Hamera.
That's going to be so. That's one potential little sort of banana skin that we've avoided. Just call him Magic.
Yep.
Brandon Klein Nagelvoort is the winner again. He's was Dutch, but now based in the UK. And he's been going really well this weekend. He was a bit of a struggle for Brandon last year as a junior driver, I've got to say. A change of teams. He's now with the Coles Racing team, and he's qualified in the 10th position here. He's done a lot of racing at Bayford Meadows, another track on England's south coast, and with similar characteristics to this track. So, rolling lap nearly done. Hunter, King, Baker, Hamera, Casely, Gilbert, Pullen, Adams. Tom Adams, not used to seeing him with the E plate on his kart. Now he's wearing his usual number 17. And as he moves into seniors, they're all just about 3 wide coming to the first chicane there as we get underway. And again, it's a short straight, hard on the brakes, and that second chicane, it's just a tighter version of the first chicane, but it has that nice flowing exit that leads you down to the bottom end of the circuit, and then you come here, watch them jump over this now, there we go, and it's just as you're setting the kart up to turn in, yet suddenly, of course, the kart is almost off the ground, it's unweighted, it's unbalanced, it's a nice little challenge, and then onto, you can see the lake in the background, we've got one lake behind us, there's another building in the background there that that's the nuclear power station, that is.
Yes, yeah. We hope everyone's doing their job properly in there today.
Yes.
Yeah, I like my eyebrows.
I want one of me to come home, not 3 of you. 9 minutes to go. Reese Hunter has an early lead in the number 5 kart. We're going to Reese's track next. Well, I won't. The next round of this place is at Warden Law, which is a track run by the Hunter family. They took it over at the end of last year. And yeah, the British Championship going back, fantastic circuit. That you'll like it. It's long. It's totally different. The antithesis of this. And this is what makes the championship like this so beautiful. You've got, you know, short, narrow, tight, twisty tracks like Lydd. Then you go to a place like Warden Law, which goes on forever. I mean, you've done a lot of work at the Teesside Motorsport, which is huge.
Yes.
You know, and the time, you know, well, it was the Tyne and Weir Kart Club, then it was the Durham and Yorkshire Kart Club, now it's just the Warden Law Kart Club, but it's, again, it's the complete opposite to this track. It's going to, so this championship is going to test the driver's skills in all sorts of ways.
See them go through there. 8 minutes left on the clock, and it's been a little bit queue at the front, hasn't it? They've been settled.
I was trying to disguise the fact that it was a little bit sedate.
Yes,
the racing was, by regaling you with tales of Warden Law. But yeah, this is a track where, again, a lot of this we'll see. It's follow my leader. You know, Hunter and King, they've got a good gap. Hunter leads King by 0.8 of a second. He's just set the new fastest lap of the race, 36.97 seconds. Then Alex Baker is in third in the number 23 kart for the Dan Holland Racing Team, but he's not making a mistake. He's not pulling away from the group behind him, but he's not making a mistake. There's a slight gap back to fourth place. So Hunter is clear, then second, third and fourth are together, then a gap back to fifth. So it's actually Magic Camara in that purple number 11 machine, and he's sort of, you can see he's maybe not the quickest in this group, but he's positioning his kart well, he's not defending, but he's not then making any mistakes. And the drivers behind, and you see he did a move there, one of the Coles Racing karts picking up the space, picking up the place, you know, he's got Lewis Gilbert, he's got Tom Adams, Kai Hunter, James Lowther, Jensen Watts, all sort of sitting in his slipstream, as it were.
Yeah, and they all seem to be, yeah, like you say, working together. Technical flag.
Oh, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. He had dropped down to 19th place, and he's about to drop into the pits.
Wow. It's never a nice thing to happen on a race day, especially a nice Sunday here at Lydd. You definitely don't want that. 6.5 minutes left on the clock, 5 laps in, and a second gap has Reese Hunter to Nelson King at the moment.
Oh, and he gets muscled wide there, though, does Magic. He's going to have to, I mean, calling him Magic Camara, it opens up a whole world of bad puns. I mean, he's going to have to now reach into his box of tricks to try and get back up the order, for example.
Ah, dear me. No.
He has dropped to the back of that. He was just muscled wide there. And, yeah, I'm going to save the rest. It's a long day, but he's currently, that's one strike. 3 strikes and I'm out.
Yep.
Oh, there's
and
Brandon.
there is, yeah.
Ah, now, oh, no, see, why did he get the technical flag? I wonder if something visual will present itself. It could be something like chain guard has fallen
Yeah,
or something like that.
Those small things that you know, that could have been avoided. It's a massive frustration. But again, the rules are the rules, and of course, if the technical flag comes out, you're in the pits. And
ooh, very, very close there between the Coles Racing number 9 of James Lowther and then Dan Holland Racing number 95 of Kai Hunter. So Kai's first season as a senior, and just. He didn't qualify well, and now you find yourself stuck back. Because Kai is, you know, as quick as his brother Reese at the moment, but you know, he's just in traffic.
Yeah.
And it's the legacy of a bad qualifying session. Now, in qualifying yesterday, there was a very brief rain shower. That is something else to watch. Well, even though the skies are blue at the moment, if the wind does pick up, of course, it blows the weather from the English Channel straight over us, and then it disappears again just as quickly. So it's...
And, well, the good thing about Lydd is that you can see the weather coming from quite a distance away, so you can prepare for it. There's not much tree cover here. It's well, that looks like it's raining about 30 miles away. Let's get the wets ready.
And of course, you know, France is sort of behind the back straight, so yeah.
It's somewhat
behind the back straight. It's so behind the final corner of the circuit, a little bit over his France. So if you can almost see France from this camera shot here, when the camera pans up. Oh dear!
Nice.
Lowther earlier on the brakes, and that was Kai Hunter thinking to himself, "I've had enough of following you." You know, that was Lowther was braking early, and Kai Hunter maybe wasn't ready for that braking zone, and Lowther is moved aside.
Yeah, that lunge looked like it started in Calais, and
yes,
and then dived through here in the final corner. But Reese Hunter again. Fastest lap of the race up the front. He's got the clean air, just pulling in those quicker times, isn't he? So managing to open that gap up. It's now 1.25 seconds, or 2.8 on your screen. It's slightly different on mine as they go to the front. Here he is, the race leader, and there it is visually the gap. to Nelson King as he crosses the line. Ben
And
Hensley.
Alex Baker is closing in on Ben Caisley for third position. So the third, well, there's 4 Dan Holland racing karts in the top 6 at the moment. But, you know, yeah, I mean, Alex Baker closing in on Ben Caisley. Haven't mentioned Ben Caisley that much, but he's been doing a grand job in third position. But now that third place is under pressure. Here's your race leader on your screen, number 5, Reese Hunter. Again, head down, you know, there's the battle for third place, and here is now the 5th place battle with 3 minutes to go. On your screens now, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th places. Lewis Gilbert in the number 29, Kai Hunter in the 95, Tom Adams in the number 17, and Jensen Watts in the number 36. There's Gilbert. So Gilbert, Scotsman, he's represented, I think Lewis Gilbert finished 4th in the Rotax Grand Finals in Brazil as a junior in 2018. And of course the Rotax classes, for those of you watching, they're all fighting not just for the title of being British champion, but the class winners, the champions, get the tickets, the coveted tickets to the Rotax Challenge Grand Finals, which is this year, well, was going to be held in Bahrain this year, but that's obviously been postponed. It's now going to be in Portugal, in Portimao, the Algarve, next January. And so a lot of these drivers will be looking to try and represent Team Great Britain or Team UK. It's an absolutely, it really is the Olympic Games of karting, the Rotax Challenge Grand Finals. Jag Rotax are here in the paddock, Gary Shield and his crew, obviously offering support here, but you know, they're sort of the team captains of Team Great Britain in the Rotax Challenge Grand Finals. And a lot of the drivers from the UK have gone out, and Britain has got a very proud record of in that event of wins in all the classes, and of course it stems from having such a competitive domestic national Rotax championship. Reese Hunter has represented Team UK many times. On this form, he's looking already in the opening round of a slightly truncated season, as we see a passing move there. That was the number 9 kart, James Lowther, recovering from being hoofed off at the bottom of the corner there. I think Massi Shamira is behind him. There's a technical flag for Joe Gethin in kart number 95. But yeah, Reese Hunter already staking a claim for a ticket back to Portugal. Is possible. Now, what's this on our screen? That is number 23, Alex Baker, and it looks like, well, he's passed Ben Caisley has already passed Nelson King. Is that Nelson King? No, that's Kai Hunter, sorry. So Kai Hunter has now passed Alex Baker for 4th position. No change to the front, so it's still, and he's been given a penalty. That would be a start line infringement penalty, moving out of the tram lines before the race has started. So Kai Hunter, he's going like a bat out of hell, but he's got a 5-second penalty, and we're trying to figure out where that puts him. Now there's Lewis Gilbert chasing the number 23 kart. That is 5th and 6th position, Baker and Gilbert.
Yeah, I think the pack is very close, a little further behind Kai. So if he at the end of the race, I can see him dropping a fair few spots, I would say.
You know, he's 4 seconds. This one, at the moment he's 4th. If he drops 5 seconds, that would put him just about 11th.
Yeah.
Ironically, just behind James Lowther.
Yes.
Who he had a territorial dispute with earlier on going into the final corner, shall we say. Well, it wasn't so much of a dispute, it was an invasion.
An invasion.
It was an invasion. It was a full-on invasion.
There we go. Warning flag as well out for Stevenson. That's Riley Stevenson.
Just saw the Praga kart of Rob Ellis going through the screen. It's very, very nice, very purple and gold livery chassis from the IPK UK racing team. Rob Ellis down in 16th position. He's a Welsh as well, you know.
Is he?
He's a Welsh.
Is he?
Yes.
Yeah. There we go. Final lap time then for Reese Hunter. He leads by about 1.4 seconds from Nelson King. Ben Caisley for Chaos Sports, the Milton Keynes-based team, holding that 3rd place spot in a very commanding lead. But the fastest man on the circuit at the moment
is Kai Hunter.
Is Kai Hunter, yeah, with a 36.4. But with that 5-second penalty, it's not going to go well. So Reese Hunter there in the number 5, heading into the final corner with, well, a lead of 1.5 seconds. It's a great win. And in 1.5 seconds in Rotax, senior Rotax for that matter, is quite an achievement as the rest of the field slot through. Nelson King crossing in second place, then Ben Casely holding that third. Kai Hunter crossing the line fourth, but will receive that 5-second penalty. They're looking to finish roughly around 11th place out there. So that will promote Alexander Baker to 4th place and Lewis Gilbert to 5th place.
Now, I can already hear, I mean, we haven't got the benefit of the social media comments coming up today, so...
I will try and get that.
Okay, but I can hear, that wasn't very exciting race, was it?
Yeah.
But you think about it, when you watch racing, that is Reese Hunter, that is as close to perfection as you're going to get. That is an 18-lap race where he led from start to finish. He pulled a gap on his teammates who were on identical equipment, identical engines, identical chassis, maybe slight variations in setup and tyre pressures, but that would be it. And yet you've got a situation where he's just in a zone. I mean, Lewis Hamilton talked about it last weekend as we look at there's Lucas Ivascavicius, even I there, Lithuanian Lucas, he got to the finish there. This is his first British Championship race meeting. But you heard Lewis Hamilton talk about it after Barcelona last weekend, where you just get on a different plateau, like in a zone. That, in karting terms, that race for Reese Hunter was that sort of plateau.
Yeah.
Everything came automatically. Okay, it didn't create a spectacle maybe for the spectators, or the viewers at home, but you have to admire how a driver on complete equipment can just drive away and keep that gap lap after lap after lap after lap. And talked about how physical, how bumpy that circuit is. You've got to get every curve, every angle right. You've got to negotiate every bump at exactly the right angle to keep up that pace, and he did that for 18 laps. Great victory.
Yep, very well done.
And now there come the mechanics to collect the wagons, and that will be race 10 over and done with. Next up, it'll be the first Minimax race of the day. So race number 11, heat 2 for Minimax, 18 drivers in total, a very competitive field. Mackenzie Douglas starts from the front row of the grid, Stephen Duncan on the outside of row number 1, Finn Smith for Clay Racing, and Mikey Porter, as he prefers to be known, for Jack's Motorsport. That's Jack Mitchell's new team. He starts on the outside of row 2. Bryn Collins and Harry Linden, the GP plate holder, the driver from Barry Bados, my hometown in South Wales.
Oh, well, very nice, yeah. All following you along. 7th place, Ben Crossley. He's doing well there. Vision Motorsport. Alfie Gallagher in 8th place. Then it's Pearson Bullock Carter in 9th place. Aaron Poole in 10th place. Then Harrison Crowther in 11th place. Joshua Camp in 12th place for JMS Karting.
Jay Lawrence starts 13th. Cruz Speakman is 14th. He was in Cars 3, wasn't he? Oh,
Cruz.
that was Cruz Ramirez, not Cruz Speakman.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Joe Garraway starts 15th. Mason Perrin in 16th. Mikey Morgan 17th. And Chloe Chong, the Anglo-Canadian driver, will start 18th. Shotgun on the field for the field. I don't think we saw Alfie Davis. Now, there were 19 drivers entered. I think we're down to 18. I think poor old Alfie Davis may have had to withdraw.
So they'll be heading out onto the circuit in just a moment. Now we could hear the karts firing up outside the front a little earlier on, and it sounded like one of them had a bit of a blowy exhaust. It sounded like he fired it up and
Exhaust had been in the pub last night, just blowing off the cobwebs.
Yes,
ready for the day.
Yes, I think that's probably a good way of putting it. But they're all set up, ready to get out and going. You can see some of them there all lined up. The 77, the 28. All kind of closed in together.
So now, Mackenzie Douglas. For those of you what watched Kartmasters a few weeks ago, you heard me getting just a tad excited in the Minimax Grand Prix because Harry Linden, like I said, from Barry Bados, Barry Island, the South Wales Riviera, where it never rains, it pours, was lead, and Mackenzie Douglas who I had him down as from Penarth, but there was now bit of geography lesson. So the South Wales coastline, you've got Barry. Next village over is Dinas Powys, then Penarth, then Cardiff. But the other direction, you've got Bruce, and then you've got Cowbridge. Now, there's a bit of a consternation between Dads and myself. What Harry Lyndon says, yeah, well, I am from, partly from Barry, but partly from Dinas Powys. It's like you're all from Barry in my book. And Mackenzie Douglas, I did have him down as being from Penarth because that's the posh town.
Yeah.
They got glass in the windows and everything.
Oh.
Yeah. He's from Cowbridge. With the other side, it's the posh town from Barry on the other side of us.
Right.
And they've got double glazed glass in their windows. I know.
Oh, to have double glazing.
Oh, I know. But still, it was so. And Harry Lyndon, he won the Grand Prix for Barry. 2 days later, who turns up on Barry Island, hoping to celebrate with Harry? Duchess and Duke of Cambridge.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, went down to see where Gavin and Stacey was filmed, and to see Harry Lyndon, to buy a knockoff Dan Holland Racing T-shirt from out the back of Marco's Cafe on the front to see at the Barry Island. Harry was out on his bike. Out on his bike. He's made it now. The GP play holder in Minimax doesn't even need to turn up for the royal family.
No.
But he's only qualified 6th here, and Stephen Duncan, the Scotsman, on the Tony Kart chassis for Vision Motorsport on the outside of row 1. Mackenzie Douglas, who finished 2nd to Harry in the GP, he starts from pole position. Then it's Team Clays Racing, Finn Smith starting 3rd. Bryn Collins, with a name like Bryn, you've got to be Welsh, but he's English. But further back, Pearson Bullock Carter, a proud Lancastrian. Well, I spit everywhere. A proud Lancastrian, Pearson Bullock Carter for the Coles Racing team. Yeah. We were having a good bit of a chat and a laugh out on the dummy grid because, again, a lot of the parents do get on well. The drivers getting on well. A lot of them are just out of cadets. This Minimax class, 11, 12, 13 years old. They're having a good laugh, and I'm there rabbiting on about Welsh nonsense. And Pearson Bullock Carter style goes, "All right, but we're proper Lancashire. We are. We're proper Lancashire. Proper Lancashire." And I was like, "Oh, all right, Peter Kay, chill out." But no, and it was a good vibe on the Minimax grid, I have to say. 18 drivers. This is going to be. We saw a lot of battling Cadet Honda, and you said, "Oh, I think if Cadet Honda's going to be your fave,
my favy,
your fave, then today at least Minimax has got very similar characteristics. I mean, the race that was held yesterday."
Scramble for your race results.
Yeah, scramble from yesterday's race results. Thank you very much again to Ian Rogers at Motorsport Timing for always providing me with the papers that I need. Finn Smith, Finn Smith took the win by 1800ths of a second from Stephen Duncan. Mackenzie Douglas was 3rd, just 2300ths of a second down. Pearson Bullock Carter was 4th, and Harry Lyndon 5th. Aaron Poole was 6th for the XL Motorsport team. Chloe Chong from 18th to 8th yesterday. So watch out for Chloe.
Formation lap time as they fly around. Again, just see how planted they are around this corner here. I suspect very easy to run one. You can see the marbles and the dirty part. If you get wide onto that, then you're losing several positions rather rapidly, I would say.
Rather rapidly, going like selecting top gear in reverse.
Yes.
So they come in. So Mackenzie Douglas, Stephen Duncan on the front row of the grid. Finn Smith, Mikey Porter on the outside of row 2. Here we go to the line, off and racing. And it's a good clean start from Mackenzie Douglas. Already Harry Lyndon trying to make it 3 wide, trying to make a position on the number 56 kart there of Ben Crossley. And further back there, 3 wide going through the pack there. That was the number 77 kart of Harrison Crowther. Also just getting a little bit leery coming to the second chicane, but they're all out of turn 3 cleanly. And there's a move per second. Yesterday's race winner, Finn Smith, for the Team Clay Racing team. That's the kart shop at Clay Pigeon Raceway. That's where the Team Clay Racing are from. They had a really strong championship last year in Junior Max. And they come out of final corner to complete lap number 1 with Mackenzie Douglas leading Finn Smith, Mikey Porter, Stephen Duncan, Bryn Collins, Ben Crossley, Harry Lyndon, Alfie Gallagher. And there's a bit of chopping and changing to the second chicane there, and we can see one kart, sadly, off at the side of the circuit. That's Pearson Bullock Carter.
Yep, definitely not ideal for Pearson, so big shame there. And there's another lunge down the inside there that looked
That looked like a Team Clay racing kart.
Did, yes, I think it was the 14. Well, that's KR Sports.
No, that could be Finn Smith losing a position. Well, Finn Smith's up into second place. Did he lose a place? We'll find out now. But certainly that sort of like that metallic blue and orange liveried graphics kit on the Clay racing kart. No, Finn Smith is down to 4th place, so he has lost a couple of positions.
I never want to complain about the sun, but it is causing a bit of havoc seeing the numbers as they go through some of these corners, isn't it? On the main overtaking point.
Yes. But so up at the front, Mackenzie Douglas, half a second up, and I know Mackenzie's dad, Andy, and that was and his sister are here in the paddock watching away, and they'll be pleased with how Mackenzie's getting on. And again, a driver who started his career at Landau International Raceway, the first place of champions in our IKR racing. So again, non-licensed racing. He started up there, then moved into licensed racing, as opposed to sort of jumping straight in. With Motorsport UK, the family tried, to see what racing was like, just, off the radar slightly. And there's another driver, and of course he started off racing with Harry Linden, and Linden there picking up a position. He passes the number 16. Well, that's the number 56 Vision Motorsport car. Sorry, Ben Crossley. Stephen Duncan from the outside of the front row. He's down to 5th position now, but up at the front, Mackenzie Douglas leads by a full second for Coles Racing.
Yeah, it's kind of out of the shot, really, isn't it? The main battle that you're seeing here on screen is second place onwards. So that's Porter, Smith, Linden, Duncan, Crossley, and Gallagher that you're watching there. And again, a couple of position changes in the mid-pack for these guys. 7 minutes, not 7 seconds left of the race. That would be a disaster. Be through this race very quickly.
Yeah.
Jai Lawrence, best lap of the race on the 28, setting a 38.91 out there at the moment as we watch this main battle here. This is second, third, and fourth here, very close. A little nudge there from.
You got Mikey Porter leading this group. Oh, you can see that Porter's car, he clipped one of the outside curbs coming out of the final corner. It pretty bounced the rear end of that car. And Mikey Porter's there. He's got that predominantly green crash helmet. So that's the Jax Motorsport team. Jax spelt J-A-X-X. It's trendy, like that's Jack Mitchell's new team.
Yeah.
Jack himself, a former racer, he's worked with a number of kart teams, now setting up on his own. So this is their first real major race. And Mikey came through the Callum Hargrave driver development program back in his cadet days, and he's now, but he's been passed by GP player holder Harry Linden. So and you look at those bumps coming out of the final corner. That's that sort of thing where track limits police themselves.
Yes, you wouldn't want to run wide there in case of a sore rear end, as you came back in. Harry Linden.
And it's trouble getting a dentist appointment these days, and it'll knock your fillings out as well. That's the problem. Fast snap for Harry Linden. So we've got Douglas now leading Linden. And will Linden bring this group? There's the number 16 kart of Stephen Duncan. Will he bring them up to the race leader? Because can Mikey Porter, who's in 3rd place, and he's just tagging along to the rear of Linden's kart, and he's bringing all these others into play, looking down. I mean, sadly we lost Pearson Bullock Carter, I think, on the rolling lap. He's busy swearing in Lancastrian.
Yeah.
In his crash helmet at the moment. There's a move down at the hairpin. That was Linden having a little look and having to defend from Porter. And Stephen Duncan right there as well, in 4th.
Yeah, the 55 of Porter right behind Linden now. Again, just pushing along on the back straight, trying to hook onto the back of that, as you say, as they go through. Just under 5 minutes left on the clock as they go through. And again, these curbs, they don't look like much, but trust me, in these karts, they are very much so a painful experience.
And I mean, even though we're getting some really great high definition shots, there's a move for the lead. Harry Linden takes the lead away from Mackenzie Douglas down at turn 3. And I was saying, you're getting some great high definition shots from the Alpha Live cameras, but what they don't show, the curbs have got lots of little drainage sort of troughs in them. So they're like a reverse sawtooth curb. And now Mackenzie Douglas is fighting back. Oh, that was close. That was close. It's even closer. He's still having a little nibble up the inside. Now, this is going to be game on for the top 8 or 9 drivers, because they're all bunching up now on lap number 10.
Yep, squabbling has caused these guys to all close up, as you say. 4 minutes left on the clock. So still plenty of time for this action to increase, as there's a 55 looking down the inside of the 16. So that's Porter on Duncan. I don't know if he managed to get the job done. I think he did, actually. So yes, I think Porter did manage to move up another position, up into third, as now they're still squabbling back here. The 56 wants to get involved as well. That's Crossley and Gallagher as well getting involved. So they're all still scrapping in that little group pack, and now that's allowed the two front runners to slightly pull away. So it's just going to wait. Who's going to scrap first? And that's going to allow these groups to break away. So it is Lyndon from Douglas, the two leaders breaking away. Then it's third and fourth who are still scrapping away, which is causing that back group to really close it up on these guys. Douglas with the fastest lap, though, in second place.
And there goes, and so that's Porter getting shuffled down 1-2 places going through turn number 3. So you've got the Vision, that pink and purple Vision kart of Gallagher. No, that's the Chaos Sport. I've got to say, I mean, Ash Orchard from Chaos Sport, Darrell Burgess from Vision, they've got to go and sort themselves out and get some different graphics kits, because it's a nightmare.
They do look very similar.
It's an absolute nightmare to tell the two teams apart, I've got to say. They're both on the Cosmic chassis, which is like a sort of a purple livery car, and purple coloured chassis. There's the number 56 having a little look at the inside of number 12, Bryn Collins. But yeah, you know, it's hard. The Vision team and the KR Sport team, they insist on having similar colour graphics kit.
Yes.
I'll have to go and have a word.
Sure.
There's the number 14 making his move, picking up a place, Alfie Gallagher, going back into third place at the expense of Mikey Porter. Stephen Duncan and Bryn Collins are right there as well. Ben Crossley at the back of this group, and here goes Porter back into P3.
Yeah, two very similar moves there, like a carbon copy for third and fourth place that you saw. Great little scrap down the inside, but less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Your two first and second broken away over 2 seconds of a gap, all because of these scraps.
Yep, and it's a great scrap, and I got to say that Mackenzie Douglas is just millimetres behind Harry Lyndon. He's a real irritant, like a pimple on the end of your nose.
Like a rash.
To Harry Lyndon, yeah, just
it's always there.
Yeah, I can't talk about that. That's my doctor when that means. But there, so Lyndon is having to defend. 90 seconds to go. But even though Lyndon is beginning to get defensive, because this 2, 4, 6, 8 kart battle for the third place, led by the 55 of Porter, is so ferocious. It's Porter with Gallagher now right behind him in fourth place. Then it's Duncan. Then Collins, Lawrence, Crossley, and Aaron Thor is in this battle. So is Joe Garraway in 10th position. Finn Smith has dropped all the way back to 11th. Mason Perrinman's 12th. Harrison Crowther is 13th. But it's Joshua Camp, Cruz Speakman, Chloe Chong, Michael Morgan are the remaining runners. And here's another move. There goes Gallagher to the inside of Collins now. And Collins is going to get shuffled. It's 4 wide coming up the corner. And to be fair, Collins just bailed out of that. He went, no, you crack on. I'm on the outside of a 4-kart battle coming out of the final corner. The barrier is far too close for comfort. I'm going to live to fight another day. There's the XL Motorsport number 31 now. That was someone bouncing over the curb there behind them as well. So, but it's like an accordion effect. You know, it was one battle. The battle was for third place. Now the big pack is for 5th place, because a couple have got through, and pretty soon it'll be for 7th place on back. And more carts towards the tail of the field get drawn into a scrap, but the leaders continue to pull away.
Yep, Porter has looked like he's managed to open a slight gap as well to man in 4th place. He's kind of running on his own. He's got a bit of a gap to the guys in 4th. But a 1.8 second gap, so he has managed to close the gap up to the two in front as they still break away, Lyndon Douglas. Then Porter, Duncan, Gallagher, Lawrence, Pull and Crossley. They're your top 8 at the moment as they cycle through. Here's the 24 of Douglas and Lyndon battling away at the front, and again just absolutely nose to tail. He's going to wait for that last lap board, I believe, which is coming up now.
Yes indeed, and as they cross the start finish line, Mackenzie Douglas was looking to the inside. He makes the move into the first corner, so it's a risky move to go. You haven't got much space, but he made the move, stick going into turn number 1, and he's got a breakaway as well. So not only did he make the move, he sort of forced Lyndon offline enough so that Lyndon's momentum was broken. Harry Lyndon is now running out of time very rapidly to get back on terms with the fleeing Mackenzie Douglas. Although Douglas runs wide going into turn number 4 there. That was a shoddy line from Douglas coming into that 4th corner, and now he's under pressure. He's having to defend, and Lyndon potentially has a chance where half a lap ago he had none, and there he goes up the inside Oh, he licked the stamp and sent it.
And held it across the line. So checker flag comes out. And that was a great finish there from Lyndon. I was expecting it. I was expecting the lunge at the last corner. It seems to be a popular overtaking spot, is that last lap lunge.
Yep, you know, well, of course, if you're defending, like, on the way into the corner, because it's so long, the corner, eventually, if you take a tight line in, the car will wash out towards the exit, and even if a driver doesn't want to run wide, he has no choice. But that... Harry Lyndon only had the chance because Mackenzie Douglas, he did the first half of the last lap perfectly, made the move, spoilt Lyndon's momentum and got a gap. Then he made one mistake. He missed the turn-in for turn, I suppose it's turn 5. He missed the turn-in just over the crest, missed the turn-in. That allowed Lyndon to close back up. Then Douglas had to defend, didn't have a choice, had to defend going into the last corner, and Lyndon capitalised. So, like he goes across the weighbridge, and Douglas now see these Minimax drivers, and a top really good third place result for Mikey Porter in the Jacks Motorsport entry. Stephen Duncan for Scotland comes home in 4th. Then it's Alfie Gallagher, Jay Lawrence, Ben Crossley, and the rest. Bryn Collins retired from that one as well, sadly, but it was again a very close mini-max race. There's the two Welshmen. You can see them there just giving each other the high five. They travel around a lot, of course. They're geographically so close, so Harry Lyndon goes over to his dad James there. James supporting the Friar Tuck fried egg style haircut.
Ah, yes. Popular one.
Popular one amongst men of his age.
Yes, yeah.
I'm not joking, James. He's a really, really enthusiastic dad. Look, Harry's older brother Joe will be out racing in Junior Max, and Joe's done really well. Joe had a great start to the season, and he hurt his ribs at Kart Masters and had to withdraw. So he's had 6 months out of the kart, really, along with obviously COVID and things like that. And who's this coming across the line? This is Chloe. No, that's Mikey
54.
Morgan. There's Mikey Morgan. He goes, well, I know I finished like 16th, but I still want to make sure that I'm on the right weight, so I can tell my dad, you put too much fuel in. That's why I was so slow.
Yeah.
So
it's all your fault. It's not my fault.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we got some... you're a technical wizard, Anthony. You've got a screen up on our screen, a screen within the screen, so we can see who's watching back home and who's telling us to shut up. Darren Arneson, the first one to tell us to shut up. Turn the volume up on the track. Well, you hear the commentary, or that could be construed as a positive or a negative, depending on which side of the fence you sit on.
It could be.
And so, but again, speaking of Mikey Morgan, he's got some family members there saying, well done, Michael Morgan, proud of you. Very good. So, that is race number 11 out of the way, and it's going to be race 12. It's the heavyweights up next. So, Rotax 177. This is a senior Rotax class, but as the title suggests, the minimum kart and driver weight is 177 kilos, as opposed to 162 in the regular senior class. Oliver Appleby and Chris Thomas will start on the front row of the grid. Charlie Whaley and Ben Davis on row number 2. Matthew Easton and Colin Davis on row number 3.
Row 4, Louis Large will be starting in 7th place. Then it's Henry Ayers in 8th place. Ben Cowley in 9th place. And rounding out the grid of only 10 karts in this one is James Ogden. Yeah,
now last year there was a full grid of 177 drivers, but for a variety of reasons, a lot of these are slightly older drivers, so they've got work commitments, families. Of course, a lot of families and businesses have been struggling in the current atmosphere around the globe. But also I have to say that several of last year's 177 runners have gone on a diet and are now regular class weights. So the heaviest class is shrinking, but still very. I mean, Lewis Large, a champion in this class in 2018. Chris Thomas, champion back in 2016, and he's raced in the Rotax Grand Finals. So some very talented drivers in there. And looking at Ben Davis. Ben Davis now, I mean, it's not just drivers that like a bacon roll for breakfast. This is drivers that like going to the gym and pumping iron. Ben Davis was a senior driver for many years, up until last year. I saw him walking around the paddock and I was like, ooh, you decided to go to the gym, or you decided to have the home gym. No, not go to the gym, that's not allowed in lockdown, but during lockdown he certainly went and had his own gym in his garage and sort of lifting the weights, and you know, he's in the 177 class because the man buff.
Yeah.
You know.
The last time I stood in a gym was probably the day after New Year's.
Well, do you know what? I walk past the gym every day on my way to Greg's.
Yeah.
I look through the window and everything. Oh, look at that. You know.
Oh, God, it looks so exhausting. I feel like I've done a few laps.
Yeah. Is my sausage roll ready yet? Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. So there are 10 Rotax 177s on the grid. You can see Trev on the right-hand side, one of the grid marshals there, speaking to Catherine, the Motorsport UK press officer. Well, she's doing the press officer duties for this championship as well. And the back, and you're also looking at the rear end of James Ockenden's kart and the rear end of Ben Cowley's kart.
Brave choice of words.
Select.
Select choice of words.
To be very careful with my pronunciation and ordering of the sentence there. But Oliver Appleby. Now, Oliver Appleby, number 34. So it's one of the GMS karts. So this circuit was taken over by James Clark, the Clark family, in 2011. James's son Cameron Clark raced in the British Championships as a TKM driver for several years, always under the Clark Karts banner. It was Clark racing for Clark Karts was always a brilliant commentary trick that I had to try and master. And they worked well, but Cameron, I say little Cameron, is now big Cameron. And he's strutting around, you know, with like muscles on muscles. He's mechanicking. I'm not sure if it's one of the drivers in this class or one of the GMS drivers in the senior class. But yesterday, whilst we're waiting, so the first heat of yesterday's 177 action, Appleby converted pole position into a 1.7 second victory over Ben Davis. Ben Davis, who was a nationally ranked driver in the senior class for several years. He's always run with Dan Holland Racing, and he's always had his number 86 kart. Then Lewis Large was third. Charlie Whaley was fourth. Charlie Whaley went to the Mike Spencer Motorsport team. Chris Thomas was fifth. Matthew Easton sixth. Ben Cowley seventh. Henry Ayres eighth. James Ockenden ninth, and Colin Davis rounded out the top 10.
It looks like James Ockenden had a slight issue leaving the pit lane. He has now left the pits, but did have to have a little bit of assistance, so I'll have to keep an eye on that one.
Oh no, so there was again, you know, Darren Arneson was saying about the karts. You can't hear the karts as well this weekend. Well, you can hear in the background there
a lot of wind.
Yes, and it's not the hot air that I'm producing. That's just general. That is wind from, you know, the gods.
Yes.
And it does mean that the microphones out on track aren't picking up the kart noise. Oh, we're going to false start.
We're going around again.
The microphones out track side aren't picking up the. I mean, we could just. If you commentate, I'll just go. That would help. We'll try that.
We'll try our own sound.
I'll do my best to sort of create some special
two-stroke noise.
Yes.
How are you going to create the Honda Cadet noise? In fact, don't answer
that. I need a fizzy drink and a kebab, and then
a good belly rumble.
Yeah.
That's what I need. Excellent stuff.
Second time lucky, hopefully. Oliver Appleby and Chris Thomas, the two GMS karting teammates. GMS karts, they've been, there's two of them at the back as well, with James Upton and Ben Cowley. Really good to see a really big GMS kart presence here. I've got to say, the GMS chassis, they're on the Tony Kart chassis. The GMS chassis, I think, may be something consigned to karting history books for the time being. They're all on Tony Karts. Here we go. 10 minutes, 10 karts. Rotax 177 Heat 2 gets underway, and all safely through the first chicane. There's the number 9 kart of Charlie Whaley. Again, one of the drivers returning to the championship. He finished ninth last year, but he's just lost out there, and already the two front row drivers taking advantage of this battle between Whaley and Matthew Easton for the Coles Racing team to pull away, and I think they've taken Ben Davis with them.
Yeah, these two at the front breaking away, and straight away the 56 looking down the inside. That was a bold move for the second place spot so early on, but couldn't get it done that time around. So Chris Thomas is going to have to try again.
Yep, and of course Chris Thomas, again, one of these interesting drivers. He raced in the Seat Cupra Cup back in the day. He did a lot of saloon car racing, almost, just a couple of steps before the British Touring Car Championship, but then he decided to come back into karting. I think first of all it was just like, I'm going to do one race, I'm going to do the old plate race, and see what this, and then now he's like, karting all the time. He says it's a lot more fun, you get a lot more bang for your buck.
Yeah.
And if you do have a bang, it's less bucks.
Yes,
in a car than a car.
That's always drawn me away from that one again. Another little lunge. It looks like he's a lot more comfortable under braking as Chris Thomas and Ben Davis through that last corner. Whether or not he can get past on that last corner, we've seen many lunges in the previous ones from the junior and the other senior drivers. Of course, these drivers have got that little bit more weight that they've got to carry through some of these faster corners, so they're going to, I suspect, a little bit more cautious. Or am I speaking rubbish there?
No, not at all. Certainly no less rubbish than I normally spout. But yes, the number 34 car. So Appleby trying to take a double heat victory. So of course each driver will compete in 2 heat races. That'll set the grid positions for the final, the pre-finals, and then the pre-final result will set the starting lineup for the grand final itself. We're coming down towards the end of the heats. We've got 2 more heats to go after this. So we've got one more junior heat and then one more Cadet Honda heat. But yeah. We've got Appleby, who's yesterday was quite comfortable in terms of victory, in terms of his winning margin, but today, so far, Ben Davis and Chris Thomas keeping him very, very honest indeed. Lewis Large is his 4th, then it's Matthew Easton, Charlie Whaley, 5th and 6th. Colin Davis, who retired on the opening lap yesterday, he is having a strong drive in 7th, with Henry Ayres, James Ockenden and Ben Cowley all still running, all still within 5 seconds of the race leader. But it's this man on your screen now, going to the second chicane, number 86, Ben Davis, who has really got to get his head down to stop Appleby pulling away like he did yesterday.
Yeah, gap 0.4 of a second at the moment between first and second of Appleby and Davis. So a little bit of a gap already forming. 0.3 it is now as they cross one of the sector markers out there. Less than 7 minutes to go. Now the gap on screen doesn't look visibly that large. It looks like there are still in a group of 3 as they go through. The 86 there, Ben Davis clouting the curbs as they go through, and just looks very controlled out there. All 3 look very controlled, I would say.
And with a circuit this bumpy, with curbs that are this thing, with no suspension on the karts, these karts are carrying an extra 15 kilos than the seniors. So the drivers have got to be a little bit more circumspect when it comes to attacking the curve, because of course every time you attack a curve, you're putting more pressure on the front end of the front end of the suspension geometry of the car. Not suspension geometry, there's no suspension. Shut up, Henry, what are you talking about? But in terms of the track rods and then the actual mechanical issues on the mechanical part of the front of the car.
Yeah.
So you can bend a chassis frame much easier.
Yeah. Very used to bent chassis.
Yes. Well, Ben Davis is throwing caution to the wind at the moment. New fastest lap, closing in within 2 kart lengths now of Appleby. Maybe that 3 or 4 kart lengths as they spread out down the straight, but then under braking, although Appleby late on the brakes, Davis gets a tighter line coming off the corner. The Coles Racing number 13 of Lewis Large is now he's broken away from Matthew Easton and Colin Davis, who's trying to get up to that front pack to make it from a triple to a quartet.
Yes, and I suspect if we get 4 drivers in this one, it could become a very interesting race. Appleby sets the new fastest lap that time around, so responding to Davis, I'm sure he's getting some signals from the side of the track going,
Yep.
frantic hand waving.
Yes, so it's like doing the, Mambo number 5,
Yeah.
with the hand signals. Either that or the mechanics are having a fit, but they're having a fit all the time, screaming and shouting, urging their pilots on. I think in the senior 177 class, the drivers focus solely on the kart in front of them. So Kimi Raikkonen.
Yes.
Shut up, I know what I'm doing.
Having an ice cream at the same time.
Yeah. And we'll see. Oh, now Appleby's kart there, you can see coming through turn, we're going to call that turn 6 or turn 5. Coming out of turn number 5, the rear end of Appleby's kart was certainly a little bit more sort of slidey, technical term that is. Slidey than Ben Davis's kart. Ben Davis getting a much better drive off the corner, the rear end was biting more.
But again, the tyres that they use on these...
the Mojo D5.
Yes. And, of course, is it a fresh set each race, or are they...
No, it's one set for the weekend.
One set for the weekend.
One set for the weekend, yeah. I mean...
You've got to look after those tyres.
Well, I mean, these 177 drivers, breakfast cost them £12.50 in the cafe.
Yeah.
So they you can't afford more tyres when there's a full English to be dealt with before we go racing.
Yes.
But Ben Davis, quick lap from Ben Davis. Not the fast lap, I don't think, but certainly one of his best laps, and he's closing in now on Appleby. He's putting Appleby under pressure. Chris Thomas is now 6 or 7 kart lengths back in 3rd position, and there's a gap of 1.5 seconds then back to Lewis Large in 4th. But certainly looks like Ben Davis, as the race goes on, he's increasing the pressure, and again you can just see that the rear end trajectory of the number 34, the race leading kart there. I know they say loose is fast, but that was a little bit too loose, perhaps for Appleby's liking, and he's under pressure now.
Yeah, Davis now right behind, less than 0.3 per second, just over 0.2 of a second is the gap. And it looks like he's eyeing up, doesn't it, Davis? And who's that's come into the pits with the mechanical issue by the looks of it? Is it the 11
no,
or
it's
71?
70, and ask Colin Davis again. So Davis, one of the privateer drivers, and we've got a nice couple of features on privateer drivers and team-based drivers coming up for you during one of the breaks that Alpha have put together for you. Colin Davis, one of the privateer drivers out of this race again. Now, Ben Davis, I think, he's going to... I'm always, trying to predict what a kart driver will do is dangerous at the best of times. But this race has all the hallmarks of looking like Ben Davis is going to be content to sit behind Appleby. You may see him check over his shoulder once just to see where Chris Thomas is, but oh no, there we go. Shows what do I know? I'm there saying that Ben Davis is going to sit behind the race leader, and he pops up the inside going into turn number 3 and takes the race lead away on lap number 13. Can Appleby respond?
I'm sure he can as we go into the final corner, and there again is the famous last corner lunge. Appleby responds straight away. Again, another Rossi special there. Try and get them back in the next corner, otherwise you won't get them back at all. Yep,
that's very true. The best form of defence is attack. The best form of attack is attack.
Yes.
Yeah. So now, but can Davis respond? So this is where he took the lead a lap ago. No, Appleby is too fast into turn 3 this time. Over the hump. And you can see you go over the hump just as you want to turn right and get the kart set up for the corner. So you've got to literally, as the kart sort of lands, if you want, then you've got to turn it. So it's like a mini, like the Flugplatz at the Nürburgring, and that's the only time that Lydd has ever been compared to an area of the Nordschleife.
Yeah, well, there you go. I've done about 1,000 laps around the Nordschleife in virtual reality.
Ah, right.
Not in real life.
Oh, I tell you what, I bet you trade those thousands of virtual laps for one real lap in a racing car.
I probably would, but if I was, if I was going to do it, I think a couple of slow laps first.
A couple of slow laps first. Yes, but here we go. Can Ben Davis respond? So he knows. I mean, we can see this visually on our screen, but if we can see it, then Ben Davis will definitely know it. He knows he's better than Appleby coming out of turn number 5. He's got a better drive off turn 5 onto the back straight. He's also already shown his hand coming out of this corner they're coming through now and under braking for turn 3.
Now, I think he's not going to go for that again. What I think is going to happen is last lap board's going to come out.
Oh, he had a little look at it. Oh, he had a look at it. Look crossed up.
He had a small look, didn't he?
He had a glance.
just a little smidge to say, I'm still here, still here.
Through the curtains.
Yeah. But now that's compromised it.
Yeah.
He's opened that gap up now. It's now 0.3 of a second as the last lap board comes out. Now, if he was going to go for a move, I think it wasn't going to be at the same place he did last time. I reckon he's going to go for that last corner lunge because he knows
he's
that
he's good onto the back straight.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. So let's see, but can he get himself into position? Oh, yellow flags.
Yeah.
So somebody has started. That's Matthew Easton has gone out. And there's a look over the shoulder, and looks like Ben Davis is right into position. So let's see if your forecast proves correct. Out of this corner here, again, Davis is tighter on the exit. Good run, good run.
Goes defensive, does Appleby, so Davis will have to go to the outside. Is he going to try and get the switch back here, or he tries to go the long way round? Can he get it? It's a short run to the line, but Appleby takes it from Davis.
Good driving there from both. You could see coming into the corner. I mean, if you look back, on YouTube once this is over, and you look back there, as Davis is braking, he was still blipping the throttle. He was sort of riding the brakes into that corner to make sure that the kart didn't understeer. Just dragged the brakes, blip the throttle as he turned in to try the undercut, but Appleby positioned his kart perfectly there, and Davis didn't quite have enough time but you read his mind. You knew what he was there, Anthony, I have to say. But Oliver Appleby, 2 wins out of 2 for driver number 34. And I'm told that there are arses. See, this is why the internet exists. Not for that reason. It also exists for that reason. But this is why it exists today. So that John O'Dalton can tell me that there are still a few GMS chassis still being used by the team in junior, but not in this class. But it's Appleby Davis by 900ths of a second. Chris Thomas, Lewis Large, Henry Ayres, the top 5. Charlie Whaley for the Mike Spencer Motorsport team was next. Then it was James Ockenden and Ben Cowley. Matthew Easton sadly retired 2 laps from home. We saw also Colin Davis going in. There's Chris Thomas coming across the line. Looks a bit hot and bothered. And there's the number 29, Henry Ayres, who's recently graduated out of junior, so he did a year in senior, then moved up into 177. And that's a nice 8 and 7 to start a crash on it, isn't it?
It is.
But the red and the blue being used instead of the green and the black. And that would be the number 72 of... No, it's number 12. Sorry, it's the number 12 of James Ockenden.
It does look like a 72 though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does look 72. And this is the only class where a driver's chuffed to be underweight. No, they're not really. And yeah, he's thinking, oh, done well there. Look at that.
Yeah. Well, to answer the question of Neo Clark on the stream, yes, up next is Junior Rotax.
So race number 13, the penultimate heat of the morning. Before we get into the repechages and the pre-finals, a few minutes to go before the start of this one. And again, another strong 25 kart grid. This is Junior Rotax Group A and Group B set to start. And Matthew Higgins, who we saw win the opening heat race, he'll start alongside a surprise of qualifying, not to her, but certainly to a lot of people that new in the championship, Caitlin May. Now, Caitlin had a strong run yesterday, but she got a nose cone penalty, she got a start line infringement penalty, which dropped her down the order, but she's a very strong contender. Archie Walker starts third, alongside an aggrieved Daniel Armstrong in fourth, Harley Horton fifth, and Logan Parker in sixth. Now, Armstrong ended the race in the barriers yesterday after a clash with Jez Williams, but the blame not apportioned either way. Racing incident, it was called. Matty Hingley, Jack Meakin, Louis Weaver, Freddie Spindlow, who finished second in yesterday's heat, Alex Hughes and Joe Linden, Harry Linden's older brother, starts 12th.
13th on the grid, Tristan Rennie, and then it's Kieran Kay in 14th place. Ben Blue, I actually really like that name, it kind of rolls off the tongue quite very well. 15th place, and then it's Sam Gornell in 16th. Ryan Willis in 17th with Oliver Marinsky.
Oh, and it's Oliver Martinsky.
Martinsky, thank you,
Oliver
in 18th.
Martinsky.
In 18th.
Poppy Stevenson is 19th, and Jessica White rounding out the top 20 for the Callum Hargrave Driver Development Programme. Archie Kitchen and Rito Komata from Japan for Project 1 Racing starts 22nd. Callum Green and privateer driver Drew Perry start on the outside of row 1. We've got a nice little feature on Drew Perry. This is his first time in the British Championship. And then Nicole Sutherland starting 25th. But yeah, when there's a break in the action, those of you watching at home, and there are lots of you, thank you very much. Yeah, have a watch at some of the features that Alpha produced about whether it's better to be with a team, or the advantages and disadvantages of being a privateer or with a team, and why some drivers choose to race the way they do, either just as a family team or with a supportive, a bigger awning around them in technical support. It's a couple of great little features. Drew Perry featuring in one of those. But you can watch this today, obviously on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and it's also on the British Kart Championships Facebook page, the the Motorsport UK Facebook page, and of course the Alpha Live Facebook page. I have to say a massive thank you to all the viewers. I think last Sunday's broadcast at Rowra has gained, well, it was about 11,000 views on Monday after the race meeting. And let me say, now, I mean, talk amongst yourselves, because I'm not looking through my phone now to try and bring up that on YouTube. I'm not, honestly. Alpha Live have, we've got 11,000 nearly subscribers on Alpha Live. So that's every subscriber has watched last Sunday's broadcast, and a couple of them have watched it twice. Probably someone's mum or dad.
And if you did watch it and you didn't subscribe, you should,
Yes.
so you don't miss out on any more action.
Absolutely ridiculous for not subscribing. I can't believe you haven't done that.
Yes.
That's an outrage, is what it is. I mean, Kartmaster's up to 24,000 views, which is not bad, is it? Well, I can't quite see now, and I'm not going to get distracted looking home. My son is watching back home. Hello, Henry. Are you behaving yourself? He got grounded earlier in the week.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Shall I tell you why?
Oh, go on.
He thought that texting, because he's got a new phone, see?
Right.
And he wanted to transfer all his photos from his old phone to his new phone.
Right.
And he thought the texting's free, because in the contract it says, oh, look at that, unlimited text, not photos.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
Hefty bill.
462 photos later. Oops. I didn't ground him, personally. I'm not paying that bill. I paid the new bill for the new phone, but I didn't want to pay the old bill, so I thought it was quite humorous myself. Oh dear, hope you're behaving yourself, Henry. The Macaulay Bishop fan club, he's not racing this weekend, but Macaulay Bishop's American fan club from Royal Oak, Michigan, also tuning in, watching from across the pond. So, this is going to be Higgins against Caitlin May on the front row of the grid. Archie Walker, Daniel Armstrong on the outside of row 1. So we've got two Dan Holland racing karts on the top 2 rows of the grid, and the Argenti Motorsport kart of Archie Walker on the Kart Republic chassis. Then you've got the GMS karting with Caitlin May is on a Tony kart. You've got a couple more Tony karts on row 3, Harley Horton and Logan Parker. Then you've got the Matty Hingley's Kart Republic chassis. And the Cosmic of Jack Meakin's Vision Motorsport entry. Watch for fast, very spin low in kart number 60.
Reading the comments there.
Oh, he's reading the comments.
He got quiet.
Yeah, if I go quiet, it's either I'm trying to suppress a burp, or I've spotted something out the window that's interesting, which I wouldn't do it on track, or I'm just reading the comments. But I was just glancing down at a nice little, variety of chassis there. I thought I'd just give the viewers a break from my drivel.
Well,
Anthony.
That's better, probably better than my drivel.
Well, it's my I've got Welsh drivel, which is even harder to understand than English drivel.
Well, it's kind of an English/German drivel.
Lovely. Right, here we go. Well, let's get going with the Welsh at the front. Matty Higgins gets them underway into the first chicane. Have they gone racing? Are they looking at
the
they
timing,
look like they're racing.
The timing screens don't say they are.
No, that's true, because do you know what? I thought that there was a little bit of a tardy start, but the race clock is ticking. Well, let's have a look. We'll soon find out when they all slow down, or if they don't slow down. They come in turn number 5. There's people on their walkie-talkies, but no, do you know what? This looks...
I think we're racing.
It looks pretty racy to me.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, and certainly Higgins is showing no sign of slowing down. He did get the mother and father of all jumps at the start. Look at that. At the end of lap number 1, he leads by our screen. It's our timing screen that decided to have a little hiccup thing. But, I mean, that was a very, very good start. I mean, he made a great start in one of his heat races last weekend, did Matthew Higgins, and if he's timed that one right, well, that was brilliant. There's a move. There's Caitlin May in kart number 52 trying to hold off the number 95 of Logan Parker, and May back. That's Parker now losing a position to the number 20 kart of Harley Horton, the KR Sport team, and somebody pitting back in the pack there. Couldn't quite see who that was coming in to retire. And there's the number 8. That's one of the. Is that number 80?
The 42 that's retired. So that's Ryan Willis.
The Project 1 team.
Very disappointed.
Yes, there's no better way than to show your displeasure than by slapping the steering wheel and potentially bending the steering column when you get out of the car.
Yeah, I'm sure the mechanics really appreciate that.
Yep. There's Caitlin May, the Union flag crash helmet, losing a place there to driver number 20. And there's the 2 KR Sport cars. That's Freddie Spindlow sticking his nose where Caitlin didn't want him to. Going into the final corner, but he makes the position, and May gets shuffled wide there, but that's Horton and Spindlow going through there.
So Higgins still leading the way. Not sure by how much.
No, I mean it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. We'll say that. That we can say with a certain degree of confidence. But I mean, Matthew Higgins is having a great day. He's not getting much coverage, but of course, when you just disappear off in the front,
you don't.
You don't. No, you make an event of it.
Yes.
You know,
ease off, let them catch back up.
Exactly.
Give it a bit of a scrap and carry on.
And now there's the number 40 kart of Archie Walker in what is 2nd place, and another driver retiring.
The 27.
That's the DSM Motorsport kart of Callum Green, who is. He's closing it, but yeah, so Walker in 2nd. That's the 2nd of the Dan Holland Racing Karts. Number 14 of Daniel Armstrong. Now Armstrong will have the bit between his teeth, because what happened yesterday, so I mean, Jez Williams did exactly what Armstrong is doing there, went up the inside of Armstrong, but Armstrong tried to hang on around the outside of the final corner. They both tangled and went into the barrier on the right hand side there. Williams was able to continue, Armstrong wasn't. And to add insult to injury, someone behind them, and I can't remember who that was, then piled into the wreckage. Everyone was okay. I mean, the only thing hurt was pride and a few bits of bodywork. And there's Caitlin May. I mean,
that's a bumper that's come off on one of those karts there.
Yeah, the driver that she sort of like clipped the rear of there has had a problem with it. And of course, again, Caitlin, this is not really kind. She qualified superbly, but over 1 lap she was like a rocket. Now she's sort of in race conditions. You know, the driver's a little bit more experienced at this level. This is like she is a rookie in the British Championship. So the drivers that have got more experience than her at this level are starting to sort of come through. But she's fending them off as best she can, and trying to obviously stay out of trouble at the same time and get a good finishing position. And that's Logan Parker. So Logan Parker, and so that was the driver that you saw Caitlin May battling with. So rear bumper,
front to rear bumper
contact.
Yes, and the rear bumper losing.
Yes, indeed. Now, did the nose cone bracket of Caitlin May's car equally lose out? There's a side-by-side move, and that is Freddie Spindlow, I believe, going through in the number 60 car. Yes, it was Spindlow passing the number 14 of Armstrong, so that will be the 3rd position. So again, apologies that we can't bring you the running order down the side of the screen. We, myself and Anthony Jordan, Anthony,
clouting my arm.
I mean, we are standing socially distancing in the commentary box, but when my arms get a bit theatrical, so Anthony's.
I'm the first one to know.
Fall victim to it. But, so we're sorry we can't bring you the order. I mean, we haven't got the order in front of us either, because our screen, I was sort of like I was theatrically about to slap the screen, but I ended up slapping you instead. I do apologise. But it is Higgins who's leading quite comfortably at the moment. Spindlow is in 2nd place. It is Archie Walker in the number 90 kart in 3rd. And then it is Armstrong in 4th. And behind Armstrong, now I'm going to try and, while you're looking at the screens, it's the number, looks like it's the number 96 Coles Racing Kart of Sam Gornall, who you're looking at on screen. And he's holding off the number 70, I think he's holding off, that's Kieran Kay, the KR Sport team. But up at the front, Higgins leads from Walker, then Spindlow, Armstrong, and then it is the second of the Argenti karts, and Matty Hingley, who's in fifth.
Okay, so we've got an overlay now as they cross the line, so that's going to help massively for the viewers at home to know what's going on. I've refreshed my screen here, but we're going to have to go off the screen as well.
Yeah, we've done the commentary version of Control-Alt-Delete.
Yes.
And it is Higgins by a second on lap number 10. It's under 4 minutes remaining. Walker second, Spindlow third, Armstrong in fourth. Then it's Matty Hingley watching on screen now in fifth, and Hingley has got a whole train of drivers behind him. Oh, it's the KR Sport and Vision Motorsport Pink and Purple Brigade. Horton in the 20 kart, the 15 kart of Hughes, and then the number 91 of Jack Meekin in 8th place. Then it's Gornall in 9th, Kieran Kay in 10th, Tristan Rennie runs in 11th, followed by the number 79 kart of Joe Linden. So Joe Linden in 12th place for the Dan Holland team. Then it's Archie Kitchen in 13th, followed by Louis Weaver in 14th, and Caitlin May has slipped back to 15th position.
Yep, just under 3 minutes left on the clock then.
There's a move.
And there is indeed a move.
That's the first of those KR Sport karts. Harley Horton passing Matty Hingley for 5th place.
Yep, indeed. There's a nice move down the inside there as my timing screen bursts into life in the commentary box.
And yeah, so we can now talk some sense on.
Yes, I've been. It's been lucky you're here because I've been completely lost here. As obviously, some of these drivers I'm aware of, some of these drivers I'm not aware of.
Very few people have ever said, "Oh, that's lucky you're here." Normally, it's people say, "Oh, you're here."
When you do get here.
When I do turn up, hey, better late than never, hey, hey.
There we go.
Right, out of the first hairpin there is the number 91 of Jack Meekin, who is at the 7th place, and he's got a whole train of cars. That's Gornall right behind him in the Coles Racing number 95. A warning flag going out to Alex Hughes, and there goes Kieran Kay passing Gornall, and Kieran Kay bringing the pink and purple army behind him through as well. And there is Joe Linden in kart number 79. Now Joe Linden looks to the inside. No, he's forced back into position there, coming into the final corner. So this is lap number 14 now, 90 seconds to go.
Yeah, still plenty of action in this middle of the pack then, as we're seeing the KR Sports and Cosmic chassis in their, like you say, their pink and purple.
Yeah, so even the race suit's the same colour.
Yes.
with the KR Sport and the Vision team. But that is the Vision number 91 of, I mean, it's got Vision written down the side. It's a bit of a giveaway. But,
it is.
I can't read properly, so,
As they fly by.
They're side by side, and that is the number 74 kart of Tristan Rennie, the Vision number 74, passing his Vision Racing brethren. Jack Meekin for 7th position. So less than a minute to go. We're looking at the 7th, 8th and 9th place battle on screen at the moment. Tristan Rennie, we lost the place, but he lost the place, or he gained the place rather, and set the fastest lap at the same lap. That's very rare.
Yes, 30 seconds left on the clock. They'll get past this lap. And
now Matthew Higgins is lead, and now we've got the timings from. You haven't noticed that Freddie Spindlow in kart number 60. Wow, he's closed up on Higgins, and he's about to put the race leader under the first bit of pressure he has, the first bit of pressure that he has had to put up with
during this race.
Yes.
Just noticing the back of Freddie Spindlow's kart. It's got a bit of a bent rear bumper, so it's been in the wall slightly. You can just see it there. It's bent inwards towards that rear wheel.
And that's very lucky it hasn't actually caught
the
rear
rear wheel. Yes.
Because look at that. It is bent up, but it's not. It's still covering the rear wheel. That's why he has another technical flag. If it had been bent up and the rear wheel was fully exposed, that would be a technical flag. But it's not. But it's I wonder if can you see a little silver groove in that rear tyre? No, there would be smoke coming out of the tyre. I found that. Oh yeah, yellow flag at the final lap. Yellow flag. Oh dear. Right. Okay. I mean, as a commentator, you don't really get involved in controversies, but when a driver makes a move for the lead, you can clearly see a yellow flag being waved, and Matthew Higgins was pointing there. Now, does he give the position back?
I don't think he's noticed, and he's looking behind thinking, I've got such a gap now, and yeah, that's, I think the stewards are going to have a very brief word.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, you hope a steward was listening. I'm not sure they could hear our commentary, but I mean, Freddie Spindlow takes the win, although, and I'll say it because, you know, I don't mind, you know, they can come and knock my door anytime they want, but I mean, clear as day.
Yeah.
You know, you can see the yellow flag in the marshal post, and Higgins wasn't defending into the corner, and Spindlow dived at the inside, took the race lead.
Here's a replay.
Here we are.
Yep,
superb.
Very clear yellow flag there.
I mean, that's, you know, and Higgins didn't suddenly let pull over. He wasn't like, you know, braking early and suckering Freddie into the move. That he was at race speeds. There you have it. I mean, we're not here to do the job of the officials for us, but I mean, certainly, I think there may be a repercussion to that.
I feel so.
So on the track anyway, here's your results.
Yeah. Spindlow then taking the win from Higgins. I'm sure Higgins is going to be straight to the stewards on that one, but we'll see. Walker in third, Armstrong takes fourth, and the top five, Harley Horton. There's the rest of the field there. You've got Caitlin May finishing 13th.
I mean, I wonder if a driver's ever gone in to see the officials and said, well, I'm colourblind.
Yeah.
It
could have been a green flag.
Yeah, I'm colourblind. You know, let's get the optician down here.
Yeah.
Which of course there's not an optician on site. I wonder if that's ever happened, but you know, you never know. But so there's the leaders. There goes Archie Walker. Another strong drive from Archie Walker to finish in third place. There's the number 74 of Tristan Rennie, who's going over the weighbridge. And there's the 96, Tristan Rennie finishing 7th. And the 96 of Sam Gornall finishing in 11th place. Kitchen was 12th. Caitlin May 13th. But we've reached the end of the heats. One more race to go in the heats.
So Honda Cadets will take to the track in just a moment, and what a fascinating race that we had in this group earlier on. I believe they were one of the other classes, so a fantastic group of drivers. Here's the grid though for this heat. Joshua Graham starting on the front row with Lewis Islin second place. Then it's Max Cuthbert in third place with Blake Ticehurst in fourth place. Jensen Graham in fifth with William Murray in sixth place. Seventh place on the grid, Henry Jocelyn for Ambition Motorsport with Ralph Youngling in eighth place. Gustav Uzakovs,
our Latvian based, well, he's Latvian, you know, family.
There you go. He is in ninth place. Aston Sharp in 10th place. Ewan Chairman in 11th. And then it's Casey Lynch, a privateer, in 12th place.
Alfie Thompson in kart number 87 starts 13th alongside Sonny Mortensen. Owen Neve and Kaiser Raymond are on row 8. Cole Denham and Devon Nolan on row number 9. Saw Devon race very well a couple of weeks ago at PF International, but he's struggling here. Harrison Mackie and Aston McAndrew Uren round at the top 20. Alex Horcutt and Leon Hasty. Nice, he wasn't too hasty in qualifying, finishing in starting 22nd. Boom, here all day. Adam Wooden rounds out the field. Sorry, I apologise. That was punditry at its most obvious.
Yes, obvious punditry. Well, they had a fascinating race earlier on in the day.
Yes, and
with
I hope that Mr. Graham is okay.
Yes, of course. Obviously recovering from that one, but I do hope we see most of the same that we saw in the last one. Not all of it. We don't want to see a repeat of some.
No. But obviously both Grahams, because it was Jensen Graham who was involved in that instance. So he should be starting 5th in number 20. Yeah, I mean we'll have a repeat of all the great racing. Maybe not a repeat of the ambulance doing a lap.
Yes, hopefully that's what we want. But if we can get 3 wide round the final corner again, I would be a happy chappy.
That would be something. That would be a nice way to end this early portion of the race meeting before we get into the repechages for the other classes. There will be a brief break, I believe. I haven't got a timetable in front of me.
I can put a timetable on this little
do you know
screen
what?
right here. There it is.
Ever the professional, Anthony Jordan.
Yeah.
So this is race 14, and the senior Rotax repechage is due to start at 12:40. So we do have a brief sojourn, so that we can see some of the features that Alpha produced over the course of the weekend yesterday, before we have 2 repechages, and then the official lunch break. And before the pre-finals and the final. So this is, even though this is the end of the heat races, it's not like last weekend where there were no pre-finals. This is the pre-final and the final, so that the Cadet Hondas, at the end of this race, every driver will still have at least 2 races to go. The drivers that make it into the repechage and then get into the pre-final have 3 races to go.
Oh, well, there you go. His surname is Murphy, not Murray. That may have been me on that one.
Well, hang on, that's weird stonk saying that.
Yes.
But if you, William Murphy. Well, if weird stonk, if you would have said it was, mine's Bill, I'm Bill Murphy. I could have said we could have. So sorry, William Murphy for the Ambition Motorsport number 95 team. William Murray. William Murray. Where have I heard that name before?
I'm not sure.
Will Murray. Oh, it's Bill Murray. He's a comedian, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
He was in Ghostbusters.
He was.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, there we are.
There we go. But yes, I'm terrible with names. So if anyone who's watching the stream and goes, he's absolutely slaughtered that name, I apologise. Yes, you're going to be saying it for quite a while.
They've been saying it to me for years.
I will get better at it once I get used to the names. It's new names. I've come from many grids. I've commentated on bike racing where we've had 50 riders in one race. In the same race. How do you remember that many names?
I know, and there's half as many wheels, and of course you can the numbers are much smaller because it's only on the front fairing of a bike.
The numbers were tiny; it was impossible to see them. Yeah. And the annoying thing was that the numbers on the bikes didn't match the numbers that they had on the screen. That's always which was impossible.
and I got to say, I know, obviously you're new to the British Champions this year, Anthony.
Yes.
I mean, you're getting used to the names. Next time out at Kim Bolton, it's all the TKMs. Another load of different drivers.
Yes, yeah, a whole new bunch of drivers. Thank you very much. It's just I might just go and fall over now.
Yes. Well, I mean, if the excitement of the first Cadet heat is mirrored here, then it's going to be a very, very good race indeed. We're just waiting for the clock to tick around. About 60 seconds to go.
Been kind of tucked away in a helmet room, haven't we?
Well, yeah. This is the corporate changing room of a Lydd International Kart Circuit. So
we can just see the track as we're kind of behind and under race control. That's kind of what's in front of us. And as I say, yes, we're underneath this camera position where I believe, if the eagle-eyed of you would have saw this cameraman fall over, I think earlier. His camera came up.
Always a good shot. Always a good one for the socials. That is.
It is, yes, isn't it?
Cameraman falling over, director having kittens, not because he thinks the cameraman hurt himself, but as the very expensive camera hurt itself.
Yes, yeah. The cameraman is expendable.
Yes.
The camera isn't
expensive.
Yes.
No. Oh, good luck to Aston and Oliver in the Hungary Team Zip Kart. That's Sir Charles Green Racing doing in there. So yeah, good to see the Zip chassis back. Now, for many years, Zip was the go-to chassis in Cadet. Mr. Karting, Martin Hines, Mr. Zip, the late Martin Hines. Zip guided so many drivers to glory. The Zip Edge is back this year, and there's new tyres which sort of suit that kart a little bit better, because last year we were in a situation where there were no Zips in the British Kart Championship, or there may be one or two, but it was, you've got obviously Joshua Graham, the Synergy chassis, you've got Lewis Islin on the Zenon chassis, you've got plenty of the all ever-present Project One chassis as well, and then you've got Aston McAndrew Uren, and Oliver's not in this race, the other Zip driver. Caden McQueen, who you will be familiar with from last week's racing, he is helping to run the Zip team here this week, doing a bit of driver coaching. So here we go, out onto the rolling lap ahead of the standing start. And it'll be so number 88, Ambition Motorsports, Joshua Graham. The SFR Motorsports, Screed Flooring Racing.
Ooh.
Yes. Again, just a sponsor, not necessarily like a driver or an ex-driver lending the name to the team. This is a company sponsoring a kart racing team and getting the naming rights to it. We need more of that in karting, just companies that, and of course now with all the events live streamed, the coverage being so comprehensive and in depth that
there's a lot more opportunity for it.
Sponsors and there's advertising space. So
Now,
speak to
are we going round again? No, it's static. It's static, isn't it? I'm getting better. I remembered.
Well, after that last junior Rotax start, where they were pretty well spread out,
yes,
you can be forgiven for thinking, is it we going to go? Because they were looking like the
yes.
But no, they all stop into line. But of course, there's advertising space on here. This is an 8-hour broadcast.
Look at the size of the back of that timing clock.
Well, no, I did speak to Ian Rogers about that, and he said, yes, we do need an advertiser to go on the back of the clock. Speak to motorsport-timing.co.uk, Ian Rogers, and you can get a nice logo on the back of that.
Your name here.
I'm thinking any company that's related to wiring would be good looking at the back of that. Lights are green, we're off and racing, however. Enough of this sponsorship chitter-chatter. There's racing to be talked about. Off we go. There's Ralph Youngling, that very distinctive green and white liveried kart. Down towards turn number 2 we head. Pole position holder Joshua Graham in the lead. And I'm good to see that both Grahams are out there. So Jensen Graham in kart number 22. From the ambulance to the grid, he's okay. That's the most important thing. Oh, somebody has gone up. That's a Project 1 kart that was off and in the bark, coming out of the second hairpin, but so far it is the pole sitter, the 2 front row drivers. Or is that Max Cuthbert from third of the grid of the number 34 kart? Who is that? Is that the 12 or the 34 in second? It is the 12, so it's Lewis Islin from second on the grid, has converted second place into P2 at the end of lap number 1.
Yep, lap number 1, Joshua Graham leading the way from Islin. And then it's Ticehurst in third place at the moment, at 1 position from the original qualifying spot of 4th place. And everyone going through, just under 9 minutes left on the clock. Of course, we've only just started, so 1 lap completed.
Yep, and already you can see the top 6 shaping up nicely in a train. There's the S-plate. Oh, that's Aston Sharp, the Scottish Super Series champion. He is there. He's again. Dean McDonald shot onto the karting scene wearing the S-plate several years ago, and he went on to race internationally. He's played to race sports cars and things like that. His dad, Johnny McDonald, runs the Shocks engine, Shocks Performance engine tuning, car engine tuning business. In lots of 2-stroke cadets use Shocks Performance. There's change for second place, however. And there's Ambition 1-2. And Blake Ticehurst muscling his way up the inside of Lewis Islin, going into turn number 3. Islin trying to hang out on the outside, but eventually getting bounced over that curb and having to fall back into line. And Jensen Graham and the Synergy Racing team, the Synergy factory driver, is there in 4th position. Top 6 with the 2 other Ambition karts of Ewan Charman in kart 10 and William Murphy in kart number 95, 7th and 8th. So again, already potentially an 8-kart battle as Casey Lynch getting a start line. Jump start for Casey Lynch.
That is suboptimal.
Suboptimal. That's such a good word. I mean, that was really bleep, 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 bleep.
Yes.
Suboptimal. I like that.
Yeah. Not something you want in your race. Just over 7 minutes left on the clock, and yes, like I say, we've got pretty much a carbon copy so far of what we had in the previous race. They are starting to open up a little bit of a gap, though. The front 3 just slightly breaking away from the 2 that are leading the way at the moment. So you've got Joshua Graham and Blake Ticehurst. They're kind of broken away from the 2nd or the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place karts. And I'm sure after a while they'll start to close up, and I'm sure these guys will say to them, don't start overtaking, let's just go in a line, let's catch back up, let's push each other, let's catch back to those front 2. And of course, if those front 2 start squabbling, which they inevitably will.
Very inevitable, yes.
Yes, I suspect then it will all concertina back up again in the last few moments, and we'll see some last corner lunges again. They're my baby.
Yes.
Warning flag.
Oh, that is for Jensen Graham.
It is. Now,
so
what
he's there in fifth
potentially
position.
could
Well,
track limit?
no, that would be say bumper to bodywork or bumper to bumper contact of some description.
Well, he's getting ready for touring cars.
Yeah, he is absolutely. He's just. I mean, they're at Alton Park this weekend,
Yeah.
which is a million miles away from this.
Yeah.
In every aspect. But
that's in another world right now.
Now, I have noticed one thing that two drivers we're not talking about at the front of the group, and that is Ralph Jungling in 18th position, and Gustav Usakov's down in 22nd. Now,
what happened there?
Well, Jungling started 8th, and Usakov started 9th.
Right.
I think we might leave that there.
I think that's put it together.
There we go. Approaching half distance, however, and we've got 6 carts. Is that 6?
No, I think it's 8.
It's 8. Okay, it's 6.5. You know, there's a slight gap between the
There
top
is.
6, and then Isling in 7th and Murphy in 8th. But just look at that. How quickly Isling, running a strong second, gets shuffled back to the pack. And Aston Sharp, we haven't spoken much about Aston Sharp. Look at him, he's popped up there into 3rd position. He started all the way back in 10th. And again, like we saw Timo Jungling do in the first heat race, just start at the back of the group and work his way, pick them off one by one by one. And Aston Sharp, that S-plate kart, he's
Moved himself up to the sharp end of the field.
yeah, he runs for the Project 1 East Anglia racing team. He's got RPM racing engines. RPM, my engine builder during my sort of less than illustrious karting career.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't talk much about the 2005 Landau Kart Club Senior Pro Kart Championship. We don't talk about it enough, really, live on air. But you know, Roger Pitchford's RPM Racing, they again preparing Honda engines for not all the drivers, but a good number of them. We've got a Bontoff Racing engine up there for Ewan Charman and Blake Ticehurst. But the leaders come out of turn 5 onto the back straight. Graham under pressure for the lead. There goes Aston Sharp up to 2nd at the expense of number 36 Blake Ticehurst, and Jensen Graham goes through. So it's Joshua Graham who leads. Aston Sharp 2nd, Jensen Graham in 3rd position now. And then it is 4th place for the 2nd Graham. Jensen Graham now in 4th. Ticehurst, then Charman, Cuthbert, Islin, Murphy, and then a big gap back to number 87, Alfie Thompson. So the SFR Motorsport number 87 of Alfie Thompson in 9th place. But yeah, there's a big gap. But he's got Sonny Mortensen right behind him. Then another big gap back to Devon Nolan, Owen Neve, and Casey Lynch. Leon Hastie's moving up into 14th place.
And there we go, down the inside, the 22. And that is Joshua Graham fighting back, moves back into the lead. And you saw a little bit earlier on in the lap, the S-plate of Aston Sharp being muscled out wide through turns 4 and 5. And he's muscling his way back to try and get that 3rd place spot, and looks to the inside and can't quite get it this one. But your two leaders are side by side now. They slot back into position, and it looks like Ticehurst has moved up into 1st place in that number 36.
Yeah, so new leader for the first time this race, Blake Ticehurst. I'm sure there was a Mark Ticehurst who ran saloon car racing back in the late 90s, early 2000s. Train of thought, Henry. Train of thought. Look at the action on the track. Don't reminisce about who could possibly be related to who, but side by side, and there goes Jensen Graham back into the lead, and running very widely. That was the SFR Motorsport number 34 of Max Cuthbert, losing ground. That puts him back to 6, and we've now, we started with 8, and we've sort of narrowed it down at the moment. 2 minutes to go. That phrase that we used last week, there's not a lot of time left in the race, but there's a long way to go.
Yes.
And we've got 5 at the moment battling for the race lead. Jensen Graham, what a recovery. That winning is the best medicine, for it cures all ills.
Yes, it does. There's nothing better than coming back from an incident like that to get a race win. But into the final corner here, absolutely bumper to bumper is the 36 and the 22 as they go round the final corner, and that's allowing Sharp now to close right back up again. It's now a 3-way battle for the lead with less than 2 minutes left on the clock as they go through, still bumper to bumper, nothing between the 3 of them as they head through now the turn 2 chicane. A very tight entry into a very open sweeping exit into turn 4. or turn 3, I should say, as they go through, and everyone just staying into position. We have seen the last corner lunges in this one, and it seems to be the favourite in this class still as they go through, and it looks like Tishhurst is going to go for it here. A 5-second penalty for Youngling, and that will have been for a start infringement.
Yeah, that would be a start line infringement. Is back into 14th place, but that is going to become about 20th when all is said and done with that penalties applied. 1 minute to go through the first chicane. There's the number 88 car at the back of this lead group. That's Joshua Graham. So you've got Jay Graham leading and Jay Graham at the back of the lead group, but it's Jensen Graham who leads. Joshua Graham at the back of the lead pack. But it's not Jensen Graham in the lead anymore, because there goes Blake Ticehurst in the number 36 Ambition kart for the Paul Janes run team into P1. And Aston Sharp, well, again, very methodical driver from the Scotsman. You saw him take the lead, then he got muscled back, and now he's slowly moving himself towards the business end, and there he's going to take second place away because Jensen Graham retakes the lead, inches apart, and now the 3 Ambition karts, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Well, Aston, what was the film? Be Afraid, Be Very Afraid. Jensen Graham and Aston Sharp, they have got a trio of those Ambition machines right behind them now, and Sharp is now going to have to think about defending second place, because if one of the first of those Ambition karts, if that's Joshua Graham and the number 88 in 3rd place, if one of them gets up the inside, then they all will, although now they won't, because they were side by side behind them between Ticehurst and Ewan Charman in kart number 10. That has allowed Lewis Islin into the mix, and the clock strikes 0. It's going to be last lap board next time around.
Yep, last lap board will be out this time as they cross the line for the final time. The rest of that pack all closing up, but all eyes now on this front 3, the 22, the S-plate and the 88 fighting through. It's Graham, Sharp and Graham. It's the 2 Grahams, Jensen, then Joshua in this final lap pack, and again 4th place seems to have closed in as well. So again, Chairman here could as well have a position to gain as they go through. Still single file. It's still Jensen leading Ashton, leading Joshua.
Through turn number 4 and 5 for the final time. Onto the back straight. Can Aston Sharp do anything? He's got a push from behind by Josh Graham.
Get ready for the lunge.
They're all hugging the inside line. Who's going to try and break a wide line? Oh, around the outside. Who's that coming around the outside? That's the SFR racing car. That's Lewis Islin by the looks of it, I think it was. Coming around the outside to take 4th place, but yeah, Jensen Graham, great to see after taking a bump in the first heat, comes back for victory in heat number 2. Aston Sharp 2nd. It was Lewis Islin. The Ambition drivers were all, Ticehurst, Sharman, were all hugging the inside line, and great, high, wide and handsome for Lewis Islin to take 4th place there at the end. And let's have a little look. That's not bad. The top 8 separated by 3/4 of a second.
Yes,
Not bad.
it's not bad. It's not bad. And I didn't see much lawn mowing going on in this
Nope,
one.
nope.
I only saw racing.
That was racing. None of the karts were gravitated towards the grass.
No.
Yes, you've got to stay off the grass. It's bad for you.
There's your results. Pending post-race scrutiny.
Pending Paul Classen
Yes.
is the word today.
Yes.
Jensen Graham, Aston Sharp. It's a Scottish one too. So even though Aston Sharp has got the Union flag there, it should be the St Andrews flag.
Yes.
You know, there he goes across the line. The Project 1 East Anglia driver. Ralph Youngling, 14th place with a 5-second penalty. That is going to put him right down in about 19th position. Not good news for Ralph Youngling. But we're going to hear more from the Youngling brothers during the break, because they're one of the drivers that we did a feature on yesterday. And I have to say, that's an excellent way to end the morning's racing. Now, the next race is due to start at 12:40. That would be the Junior Rotax Repechage. Obviously, the way things work now, here we are now. So there's comments coming in about the.
They're kind of having the...
about coming down to watch. You're not allowed.
Yes.
No, sorry. Don't come down and watch this. And I know it's great. You can just sit back and watch it back home, because obviously, you know, we're very restricted on the amount of people. People that have come here have had to register, and you know, so don't think of coming down to watch today. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's the only time you'll ever hear me saying don't come and watch kart racing live in person.
Yes.
You're not allowed.
Now, it's quite funny on the stream. They're using the stream chat to have what looks to be a personal conversation between a couple.
Oh,
That's
dear.
what WhatsApp's for.
Yes. So there are some rules about the chat. No talking about Fortnite
Yeah,
or what you're having for lunch
yeah,
in the paddock. It's karting only.
yeah.
But there we go. So there is a scene of the Cadet Honda Park Ferme area as the drivers come in. And there's Mr. Klassen walking on the right-hand side of your screen. He's got Ernie Salmon is the other technical commissioner here. But they will be the ones that are going through the karts and making sure that everything is legal. That's a very good morning of racing. So 20 minutes to go before the next pre-final. Time for us to sign off very briefly. We will be back before the repechages, in junior and senior Rotax, starting at 12:40. Thank you very much for joining us this morning here on the Alpha live stream, and we will see you again shortly.
Welcome to Lydd, 1,040 metres of arduous, narrow, but very testing tarmac here in Kent. And to take us around the lap is Senior Rotax Grand Prix plate winner Morgan Porter. Morgan, let's have a lap of Lydd.
Yeah, let's go through it. I'm excited to show you the difficulties of such an enduring circuit.
Here we are at the first corner of the Lydd International Circuit. And Morgan, it's a very short run from the start line to this very technical S's.
Indeed, it is a very, very short run. It's probably the shortest run in the UK, to be honest with you. And it's very tight indeed. You've got one line, and if you're not on it, then to be honest with you, I think you're going to be screwed. If you're not hooking up the curb as well, really important to hook up the curb. The curb's the main thing here. And it's really enduring as well. If you don't hit it right, it pushes you off straight into the little trap over here. So no, it's going to be a tight one on the start.
And it also makes deciding on where you start on the inside row or the outside row. Like I can imagine that starting on the outside row, 2, 4, 6, those grid positions, is not preferable at all, is it?
Yeah, starting on the outside, it's going to be tricky. Trying to fight your way in, especially coming up to this big curve here, it's going to be hard. But I think if you fight yourself in, the people on the outside are going to have a hard time keeping it in.
Now, once the drivers have negotiated the first S-bend, they head onto a short straight into a second S-bend behind us. That's just a slightly tighter version of the first couple of corners. But from there, they come into the bottom bend, where I think we're going to see plenty of overtaking, because this braking zone here, Morgan, there's a lot of room for a lunge up the inside.
There certainly is. If you leave the door open, there's going to be plenty of room for lots of people to come through. So you're going to expect to see some people covering this corner. If not, there's going to definitely be some overtakes. But hooking up that second chicane is going to be very important as well. Two very enduring curbs. So it's all about getting that second chicane right to get your hairpin overtake done right.
Now, a lot of drivers I've spoken to this morning have said that overtaking is possible at nearly every corner, but you've got to be brave and you need a bit of cooperation from the driver that you're passing. And I'm noticing there's not a great deal of runoff on the outside of this bend.
There is no such as runoff, especially down here as well. There's got to be some sort of respect out on the grids. If there isn't, unfortunately, there are going to be crashes. But yeah, there is overtaking opportunities. Maybe not at every corner, but there is a good solid 3 or 4 maybe around this track.
So from one overtaking opportunity, we go into the only real flowing part of the circuit, the start of the dog leg back towards the paddock. Now, one thing you'll notice about Lydd is that it's flat. Flat, that is, apart from one little crest just behind us there. And that crest, it comes at a really opportunity because you're setting yourself up for a run into this next sort of series of bends, this right, left, right that leads out onto the back straight. How does that affect the kart when you're coming over there, and does it create an overtaking opportunity?
It certainly does create an overtaking opportunity, but there's an unforgiving curve on the inside that you've always got to be wary of. So yeah, no, it's an interesting little corner. There's none like it in the UK, but I'll give you that. Coming over the crest, it unsettles the kart a little bit, but then you can set yourself up for this corner. It's really nice. You go over the long left-hander back onto the back straight, and yeah, it's a really nice little smooth section.
Now, eagle-eyed viewers might have noticed that it's slightly breezy here today. Morgan, how does the wind on a day like this affect the balance of the kart and affect the pace around the circuit?
The wind here is a big factor for sure. The tow can happen at any little straight that you go through, especially like coming into this little bend here. You can get a tow just coming into here, especially. So no, the crosswind as well, going over the hump, can always affect you as well.
So in short, another potential action zone there, the crest into the third sort of complex of corners.
Yeah, sure is.
So we're now on to the approach of the final corner on the circuit, and as you can see, it comes at the end of the longest straight. Now, it gives the drivers a chance for a well-earned break, but also a crucial opportunity to slipstream and set up your rivals for either a move into this final corner or to set them up to come out for a move coming out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, certainly. It's your only break on this circuit. And to be honest, you can't relax because it's with crosswinds like today, you always got to watch yourself because there's the slipstream is going to create a lot of overtaking moves down into this corner. So always watching yourself. But no, it's a nice little straight. It's good to have a little break from a very enduring circuit.
Now, it's a very quick lap time, but like you said, it's a very physical lap. Something that would surprise a lot of people here, because looking at just the flat nature of the place, it is a real physical test for the drivers, isn't it?
It certainly is. I'll probably put it as the most physical track in the UK. It's very hard. The curbs are very dominating, but no, it's a joy to drive. But yeah, it's definitely very physically demanding. With 36-second lap time around here, there's not much of a break at all.
So there you have it. A lap of Lydd International Kart Circuit with 2020 Senior Rotax Grand Prix winner Morgan Porter. Morgan, thank you very much. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you, Henry, and I'll see you over the course of the weekend too.
karting industry in this country needs to have a revolution. We need to fully embrace the indoor karting industry, which represents the touch point for most people, their first taste of motorsport.
Team Sport are really excited to be partnering with Motorsport UK in launching the first ever British Indoor Karting Championships in 2020. Indoor karting is the most accessible form of motorsport, so literally anybody can enter. It's going to be a fantastic championships run exclusively at Team Sport tracks across the whole of the UK.
So the British Karting Championships were very important. You know, it's the place where all of the best drivers were. It was the chance to, or for me to prove, or for any driver to prove that they're the best or that they're capable of winning. There's a lot of good drivers, and you got a lot of different championships here and there, but the British Championships are the main one, or is the main one, and that's something which I actually never won. In Cadets, but I won in Formula Kart Stars in 2012 or something. And I know it's something you always remember. Racing against a lot of the best drivers, which a lot of them that do win go on to do better things in car racing and get to Formula 1 or so on. So the British Championships are some of the most competitive. People come all the way from around the world for them. And yeah, some of the most enjoyable.
I've got a lot of great memories from the British Kart Championship, winning the Cadet Championship in 2009, and then the Mini-Max Championship in 2010 were sort of some of my glory years, let's say. But no, those championships are so important. That's where the best talent all comes together. You're racing against the best in the UK, and it really helped me to push myself further because I knew the competition was so high, and you know, it really helped me raise my game to become a better driver today.
Yeah, the UK karting for me is one of the best. I mean, you've got quality drivers all round.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition, so I've got to make sure I'm focused for this race and all the races for the season.
The British Championship's really one of the hardest I've ever raced in. For anyone, it really is a good learning experience, and although it's a bit emotional sometimes, it's good for the driver.
And you rejoin us here at Lydd International Kart Circuit, myself, Henry Beaudette, and Anthony Jordan, for the start of the Repechages. So it's the senior Rotax Repechage first. The top 28 in points at the end of the heats have already gone through to the pre-final and the final. 6 places remain. Who is going to take them? Lewis Halliday and Rhys Herder on pole on the front row of the grid. Catherine White and James Tomsett on row 2. Bradley Barrett and Sam Stansbury on row 3.
Alexander Luck in 7th place with Luke Wooder in 8th place. Harry Gibson in 9th. Bradley Gill in 10th. Luke Oliver in 11th. And Oliver Meadows in 12th.
There are 21 drivers in total. They come out of the final corner into the tram lines. There was somebody in the middle of that group there that was looked like they were quite out. No one has spinned the first corner. The first time we've seen that all day. And who has been the unlucky? I think it might have been Oliver Meadows, who had driven so well. Yeah. And it looked like it was the number 80 Argenti kart getting spun around. So once again, 6 drivers go through. The battle for the lead is not important. The winner of this race basically starts 29th in the pre-final, and the person that comes 6th starts 34th and last. So we'll be looking at the 6 transfer spots as this 10-minute plus 1 race, 10-minute plus 1 lap race. As a change for second place coming up with the final corner. That looked like the number 98 kart, James Tomsett, the Howarth Racing kart, the comp kart chassis, Philip Howarth's team. Only got a couple of drivers here this way. They got Lewis Malin out as well, but Lewis was safely into the main event. Now trying to get his teammate James Tomsett up into the pre-final as well. Sadly, if you don't make it out of this race, it's go home time.
Indeed, it's not something drivers want to do, so that battle for 6th place is going to be the key one for this race, and it is heating up.
Yeah, Sam Stansbury there making a big move going into the final corner.
Yeah, across the line, the man in 6th place at the moment is Alex Luck, and hopefully Luck is on his side to get through the repechage moment, and of course that all-important bubble section of the grid.
Yep, and there's another driver that we wouldn't expect to be in this race, Luke Wood of the E-Play hold. We saw him retire from his second heat this morning. He moves up into 6th position at the expense of Alex Luck.
Yeah, indeed. So as they go through, it's still nose to tail, and again the 37 looking down the inside there.
Sam Stansbury again looking very aggressive, but it is at the moment Lewis Halliday for the Team Clay Racing outfit leading, kart number 56. James Tomsett for Howarth Racing is second. Looking at the battle for Bradley Barrett is third. Catherine White in the number 33 kart is 4th. Then it's the battle you're looking at on screen for 5th place. It is Sam Stansbury, Luke Wooder, Alex Luck, Luke Oliver, and then the number 92 kart of Harry Gibson is next. The number 24, it's good to see Harry back. I haven't seen Harry race for a long time. Then it's the number 24 of Matt Armstrong, the MLC Motorsport team. Again, another driver we saw having mechanical issues. With only 2 heat races, 1 bad finish could really see you done and dusted. But here is the battle for the race lead. It is Lewis Halliday on lap number 5, leading James Tomsett. Out the second hairpin, Tomsett gets a good line. So you can have a look at the inside going into the 3rd hairpin. Yes, he does. Takes over the race lead, and that brings Bradley Barrett, the number 4. So again, Barrett 4th in last year's British Championship, and moves to the 2nd place. But Barrett, he raced in the DEKM, the Deutsche Elektronik Kart Mannschaft last year, which is the Rotax, the electric Rotax karts.
Interesting name choice.
One of the drivers he raced against was Ferdinand Habsburg, who is DTM driver.
Yeah.
Ferdinand von Habsburg, part of the Habsburg dynasty.
DTM pretty much no longer existing in the world, though, which is unfortunate.
Oh dear, that's a shame. That's a shame. And but Bradley Barrett existing fully there as he moves into the race lead, and he's going to be thinking he's on that Sodi kart, the Equipe Sodi Vitesse. Although he's racing in a privateer because you know, Bradley at the moment, today at least, is Equipe Sodi Vitesse. He's the number 1 driver in a 1-kart team. So he's down as a privateer. He's entered as a privateer, but he's leading this race. And again, it's good to see the Sodi kart. Well, I mean, the Sodi kart should be much further up there. Barrett has had penalties in both his heat races, so he's been top 10, top 12 overall, but it's been pegged back by various indiscretions, shall we say, as the days progress. We've got a nice 4-kart battle now with 6 minutes to go. Sam Stansbury in kart number 37. Those early aggressive moves have paid off. These 4 karts are clear. It's Luke Wooder in 5th, a second behind them, and Luke Wooder's got Catherine White. So Cath White, kart number 33, the Callum Hargrave driver development driver. She is on the bubble, and it's Luke Oliver in kart number 79 for the Racing Perfection outfit on the Birrell ART chassis is there, and the change for second place. This is always worrying, and
Yes.
we saw in the Rower last week some of the repechages. If you get a penalty and you finish in the top 6, you don't go through. The driver in 7th gets promoted, and you go home. So one mistake, one dropped nose cone, and Stansbury again. He's like lightning in a bottle going into that final corner. There is White in, there's Wooder in 5th position, White in 6th, just behind it, Oliver, Armstrong, Alex Luck. There you go, Alex Luck, part of the famed music group, DJ Luck and MC Neat, alongside his mate, Darryl Neat. No? That's not what I like, but anything to get a drum and bass reference in. Thank you very much.
Oh, there you go. Wind has picked up out there. It's
not just in here.
No.
there is on your screen there, the number 33, Callum Hargrave driver. Oh dear, that was not part of the plan for James Tomzett, who just nips over the rear bumper briefly of the number 56 kart of Lewis Halliday, and he says, was that an apology, or was that like, come on, let's go? It was for 3rd place. Luke Wood has called them. Luke, not a driver known to mess about in terms of sit and wait.
No.
He's a fidget, like me when I'm commentating. Occasionally you get a slap in the arm, but that's only me sort of getting animated.
Yes.
Luke Wood is like that in a kart, have kart in front, will pass kart in front.
Oh, there you go.
Have kart behind, will defend against kart behind. So it works both ways.
Yes. Well, just under 4 minutes left on the clock, and like I say, top 4 just breaking away slightly there, or top 5 I would say. Then the battle for 6th place is still heating up. Now that battle at the moment is between Matt Armstrong and Alexander Luck. So he's managed to move back up into 7th place. So they're going to be squabbling for that position. At the moment there is absolutely nothing between them as well, as we keep an eye here on, I believe it is that battle.
Yeah, that is the number 24 NLC Motorsport kart, Matt Armstrong, holding off Alex Luck at the moment. So Luck he's riding his luck at the moment because he's 1 place out. Oh, sorry. I can see you shaking your head. My peripheral vision was strong as you sort of bowed your head. Oh, Henry. Now, all 20 start. No, Oscar Houle has sadly retired. He retired. We've got in 20th place, number 71 kart of Lucas Ivasekivius from Lithuania. So Ivasekivius, Lithuania, Lucas looks like his day is going to end early. Oliver Meadows recovering after that early spin is down in 19th. Alex Holgate is 18th. Will Keith, privateer driver, is 17th. Thomas Storer is 16th. But really, Harry Gibson, kart number 92, in 15th place. He's 4 seconds behind Matt Armstrong. But Matt Armstrong is now beginning to pull away a little bit from Alex Luck. And he's got Riley Stevenson, Reese Hurd, Luke Oliver, Brandon Nagelvort. Brandon qualified in the top 10, 15 yesterday. Was starting his heat races from the top 10, but had a retirement. His rear bumper came off, or was forced off. He's down in 11th place. Poor Catherine White has dropped back to 12th place, so it looks like her chances are over. Bradley Gill, who we saw having a really strong run earlier on, he's down in 12th position.
Looks like Luke Oliver's having an issue. He's come into the pit lane. He's gone down the order there, so that's a big shame for Luke.
Yep, so we're down to 19 runners. Sam Stansbury in the race lead takes the new fastest lap of the race, but still, here's the driver, kart 24. On your screens briefly there for a moment, Matt Armstrong in the 6th position. So he is the driver that is most nervous of all, because he's only got 0.3 of a second in hand. So there go the top 5. Then a gap. There's Stansbury coming through your picture now. So there's number 37 kart, Sam Stansbury, privateer driver. He's got the Alonso chassis, and he's got the Sodi kart of Brad Barrett just behind him. Just over a minute remaining. Then it's Tomzett, Wooder, Halliday, top 5, and a 1.7 second gap back to Armstrong, and Armstrong is ready. Armstrong keeping Luck at arm's length. I mean, that is what he is. He's keeping Armstrong at arm's length there. There's the gap. First kart on the right-hand side, number 24, at the moment is in the pre-final. The very smart white kart is out. And behind Luck is Riley Stevenson in kart number 87, the GMS karting driver. And now Riley Stevenson is on the GMS chassis, I think. Sam keep putting those fast laps in. 20 seconds to go. 20 seconds for Armstrong to just hang on.
Yes, indeed, and some comments coming in. Less than 10 seconds on the clock. The last lap board is it going to be out this time? I think they're going to get another lap in. Yes, the leaders cross the line now, so last lap board's going to come out next time around. So there's still a bit of time that they've got to get this move done, and of course that 6th place battle is heating up because now the driver behind is getting involved. The 8th place kart, the 87, and who is that?
That is the number 40 kart. That's one of the GMS
Thomas
Storer. And he was not threatening the transfer spots, and he's now out of the race early. Pack the van, get up there. So there's a move for 7th place. Now the number 87. So the second, another one of the GMS karts.
Yep, Riley Stevenson.
Riley Stevenson. So he's now made the move. That is definitive. He's now got a lap to catch and pass the 24 kart of Matt Armstrong. It's going to need a mistake from Armstrong by the looks of it.
Yep, there's a big gap there, but of course we have seen mistakes happen of drivers running wide slightly at this circuit, and we can see that the gap immediately closes up, but here is only a couple more corners to negotiate here. You've got the horrible lump bit here. The race winner, or the race leader at the moment, is heading into the final corner. So it's all going to be down to what can happen here, but I just don't think they've got enough length.
No, Armstrong checks over his shoulder there, you can see, so he knows he doesn't have to defend. But as Sam Stansbury crosses the line, he takes the win from Bradley Barrett, James Tomsett, Luke Wooder, Lewis Halliday from pole position. The Team Clay Racing driver squeezes home in 5th position. And at the moment, provisionally, it's Matt Armstrong who takes the final transfer spot. However, that move we saw from Riley Stevenson on Alex Luck could prove very, very significant if any of the top 6 have a penalty, have a nose code dropped, or there's a technical indiscretion, shall we say, post-race, and that would move Stevenson into the main event, whereas Alex Luck did have, sort of the first reserve ticket.
Yes.
He's on the waiting list.
Yes. There's the order then for your race results, pending, of course.
Pending Paul Klassen.
Yes, and it is obviously Sam Stansbury who takes the win on that one in the privateer, and Bradley Barrett as well, also brought up as privateer in the Mercedes chassis. There's the rest of them that go through. And
Will Keith finishing 16th. He's got some supporters online.
Yeah.
Sadly, Will, privateer driver, failed to come home, but finishing in 18th place, again, 5 seconds off the thing. Lucas Ivasekvius. A good learning experience for the Lithuanian driver. Now, he's obviously based in the UK. He's not just toddled over from Lithuania, because Lithuania, believe it or not, has a very strong domestic kart scene. The Baltic states have got a good karting scene. And there's a look at James Tomsett going over the Way Bridge. So Philip Howarth Racing, both their pilots on the Comp Kart chassis are in the pre-final. Now we should be having the junior repechage up next. But
yes.
I think Anthony Jordan, you're going to tell me why we may not have it quite yet.
Well, I had a whisper in my ear, which is why I went quiet.
Was it a nice whisper?
It was a good whisper, yeah. I believe what's going to happen is the lunch break is going to be now.
Oh, okay.
And the juniors are going to be after the lunch break.
Now, shall I let you into a secret of why this is happening?
Why is this happening?
Because several juniors have either been naughty and they're in with the stewards.
Oh dear.
And then the drivers that have been naughty, that may have had their wrists slapped, have then appealed their decision. And the stewards have got to hear the appeal then to see if the naughty boys and girls are allowed into the pre-final, where people start in the final. It's something that happens in karting from time to time when you get a lot of naughty boys and girls together.
So potentially that's going to happen during the lunch break. And,
no problems at all.
Yes,
so
we'll get that sorted out.
So we're going to break for lunch very shortly. Please stay tuned on the Alpha live stream. We've got some fantastic features coming up as we spoke to some of the drivers about what it is to be a privateer and what it is to be a member of a team. We'll be back with the junior repechage, pre-finals and the finals later on. Thank you very much for joining us.
Welcome to Lydd, 1,040 metres of arduous, narrow, but very testing tarmac here in Kent. And to take us around the lap is senior Rotax Grand Prix plate winner Morgan Porter. Morgan, let's have a lap of Lydd.
Yeah, let's go through it. I'm excited to show you the difficulties of such an enduring circuit.
Here we are at the first corner of the Lydd International Circuit. And Morgan, it's a very short run from the start line to this very technical S's.
Indeed, it is a very, very short run. It's probably the shortest run in the UK, to be honest with you. And it's very tight indeed. You've got one line, and if you're not on it, then to be honest with you, I think you're going to be screwed. If you're not hooking up the curb as well, really important to hook up the curb. The curb's the main thing here. And it's really enduring as well. If you don't hit it right, it pushes you off straight into the little trap over here. So no, it's going to be a tight one on the start.
And it also makes deciding on where you start on the inside row or the outside row. Like I can imagine that starting on the outside row, 2, 4, 6, those grid positions, is not preferable at all, is it?
Yeah, starting on the outside, it's going to be tricky. Trying to fight your way in, especially coming up to this big curve here, it's going to be hard. But I think if you fight yourself in, the people on the outside are going to have a hard time keeping it in.
Now, once the drivers have negotiated the first S-bend, they head onto a short straight into a second S-bend behind us. That's just a slightly tighter version of the first couple of corners. But from there, they come into the bottom bend, where I think we're going to see plenty of overtaking, because this braking zone here, Morgan, there's a lot of room for a lunge up the inside.
There certainly is. If you leave the door open, there's going to be plenty of room for lots of people to come through. So you're going to expect to see some people covering this corner. If not, there's going to definitely be some overtakes. But hooking up that second chicane is going to be very important as well. 2 very enduring curbs. So it's all about getting that second chicane right to get your hairpin overtake done right.
Now, a lot of drivers I've spoken to this morning have said that overtaking is possible at nearly every corner, but you've got to be brave and you need a bit of cooperation from the driver that you're passing. And I'm noticing there's not a great deal of runoff on the outside of this bend.
There is no such as runoff, especially down here as well. There's got to be some sort of respect out on the grid. If there isn't, unfortunately, there are going to be crashes. But yeah, there is overtaking opportunities. Maybe not at every corner, but there is a good solid 3 or 4 maybe around this track.
So from one overtaking opportunity, we go into the only real flowing part of the circuit, the start of the dogleg back towards the paddock. Now, one thing you'll notice about Lydd is that it's flat. Flat, that is, apart from one little crest just behind us there. And that crest, it comes at a really opportune because you're setting yourself up for running into this next sort of series of bends, this right, left, right that leads out onto the back straight. How does that affect the kart when you're coming over there? And does it create an overtaking opportunity?
It certainly does create an overtaking opportunity, but there's an unforgiving curve on the inside that you've always got to be wary of. So yeah, no, it's an interesting little corner. There's none like it in the UK, but I'll give you that. Coming over the crest, it unsettles the kart a little bit, but then you can set yourself up for this corner. It's really nice. You go over the long left-hander back onto the back straight, and yeah, it's a really nice little smooth section.
Now, eagle-eyed viewers might have noticed that it's slightly breezy here today. Morgan, how does the wind on a day like this affect the balance of the kart and affect the pace around the circuit?
the wind here is a big factor for sure. The toe can happen at any little straight that you go through, especially like coming into this little bend here. You can get a toe just coming into here, especially. So no, the crosswind as well, going over the hump, can always affect you as well.
So in short, another potential action zone there, the crest into the third sort of complex of corners.
Yeah, it sure is.
So we're now on to the approach of the final corner on the circuit, and as you can see, it comes at the end of the longest straight. Now, it gives the drivers a chance for a well-earned break, but also a crucial opportunity to slipstream and set up your rivals for either a move into this final corner or to set them up to come out for a move coming out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, certainly. It's your only break on this circuit. And to be honest, you can't relax because it's with crosswinds like today, you always got to watch yourself because there's the slipstream is going to create a lot of overtaking moves down into this corner. So always watching yourself. But no, it's a nice little straight. It's good to have a little break from a very enduring circuit.
Now, it's a very quick lap time, but like you said, it's a very physical lap. It's something that would surprise a lot of people here because looking at just the flat nature of the place, it is a real physical test for the drivers, isn't it?
It certainly is. I'll probably put it as the most physical track in the UK. It's very hard. The curbs are very dominating, but no, it's a joy to drive. But yeah, it's definitely very physically demanding. With 36-second lap time around here, there's not much of a break at all.
So there you have it. A lap of Lydd International Kart Circuit with 2020 Senior Rotax Grand Prix winner Morgan Porter. Morgan, thank you very much. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you, Henry, and I'll see you over the course of the weekend too.
karting industry in this country needs to have a revolution. We need to fully embrace the indoor karting industry, which represents the touch point for most people, their first taste of motorsport.
Team Sport are really excited to be partnering with Motorsport UK in launching the first ever British Indoor Karting Championships in 2020. Indoor karting is the most accessible form of motorsport, so literally anybody can enter. It's going to be a fantastic championships run exclusively at Team Sport tracks across the whole of the UK.
My name's Drew Perry, I'm 15 and I race in the junior Rotax category. I come second in the Hooton club meeting or club championship, and I'm hoping to do as best as I can in the British Championship this year. I started indoor karting when I was 8, and at 13 I got my own kart and it's just progressed ever since. I'm a privateer. My mum and dad are mechanic. Because it's a bit expensive to be in a team, and I'm hoping to gain experience and eventually join a team within the next year. I get to spend more time with my mum because she works a lot. It gives you the flexibility of being able to go wherever you want, and it keeps the cost down as well. I'm hoping to gain as much experience as I can ready for joining seniors next year and place as high as I can in the championship.
My name's Harry Linden. I race for Dan Allen Racing and I'm in Minimax. Well, we went to the indoor kart and then we wanted to take the extra step further, so we thought we'd go to outdoor kart and just liked it, so we started from there. Well, we saw that obviously Kite Hunter won the British Karting Championships in it, and it just looked like a very strong team, so we thought we'd give it a go and we liked it. Well, when you're a privateer, you don't get what you get in a team. So in the team, you get data, engines, and also we're not really. My dad mechanics me, so we're close. We're not far apart. Just one of the biggest races in the country, to be honest. Well, we'd like to achieve, obviously, winning the British, some of the next, like GP plates, O plates, E plates, and all them.
My name is Michael Youngling. I look after my two boys, Ralph and Timo Youngling. We race in Honda Cadets. We started when they were 6 and we've moved up since then. Typically, we've been in teams before, but we made the decision about a year ago to go as privateers. And the reason for that is I'm highly competitive, and I also want to demonstrate that you can do this in a disruptive way. And we save money. There's no team politics. We're closer to my boys, and it's thoroughly enjoyable. I do not regret going as a privateer. We're here only for one reason, and it may sound arrogant, but we are here to win the British Championship. We've trained very hard, we're very methodical, on the data side, on the training side, on kart setup, and I firmly believe that there is no one who is much better than us, so I have no reason to believe why we can't win the British Championship this year. Being your own boss and being in charge of your own destination is highly appealing, and that was one of the key reasons we decided to go as a private outfit. We're also quite proud, so we've established our own brand, which is Youngling Motorsport Racing. The kids feel quite loyal to it, and I get the impression that it's brought out the best in my two boys. And And anyone who's got doubts, believe in yourself, be methodical, and you can do it.
Welcome to Lydd, 1,040 metres of arduous, narrow, but very testing tarmac here in Kent. And to take us around the lap is Senior Rotax Grand Prix plate winner Morgan Porter. Morgan, let's have a lap of Lydd.
Yeah, let's go through it. I'm excited to show you the difficulties of such an enduring circuit.
Here we are at the first corner of the Lydd International Circuit. And Morgan, it's a very short run from the start line to this very technical S's.
Indeed, it is a very, very short run. It's probably the shortest run in the UK, to be honest with you. And it's very tight indeed. You've got one line, and if you're not on it, then to be honest with you, I think you're going to be screwed. If you're not hooking up the curb as well, really important to hook up the curb. The curb's the main thing here. And it's really enduring as well. If you don't hit it right, it pushes you off straight into the little trap over here. So no, it's going to be a tight one on the start.
And it also makes deciding on where you start on the inside row or the outside row, like I can imagine the starting on the outside row, 2, 4, 6, those grid positions, is not preferable at all, is it?
Yeah, starting on the outside, it's going to be tricky. Trying to fight your way in, especially coming up to this big curve here, it's going to be hard. But I think if you fight yourself in, the people on the outside are going to have a hard time keeping it in.
Now, once the drivers have negotiated the first S-bend, they head onto a short straight into a second S-bend behind us. That's just a slightly tighter version of the first couple of corners. But from there, they come into the bottom bend, where I think we're going to see plenty of overtaking, because this braking zone here, Morgan, there's a lot of room for a lunge up the inside.
There certainly is. If you leave the door open, there's going to be plenty of room for lots of people to come through. So you're going to expect to see some people covering this corner. If not, there's going to definitely be some overtakes. But hooking up that second chicane is going to be very important as well. 2 very enduring curbs, so it's all about getting that second chicane right to get your hairpin overtake done right.
Now, a lot of drivers I've spoken to this morning have said that overtaking is possible at nearly every corner, but you've got to be brave and you need a bit of cooperation from the driver that you're passing. And I'm noticing there's not a great deal of runoff on the outside of this bend.
There is no such as runoff, especially down here as well. There's got to be some sort of respect out on the grid. If there isn't, unfortunately there are going to be crashes. But yeah, there is overtaking opportunities, maybe not at every corner, but there is a good solid 3 or 4 maybe around this track.
So from one overtaking opportunity, we go into the only real flowing part of the circuit, the start of the dogleg back towards the paddock. Now, one thing you'll notice about Lydd is that it's flat. Flat, that is, apart from one little crest just behind us there. And that crest, it comes at a really opportune because you're setting yourself up for a run into this next sort of series of bends, this right, left, right that leads out onto the back straight. How does that affect the kart when you're coming over there? And does it create an overtaking opportunity?
It certainly does create an overtaking opportunity, but there's an unforgiving curve on the inside that you've always got to be wary of. So yeah, no, it's an interesting little corner. There's none like it in the UK, but I'll give you that. coming over the crest, it unsettles the kart a little bit, but then you can set yourself up for this corner. It's really nice. You go over the long long left-hander back onto the back straight, and yeah, it's a really nice little smooth section.
Now, eagle-eyed viewers might have noticed that it's slightly breezy here today. Morgan, how does the wind on a day like this affect the balance of the kart and affect the pace around the circuit?
The wind here is a big factor for sure. The toe can happen at any little straight that you go through, especially like coming into this little bend here. You can get a toe just coming into here, especially. So no, the crosswind as well, going over the hump, can always affect you as well.
So in short, another potential action zone there, the crest into the third sort of complex of corners.
Yeah, sure is.
So we're now on to the approach of the final corner on the circuit, and as you can see, it comes at the end of the longest straight. Now, it gives the drivers a chance for a well-earned break, but also a crucial opportunity to slipstream and set up your rivals for either a move into this final corner or to set them up to come out for a move coming out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, certainly. It's your only break on this circuit. And to be honest, you can't relax because it's with crosswinds like today, you always got to watch yourself because there's the slipstream is going to create a lot of overtaking moves down into this corner. So always watching yourself. But no, it's a nice little straight. It's good to have a little break from a very endurance circuit.
Now, it's a very quick lap time, but like you said, it's a very physical lap. Something that would surprise a lot of people here, because looking at just the flat nature of the place, it is a real physical test for the drivers, isn't it?
It certainly is. I'll probably put it as the most physical track in the UK. It's very hard. The curbs are very dominating, but no, it's a joy to drive. But yeah, it's definitely very physically demanding. With 36-second lap time around here, there's not much of a break at all.
So there you have it. A lap of Lydd International Kart Circuit with 2020 Senior Rotax Grand Prix winner Morgan Porter. Morgan, thank you very much. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you, Henry, and I'll see you over the course of the weekend too.
Welcome back to the British Karting Championship. You're joining us live here at Lydd International Raceway. We've just finished the lunch break. If you are just joining us, we finished off with the senior Rotax Repechage. The junior Rotax Repechage was slightly delayed due to, I believe, some talking with the stewards, I believe, was the main cause of that one. So we are slightly delayed. You're joining myself, Anthony Jordan, in the commentary box. Joining us very shortly will be Henry Beaudette. He's just getting himself ready after lunch. He's drinking his favourite fizzy pop, I would say. His favourite beverage at the moment. Others are available. Right, in terms of formats next, of course, yes, we will have the junior Rotax Repechage. They will be heading out to the track, obviously, as soon as possible. I mean, I'm looking out my window, and the dummy grid is still empty. We haven't got a grid yet for the junior Repechage, so it's a new one on us, really. Henry, you've joined us again.
Hello. Sorry,
Yes.
I was checking the weather. And, yes, and speaking to the ball and chain.
Ah, right. Now, on the lunch break while we were away,
Yes.
we got to hear from some of the drivers, the privateer drivers, and
Yep.
why.
Drew Howard.
Yes, spoke to
Made
Drew.
safely in. Oh, is he? No, we're going to see him shortly, I think, in the Repechage. But yeah, no, that was a. I was thank you for giving. I mean, if they could sponsor a commentary commentator, then it would be, I would be sponsored by Iron Brew. Other fizzy drinks are available in slightly less garish colours. So we got a few moments to talk about what's going on now. Last week at Rowra, I gave you you lucky listeners a bit of a history lesson on the NASA panel. And the gestation of the NASA panel.
Yes.
So here we go, and I can hear that the Alpha Live. I regaled the Alpha Live team with this yesterday, so I can hear.
Did you?
Yes, I can hear.
I mean, I got to hear this at Rowra last weekend. So
No. This is a different test.
Oh, is it a different one?
Yes. So, hang on. Someone in the background is calling the junior drivers to dummy grid. So now we've had this is another history lesson 101, or rather history lesson 303. Okay. So there's obviously a good collection of drivers with Polish ancestry in the paddock. They're racing for different teams, but there's a big in British karting, and some of eagle-eyed viewers will have seen these around, or people that are in the sport will have seen there, is the 303 Squadron racing team. Which is a team that the Polish drivers sort of operate under that umbrella. Now, Motorsport Timing, www.motorsport-timing.co.uk, and the premier of Motorsport Timing.
Nice plug there.
Yes, Ian Rogers has just handed me a grid for the Repechage of the junior final. And I can tell you that Drew Perry, who we saw in the thing, he is in this race alongside several of our. So we have got drivers need to come to the grid. If you're in your awning watching this, you need to come to the grid pronto.
Put your phone down.
Yep, stop listening to it. I mean, you can
drop the spanners.
You record this bit, but you can come back and listen to it later. So say, why are there, all the drivers in the 303 Squadron? Why are the Polish drivers in the 303 Squadron? You may ask.
I asked.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you for asking. Well. And there's a fantastic film called Hurricane. So at the end of the First World War, at the start of the Second World War, the Polish Air Force actually beat the Luftwaffe in that little battle. Poland fell, but a lot of the Polish planes were World War I era planes at the time, but the flying aces from Poland were still very, very accomplished. Now, the ones that weren't captured, some of them flew their planes to the UK, and other pilots, the story of how some of them got here, they were smuggled in ships and boats, they dinghies, you name it, to get to the UK to continue the fight against Nazi Germany. Now, the British RAF were very stuck up there. They went, oh goodness, no, how could these Poles possibly be any good at fighting the good fight? And they were treated very badly. Eventually, they were able to convince the higher ups in the RAF to form their own squadron. And they got a Canadian guy to come in and help train them to fly Hurricanes. And that squadron became the 303 Squadron. And so it was exclusively for Polish pirates.
Pirates?
Pirates? No, pilots. Sorry, the pirates of the air. The pilots. No, that was no. I was drinking. That's all. Heavily this morning. No, I wasn't. Honestly, I wasn't. But they became the most successful in terms of enemy planes downed squadron in the entire RAF, in a fighter pilot squadron in the Second World War.
Oh, well, there you go.
The 303 squadron.
Well, there you go.
But yeah, so that was the fact. There we go. I can tell you are fascinated by that. So that is why British Carters. You see the 303 squadron, the genesis of the 303 squadron, all dates back to the Second World War. Let's hear from some of the drivers that we spoke to, not in the 303 squadron, but some of the drivers in the paddock that we spoke to. Only one. We spoke to Drew Howard earlier. Let's speak to Harry Linden this time about what it's like to race with Dan Holland Racing.
My name's Harry Linden. I race for Dan Holland Racing and I'm in Minimax. Well, we went to the indoor kart and then we wanted to take the extra step further, so we thought we'd go to outdoor kart and then just liked it, so we started from there. Well, we saw that obviously Kite Hunter won the British Karting Championships in it, and they just looked like a very strong team, so we thought we'd give it a go and we liked it. Well, when you're a privateer, you don't get what you get in a team. So in the team, you get data, engines, and also we're not really. My dad's mechanics me, so we're close. We're not far apart. Just one of the biggest races in the country, to be honest. Well, we'd like to achieve, obviously, winning the British, some of the next, like GP plates, O plates, E plates, and all them.
So there we go. That was Harry Linden, Barry's finest, and
I thought you were Barry's finest.
No, I'm merely Barry's finest motorsports-based commentator.
Ah.
Yeah. Big group of us.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I fit around a table these days, so that makes it a big group. But so the repechage for junior Rotax, now they've all sorted themselves out in the steward's office.
They're starting to very slowly filter into the dummy grid. They were told.
Yeah, they were told, but by not just by
get
us,
a shimmy on.
Yes, get a shimmy on. Now, speaking of juniors, we got now Lydd Kart Club, would like to wish junior Rotax driver number 16, Declan Russell, a happy birthday. His birthday present this morning was retiring from his heat race, but he had such a strong run yesterday. He won a heat race yesterday, first or second, and then he's in the pre-final automatically. We're going to have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers. You can see them on your screens now, settling themselves down. A little bit of other business to take care of. We saw in the senior Rotax repechage that Oscar Houle wasn't in it. And that's because, and again, don't panic. I know we're in every time somebody coughs and sneezes, people go into hysterics these days. But he was poorly bad yesterday. Oh yeah, not like COVID poorly bad, but just generally poorly bad.
Yeah.
Like I think he had a case in the booze. I don't know.
Oh,
but he's watching from home, and he says he's gutted he had to come home because he was unwell.
Apologies if you're currently having lunch.
Yes. So Oscar, who will get well soon, and we'll see you back lately. But that's why he wasn't out there. I'm not sure. I can't officially sort of say exactly why, because I don't know, but I made it. It sounds good.
Well, good news. In the little lunch break that we've just had.
Okay. How was your sausage roll, by the way? Was it a sausage roll, or was it a sausage baguette?
It was actually the producer James's breakfast.
Oh, was it?
He didn't have it, so I had it.
Well,
waste not, what not.
Waste not, what not. Sorry,
exactly.
as you were saying.
Yeah. Well, we've got our comments properly up on the screen. Now, before we had it on my laptop here, and it was only a little box, and we could barely read it. And every time we saw a comment pop up, we'd have to squint and look down at my laptop.
It wasn't the flow of the commentary.
It wasn't, was it? No. But now it's up on the big screen. So if you do have any comments that you want to say or anything like that, on YouTube, yes.
We got YouTube and Facebook.
I believe, I think Facebook pops up on this one. Am I right in saying that? Producer James, do the Facebook comments come up on this one? We don't.
So just watch on Facebook, then go on YouTube and type in. Say,
yes.
I've got to say that the commentary team is superb.
Yeah. Excellent. Yes.
Pity I can't understand a word that one of them's saying. Cause that's right. He's Welsh. That's right. Oh look, there's Dodge. There's David Gregory coming down there on the left-hand side. nice hair, nice glasses. He's again used to work for the Strawberry Racing team. So he's there's Dodge. Not dodging our camera by the looks of it. There we go.
No, straight to it.
Yeah, straight to it. And so let's have a look at the drivers that are going to be competing in this race, which is race 16. In fact, it's now race 17, but it's race 16 on the timetable. It's the Junior Rotax Repechage. So a compact 9-kart grid. So this is 6 will go through, 3 will go home. Pole position, it's Jessica White for the Callum Hargrave Driver Development Programme, alongside Scotland's William Walker for the KR Sport team. Poppy Stevenson for the GMS karting team will start 3rd, and Rito Kamata from Japan for Project 1 Racing will start 4th. Drew Perry, privateer driver, first year British Championship driver, sorry, and Oliver Martinsky are on row 3, and then row 4, Maximilian Solarski, Callum Green, and Nicole Sutherland. And I'm just checking to see number 85. Did we see Nicole? Because I'm not. We'll have to see the camera shot on the back of the grid. And there's a sight that nobody wants to see here this weekend. You can see
flags and clouds.
Well, flags blowing vigorously in the wind.
Ah, right, okay.
No, it's a lovely sight. It's like nice green pastures. We're in the Garden of England. Kent,
we are
the Garden of England.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you started that with there's something you don't want to see, and technically the thing that you pointed out is something that we can't see, and that's wind.
Yes, that's very true. But the visual representation of wind for the viewer at home
is
flags, and there's no number 85 card at the back of that grid.
No, I can only see 6 cards there.
Oh, that could. Do you know what? 1, 2, 3.
Or is it 7?
7.
I think it's 7.
The worst number for a repechage, because only one driver misses out. And it's like the only driver not to make the final is 7. Thank you very much, James Clark. He's watching there. So 7. So we're not quite sure who we've lost. We've definitely got number 27, Callum Green. We've definitely got number 64, Drew Perry. And we've definitely got Poppy Stevenson, because I can see her name in the back of the race suit.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, nothing gets past me. There is the view of the restaurant, the brand new restaurant and clubhouse here at Lydd. Now, you can see it on the right-hand side, that's where the Coles Racing team are inside that building, and obviously where they operate their corporate karts from. It says Lydd Kart Circuit. Well, this was initially called Lydd International Kart Circuit, but when James Clark took it over, it was looking a little bit
worse for wear.
So he took the international out of it. But then on the other side of that new building that you can see, you can't see it on the camera, and we haven't got a camera around there, there's one. Now that has been built, and the paddock is undergoing extensive improvements even now, you've got the time building there, but he's put international back in over the clubhouse on the other hand side, because he's deemed worthy of international kart status. I mean, you've got PF International, you've got Landau International, and now you've got Lydd International. Yes.
Many international national circuits.
Yes. And again, a big thank you to Demon Tweeks for their support this year. All the karts have got Demon Tweeks on their sticker kits, and all the drivers have got Demon Tweeks on their visor strips for their crash helmets. So you're watching the 2020 Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, the opening round for the Honda and Rotax classes, and after a some would say brief, and those that were listening to me say my interminable delay, we are underway in the repechage. Now, a couple of people, Luke Harris and Paula Holland amongst them, are saying that they should have a Welsh commentary. Now,
I can't speak Welsh.
Yakida Nagadu. No, I would not even dream of doing it in Welsh, and that would be you could see the viewing film as big as plummeting.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we go. 7 drivers. We don't have Oliver Martinsky by the looks of it, and we don't have Nicole Sutherland. So, who is going to go through? 6 of these drivers are going to make it. One of them isn't. Let's find out. Junior Rotax. Oh, they're going to go around again. Oh, Jessica White's there. Was just too keen to get going.
Yeah. Too keen to get away, and that's going to cause, again, that rolling lap. Again, they get more temperature into the tyres, I suppose, just to get it round. Another lap just to warm things up, get yourself psyched and ready.
Yeah, and of course, all these drivers, I mean, you think about it. These drivers. Oh, hang on a second.
There's only 6 karts there, isn't there?
Oh dear.
The 7th one just crossed the line.
Oh right. Oh thank God. Thank goodness for that.
So.
And we
only 6 karts go through. There's only 6 karts in the race. Who's going to go through? Who's going to go?
Say, these drivers, there's the 7th car in the background.
They would be literally racing for nothing.
I mean, a lot of these drivers, I'm looking there.
There we go.
Obviously, William Walker's very, very experienced. You know, he's had bad luck this weekend, but I mean, the other drivers, they're all new to the British Championships. They're all rookies.
Yeah.
Now, they won't be thinking, there's 6 out of 7 chances I'm going to go through here. They're all going to be worrying. I don't want to be the one. I don't want to be the one. I don't want to be the one. It's that mental mindset. They need to sort of flick a switch, and say they get a start penalty because they're out of formation. That could be the reason why they don't go through. And that's or if they crash. And that is Drew Perry. I don't believe it. Drew, come on, get out of the cart. Get your cart back in. If it's not damaged, keep going. It's a long race. There's William Walker looking for the race lead. You know, we talked about Drew saying he works with his mum works hard. He gets to spend more time with her, at racetrack by being a privateer. Get back in the race, get going. It doesn't matter if you're half a lap down. All it takes is one driver to fall out in front of you, and you're in. Don't give up. One penalty either. I mean, he's going to be more than. Oh my word! And again, the way they're doing this, you're all in.
You're all in. Nothing makes sense. Yes. You don't need to battle this hard, but they're not listening. As far as they're concerned, there's still 7 people in it. They don't know it's dropped to 6. So, I mean, what do you talk about? You're all in.
Let's see. Has Drew Perry gone? There, yes.
Okay,
there goes Drew Perry.
So he's still going.
So he's just got to keep plugging away. He's 20 seconds down. So it's going to take, I mean, even if they get a 5-second penalty for jumping the start or a 5-second nose cone penalty, at the moment, that won't affect the top 6. What would affect the top 6 is a mechanical failure, a battle that goes wrong that results in another kart spinning, or the meatball flag, or somebody slowing down, and that looked like Callum Green cruising through the first chicane. Let's have a look. There's the top 5, and the
27. There it is.
There it is. So Drew Perry, he dragged his cart out of the bark, and it's going to pay off for him by the looks of it. I mean, the way they're battling, he could end up with a top 3 finish here. This is insane. This is absolute insanity, because if you break your cart and you can't get it fixed, you're also out. I mean, on the track, William Walker leads Scottish driver for the KR Sport team. Then it's the 2 Callum Hargrave drivers, and you can see Callum going, right, Cal, calm down, because that's what Callum sounds like. Jessica White and Oliver Martinsky. So Oliver Martinsky is in there. It was Max Scolari who didn't go out. Rito Kamata, the Japanese driver in kart number 21, he is safe in 4th place. Poppy Stevenson for the GMS team, she just needs to sit tight as well.
Yeah, I say they just all need to get to the end now. No undue racing. Don't hit the curbs too hard. Don't push the cart too hard. These could cruise to the end, but I suppose it's a good bit of practice for them into the race. But of course, they've got to stick with the same tyres as well. They've got the same tyres. What, save the tyres?
But you've got to finish. If only 5 karts finish, I'm not sure. I'd have to double check with Motorsport timing what the ruling is that if you retire from the race, are you still classified 6th, or are you classified as a DNF, and it doesn't matter. So Drew Perry's got to keep going. He's got to keep going. He's still only 21 seconds down. Now, fastest lap of the race, Rito Kamata, 38.56 seconds. But they're all doing 38.5, 38.6 second laps. And, 38.8 for Drew. But he's all on his own. He's got no slipstream. He's got no kart in front to sort of gauge his lines, in his pace against. But he's still out there, and he's just got to keep plugging away.
Yeah, and as we watch here, William Walker and KR Sports 45, still leading the way from Jessica White. And again, it must be going through these drivers' minds. The mechanics must have told them that there's only 6 of you.
Yeah, I mean, you struggle to see them, but the mechanics are placed around the circuit, and they do signal the drivers. They won't be holding up 6 fingers, but they'll be giving the signal like it's okay, you're all right, you're in.
Yeah.
Each team will have or each driver will have a different set of signals that they'll look for, and the universal one of like, it's okay, calm, stay, steady.
Yeah.
It's like puppy training. Don't be on the kitchen floor. Have a treat. Get in the top 6. You have a treat. 2 more races.
Yeah, exactly. As they head through the second chicane, but yeah, obviously all in now. You just, I I would say just, save the tyres. There's
Yep.
no point racing
Save-
hard. Save the tyres,
Stay
look
off
after
the-
them, stay off the curb,
Exactly.
look after the car, keep it good for the final or the pre-finals.
But that's now that is the white angel on the driver's shoulder.
Yes, yeah.
I'll be the red devil.
Yeah.
But you want to win. Look, he's slower than you. He's slower than you. You can make a move there.
He's left a gap. Go for it.
You're going to look really good. You're going to look really good on telly if you make a good move here. There you go. See, it's that conundrum like it as a driver's going through, because it's, you know, who wants to sit in second place and watch the leader in front of them?
Yeah, it's very true. I'm not one to do that.
It's very hard to sort of, racing drivers' brains are wired in a certain way.
Yeah. There's one wire and it's go fast.
yeah. And occasionally, if there's a second wire that appears, they can get crossed.
Yes.
You know, but so Walker still leads. We're on lap number 8. We've got less than 5 minutes to go. The order is Walker, White, Martinsky, Kamata, Stevenson, and Perry. And poor Callum Green, the DSM Motorsport driver, on the Kart Republic chassis.
Oh, and Callum Green as well with a 5-second penalty.
So he jumped the start as well. And I'm just looking at the lap times, and you know, we're down into 38.4s, 38.3 last time for Kamata, and Drew Perry's up this pace, 38.7. So you get drivers that are new to the championship, and they might not be on the pace of all the others. Their race is with themselves. It's a new circuit. It's a new timeout. New championship, the biggest race they've ever done. And it's just a case of, right, let's don't overdrive, let's just improve. And for Drew, he's going to make it into the finals. I hope. I say don't curse the commentator on him now, but he's there, and he wants to have the best thing for Drew Perry today would be his fastest lap of the weekend is the last lap of his final. That shows that everything we learned, we put it together when it mattered most, and I did my fastest lap on the last lap. That as a driver, you literally thinking, do you know what? When the pressure was on, that was the most I had. That's all I had. I left it all on the track. You know. Because whether you finish first or last, if your best lap was your last lap, then you can say, right, okay, well, I didn't go out in the final and then lose pace. And here we go. Here's a battle for the lead. Here's a battle. Close your eyes. Clean move. Jessica White past William Walker into the race lead. That was about as clean a move as you're going to see in a repechage. Just nice and calm. Walker wasn't defending. Now William Walker, he's been in this championship before as a junior driver. He's well out of position, if you were. But he's the only KG veteran, as it were, of this sort of situation. Everyone else is like, hey!
Yeah. 2.5 minutes left on the clock then. And Jessica White leading the way after a very, like you say, clean, calm, collected overtake on William Walker. But it doesn't look like William Walker's backing down.
No. He'll follow.
He wants to get back past again.
Yeah.
There you go. A little bit of a bump there to say, I'm still here.
Yeah, that's worrying. And I was going to say, behind them, Oliver Martinsky in kart number 26 and Rito Kamata in kart number 21. Now, Poppy Stevenson is 5th, but she's dropped off the group a little bit. So Kamata was looking threatening behind, and the Project 1 racing driver, again, not somebody who is familiar with, the British Championship repechage sort of thing. You just think, he's going to want to have a look. But Drew Perry, meanwhile, he's only dropped from where he got back onto the track. He was 21 seconds behind the leader. He's only 23 seconds now. So he's there. And there's a move. There's a nice sort of civilized overtake to the race lead. William Moore gets it back. So Drew Perry's pace, even though he's on his own, and I'm sure he would be quicker if he was like in this group and he had a driver to follow, is not too shabby at all.
No, and of course he did go in the trap. He did hit the barriers, so he may have a little bit of a wheel wobble or anything like that. He could have a slight bend in a track rod. So potentially, the fact that he's still remotely on a decent pace, he's doing well. This is the most polite race I think we've seen so far.
Thankfully, once they had, I think the message has got through. The first couple of laps were slightly rambunctious, and now it has calmed down. Walker leads the KR Sport team. Now KR Sport, the team is run by Ash Orchard, but he normally runs the X30 side of things.
Yeah.
And Jordan Chamberlain, former runner-up in the World Karting Championship from Newport in South Wales, might I say. I mean, I don't know where all the English drivers are from, their hometowns. I mean, it's not on our entry list. It's bad research from me. I only know the Welsh drivers. No, that's not strictly true at all.
Yeah.
But Jordan's running the Rotax part of the KR Sport team, move teams, you know, and he's sort of running that operation now. Ash is here because they've got a lot of drivers. There's not much of a turnaround time between classes. And these big teams, they don't just have 4 drivers in one class. They've got 3 drivers in. They've got 2 drivers in Mini Max, 3 in Junior Max, and then 4 in Senior Max. And they're all chopping and changing. Martinsky goes quickest into the 37s for the first time. So the clock strikes 0. Martinsky in 3rd place. Sets the fastest lap of the race. There's so much for saving the tyres.
Yeah, they're not saving the tyres, really, are they? They're hell for leather at the moment. And there's another little nudge, is it? The 21 on the 26. Kamata. Again, it all falls down to that thing that you were saying. If they don't finish, do they still get through?
I don't think they do. I think their class is a retirement.
Yeah, so calm down.
Yeah,
just get to the flag. It's last lap.
Calm down, dear. That was a TV advert, wasn't it? What was the TV advert? Calm down, dear.
Was it Tetley Tea or something?
Something like that, possibly.
That's a tea-based.
I'm not surprised because the 80s ref.
Oh, it's car insurance.
Oh, that right. It was Michael Winner. The disembodied voice in my head spoke to me. Oh dear. Yeah, it was Michael Winner. Calm down, dear. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, the checkered flag. And out it goes for William Walker, Jessica White, Oliver Martinsky, Rito Kamata. There goes Poppy Stevenson. And it's going to be another 20 seconds before the 6th and final transfer driver comes through on British Championship debut. This is, that is Drew Perry, who will finish in 6th position. Here he comes. So that is why, drivers, if you do spin off and you hit the barriers, you never give up. Don't have a tantrum and wave your fist at the person that pinned you. Keep going. If the kart will run it, because sometimes it gets you into the main event. There's your results. So William Walker, Jessica White, Oliver Martinsky, Rito Kamata, Poppy Stevenson, and Drew Perry. I apologise. Poor Callum Green. I have to say, very sorry for Callum Green, and also for Maxi Solarski, who didn't start, and Nicole Sutherland, who did not start either.
Now, if there was ever a promotion for the keep calm and carry on,
yes,
T-Mug,
that'll be it. Drew Perry should have one.
He should.
Yes, he should have one. That's a good. I wonder if there's a thing. There's got to be a company out there watching who can manufacture some promotional products for the British Kart Championships.
I'd get that on a race suit.
Yeah, keep calm, carry on.
Keep calm, carry on. There we go. Well,
there's Drew.
The junior Rotax Repechage is now done and dusted. Next up
is the start of the pre-finals.
It is indeed. Who is first in the pre-finals?
I believe it's going to be Minimax. So the way that these work, the points that drivers accrue in the heat races decide the grid for this next race. The finishing order of the pre-finals decide the grid for the main final themselves. Pre-finals, 12 minutes, Minimax, up next.
QVT.
Masterfully done, masterfully done. Now, I made a boo-boo earlier.
Did you?
Yes.
First of many.
First of many. Well, no, it was probably the 8th of many.
Yeah.
On today. Jack's Motorsport, Mikey Porter, who's got some love on social media, I said that it was Jack Mitchell. It's not. It's Jack Marshall.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Jack Mitchell's one of the cameramen, and he's a former racer who now races the British GT Championship. But it also the fact that I was, thinking I was a bit Phil Mitchell last night, so it was on the head, on the brain.
Oh dear.
Yes, there we go. So here we go then. 18 drivers, Minimax pre-final, 12 minutes plus a lap. Who starts where?
Well, on pole position, it's Mackenzie Douglas, and then it's Harry Linden in 2nd place. We spoke to him earlier on. Stephen Duncan in 3rd place, with Finn Smith in 4th. Aaron Paul in 5th place, and Ben Crosley in 6th.
Row 4 of the grid sees Jay Lawrence and Mikey Porter for Jack's Motorsport, Jack Marshall's team. Then it's Joe Garraway and Pearson Bullock Carter. He was unlucky, he had a crash. Well, someone crashed into him at the start of the last race. He starts 10th with Chloe Chong and Mason Perrin on row 6.
On the 13th spot on the grid, it's Bryn Collins, and then it is Harrison Crowther in 14th, Cruz Speakman in 15th, Joshua Camp in 16th, Alfie Gallagher in 17th, and I couldn't see
Michael
the 8th.
Morgan.
Thank you
Michael
very much.
Morgan.
And the 18th on the grid.
Michael Morgan gets just as much love as everybody else, even though the graphic had to go because they're coming round the final corner. At the start, the Minimax pre-final, Mackenzie Douglas and Harry Linden lead them to the line. Lights out, good start from Douglas, getting away cleanly. They all file through the first chicane. 18 drivers go in and 18 drivers come out. So Linden sets off after Douglas. Douglas, who by his own admission made a mistake on the last lap, and Linden retakes the lead, takes the lead for the first time quickly. Douglas was adamant. He said, no, I made a mistake coming into this corner, and that allowed Harry Linden to close in and pass him into the final corner of the previous heat race. And Mackenzie Douglas will be mindful of that as they all go through now down the back straight to complete lap number 1. It is Linden from Douglas, Duncan, Smith, Poole, Crossley, Lawrence, Porter, and the rest.
They all slice through, as I say, 12 minutes on the clock, plus the 1 lap, 11 minutes left on the timer. And at the moment, Harry Linden leading the way from Mackenzie Douglas, the 2 Welsh leading the way, and a Scot in 3rd as well.
Yes,
so
it's a very Celtic-looking podium at the
is.
moment, you know.
At the moment, and of course, further behind, you've got Team Clay Racing pulling up in 4th place, Finn Smith, first of the...
There's the first bit of communication we've seen between the top 3.
Yeah.
Mackenzie Douglas there in the middle, just giving Stephen Duncan the same, saying, right, no, let's work together.
Yeah.
You know, Harry and Mackenzie know each other very well. I think they know they'll work together. They can break away, that's good, but you can see all 18 karts still pretty much nose to tail going into lap number 3. The GP blade of Harry Linden.
Yes.
Leads the way. Douglas, Duncan, and that little gap back to Smith in 4th place. It's about half a second. Now that will ebb and flow as this race progresses. There, you can see it's working. It's working. You can see Duncan. That's great shot there. You know, that's Harry up on the balcony there with the camera, showing how Duncan literally rests his nose and pushes Douglas into the leader, and you've got 12 wheels working together. Now, if either of the 2 drivers, if Douglas or Smith make a mistake, that's 12 wheels having an accident, which would be worse than just having a single kart accident. But when the timing is right, it works really well. Saying that though, Finn Smith and Aaron Poole behind them, they're working together. There's a move for 2nd place.
Nicely done there. The 16 moves up, so Mackenzie Douglas drops the place. Stephen Duncan moves up, so now it's Welsh, Scottish, Welsh. A Welsh-Scottish sandwich.
Yes, and then don't look now, but the English are coming behind, and it's Smith, Toole, Jay Lawrence. Now Pearson Bullock Carter, again, bad luck in the heats. Very quick driver for the Coles Racing team, number 15. He's already up into 7th position. So seeing Ben Crossley, another driver, moving up into 9th now. He sets the fast lap of the race, but just behind the top 5, which are now virtually together. There's a 2-kart scrap in 6th position. Jay Lawrence for the Project 1 racing team, which you see the red, white and green Project 1 livery, and then it's the red, white and blue Coles Racing livery of Pearson Bullock Carter number 15, trying to join this group. Now Stephen Duncan, he's dispatched Mackenzie Douglas. Will he make a move for the race lead? Because even though they've tried to work together, that tactic hasn't worked. Now will Duncan think, do you know what, Harry, you just haven't got the pace at the moment. I need to lead this one. Harry Linden almost foreseeing that by saying, no, come on, keep working together and push on. And Stephen thinking, did he just think it say go forward and pass you? There's the Jack's Motorsport, there's Jack Marshall's driver there. And yeah, Stephen Duncan did think that it was a finger forward to say pass me. Whether it was or not, we'll never know. But that's how Stephen Duncan took it. And Division Motorsport number 16 takes the race lead. Still very, very close. 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, it didn't look like they'd lost a lot of time. It looked like it left the door open, just slotted back in behind. Say that, fighting straight away. Harry Linden comes straight back at it and moves back up into 1st place. So now obviously
not much longer.
I mean, they're causing everyone to just pile back up into each other again now, aren't they?
And Finn Smith takes advantage and moves into the top 3.
Yes.
And Lyndon comes back at him. This is good stuff. That's how many 3 lane changes this lap?
I think that's 4 now.
Oh, is it? Oh, there we go. I can't count. See, that's my problem.
Oh, there you go.
But yeah, I mean, certainly almost every corner they're chopping and changing. Douglas is now back into 4th place, and then Aaron Poole, the XL Motorsport driver, team that does a lot of racing out in the United Arab Emirates, I believe. XL. I could be completely getting mixed up with somebody else. Hold that thought. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He's in Lydd at the moment, and he's in 5th position. He's right with the lead group is Aaron Poole.
Yes, and this group, it was 3, it's now 5, under 7 minutes to go on the timer, and it's Lyndon, Duncan, Smith, Douglas, Bull, Bullock, Carter, and Lawrence are the top 7, and they seem to be the main ones in this group as they cross the line.
The gap back to a 3-kart scrap 8th with Crossley, Mikey Port, and Joe Garraway, and then another gap back to Gallagher, Chong, Collins, Perrin, Camp, Crowther, Speakman, and then Michael Morgan, just a little bit off the pace, not too much, but just he's dropped a couple of seconds, but he's still there in 18th place. And I'm not sure if his mum or his sister saying, always aim higher. Well, that's what he's doing. He's just pushing on as best he can, is the youngster. But Lyndon, he may not have the fastest kart, but he does not want to be drawn back, because Mackenzie Douglas led very briefly, but he's been pushed back, and he's been pushed back into 4th. Overtaking is tricky.
Yeah, like you say, overtaking is a bit of a premium on this circuit. It doesn't look like it, but it is such a fast-flowing circuit that it's hard to get the kart down the inside. And when we do see the moves, it's either into this corner that they're coming into, now just, again, timing it perfectly and just sending a nose down the inside, as we just saw there, by a little bit there, by the 15 of Pearson Bullock Carter. Couldn't quite get it done, and then the famous absolute send it down the inside here, which I thought we were going to see there from the 19 of Finn Smith. But again, thought against it this time. Just eyeing it up.
He definitely he had more than a passing glance.
Yes.
At the inside of Stephen Duncan there, but then decided, no, save it for later. But of course, Mackenzie Douglas's problem now is that he saved it for later. He saved it for precisely half a lap later.
Well,
there goes Smith up into P2. Now, I say Douglas's problem, as you can see there it is. If he tries to attack, it leaves him open. He leaves the door open, and somebody else puts it down. That is Aaron Poole going through.
Yep. So positions changing all the way across, and again, you just see the concertina effect as they go into that final corner under braking. Who can break that a little bit later, taking the wider entry, the later apex, or the early apex, and the later and the wider exit. I wouldn't really go for that second option, of course, because there's a horrible bump on the runoff area, which you see them almost, bump out the chair and out the seat, and obviously no seat belts in this, so
No, and the drivers are quite light as well. You can really you can really see the drivers being bounced around in the seat.
Yes.
Not a good look for your ribs.
No.
They've all got rib protectors on, obviously, and this is why they need it. But here comes, Finn Smith. He's looking really, really strong. I've got to say, the number 19, Finn Smith, Team Clay Racing driver, obviously based out of Clay Pigeon Raceway. Used to be called Clay Kart Shop Racing, but Team Clay.
There's contact, and the 24 and the 31. Aaron Poole and
Mackenzie Douglas. That was Douglas. He had to try and fight back. Your time was running out. He had race-winning pace. Let's have a look on the Alpha replay. He just jumped up over the back of thing, and then of course the rear wheel that he bounced him over the top onto the barriers now, and that's damaged something on the kart. And Mackenzie Douglas, that left front looks, or right front rather, looks somewhat askew.
Yes, again. In that meantime, though, Finn Smith has moved up into the lead with 3 minutes left on the clock. And that is definitely progression. As you can see there, the 19 leading the way from Stephen Duncan and Harry Lyndon.
Harry Lyndon behind, just pointing forward again. Now, Steve, I'm sure he means push me. Last time he did that to Stephen Duncan overtook him. This time, pushing him. Look at that, perfect slipstreaming there. Well done, cameraman, for getting that shot there. Just giving that little extra, tenth of a mile an hour down the straight. If it closes up a kart length, he's now got momentum. If he gets a good run out of this second hairpin, Lyndon will be in a position where if he wants to make a move into turn 3, he can. but not quite close enough. Although you did see Finn Smith sort of deviate to the right-hand side of the circuit there to take an early apex, a little bit defensive. You know, he's got to be defensive. Now behind them, there is Scrapney coming out of turn number 4 onto the back straight, but behind them, Pearson Bullock Carter has moved to the 4th place. Aaron Fool is 5th, and again, strong work there from Stephen Duncan.
Yep, it's going to be piling on the pressure to Lyndon, or to Finn Smith, I should say, as that gap closes up now. They're right behind. 2 minutes left on the clock, plus the additional lap that we're going to have as the timer goes to 0. And there's a warning flag to Duncan there.
And there's the move.
And there is the move.
I think it's obviously, you know, that you've got to be so careful. You can sort of, there's a difference between resting your nose cone on someone's rear bumper and nudging them, because nudging them is contact.
Yes.
Resting is just, you know, well, it's a grey area. Resting is just, no, I wouldn't say resting is contact. Resting is racing.
Yeah.
Pearson Bullock Carter, really impressed with how he's driven, the Lancastrian driver. Up. He's heading towards the front. So we've come from 10th to 4th. That's terribly unprofessional. As opposed to the rest of the nonsense I spout. But
sorry for headphone users.
So yeah, Pearson Bullock Carter in 4th, Fool is 5th, then Jay Lawrence, Ben Crossley, Mikey Porter, the top 8. Good scrap between Fool, Lawrence, Crossley and Porter. Garraway is 9th, Gallagher is 10th, Mason Perrin 11th, Chloe Chong is 12th. There's a move.
Down the inside goes the 16 of Stephen Duncan, moves down the inside of Harry Lyndon and says, thank you very much, I'll take that, with less than a minute on the timer. And now, of course, Finn Smith, who was leading this race earlier on, he's going to want back in this action and trying to close that gap back up again and do that. But then the 15, like you say, Pearson Bullock Carter, he's closing in, and here comes Lyndon straight back at Duncan. It's side to side, and here's Finn Smith. Is he going to look down the inside here at the turn 5? He is, and he takes back that 2nd place, and so does Bullock Carter as well.
Great opportunism there from Pearson Bullock Carter. He's got momentum. He's already, you could see him getting out of that turn 5 as the change to lead. Finn Smith back in front. 20 seconds to go. This is only to decide who starts where in the final.
I know, yes, as they go through. 10 seconds left on the clock. Last lap board will come out now, but we all know that this is where Lyndon likes to get the overtake. He'll come through the chicane, and then he'll hold that title on the inside. See, he was a little bit wider on the exit there, and then he'll cut back here on the inside, as he's doing again there. It's his favourite place to overtake, but now we're going to see Finn Smith's favourite place to overtake, which is into the final corner. Are we going to see it this time as the 2 behind scrabble as well? The last lap board's going to come out this time. Is Finn going to wait? I wouldn't do it this time. I would do it on the last lap, and he's not. He's staying behind. I think that's a good idea.
Yep, he's going to size him up though for a move, because Lyndon's going to defend going into that last corner. So we've seen someone get on to go around the outside of the final corner to gain a couple of places. I'm not sure enough. See how possible that is in Minimax. You might have to find out. Stephen Duncan might have to find out. Sorry, Finn Smith might have to find out very shortly. Duncan is back in 4th place. Lyndon defends through turn number 3. He can't leave the door open over the crest, and Finn Smith looks to the inside. Finn Smith covering his line from Bullock Carter. Look behind him. There is the 5th place driver, Ben Crossley, in cart number 56. Here we go. Last time down the back straight. 1 corner to go. Lyndon defends. Finn Smith follows him in. Can he get a run coming out of the corner? No, I don't think he can. No, he doesn't. Harry Lyndon takes the checkered flag by 700ths of a second from Phil Smith. Aaron Fool getting a time penalty there as well. So that's going to drop him back to probably 10th or 11th position. But Harry Lyndon, as we watch the rest, there comes Mikey Morgan across the line, and he finishes 17th. So Harry Lyndon, Finn Smith, Pearson, Bullock Carter, your provisional top 3. Stephen Duncan is 4th. Ben Crossley with the fastest lap of the race, I believe, 38.55 seconds. Yep, caught the leaders right at the end. Another lap or 2, and Crossley might have been able to think so. Fool finishes 6th on the road, but he will drop back to the 8th place. So it's Jay Lawrence is next, then Mikey Porter for Jack Marshall's team. Alfie Gallagher is next. Mason Perrin rounding out the top 10 ahead of Joe Garraway and Chloe Chong, the Anglo-Canadian driver, in 12th. There's the rest of the finishes. So Mackenzie Douglas, the pre-final pole sitter, will start last in the final. The final is a bit longer, I believe. Is it 15? Yes.
Believe it is 15
minutes. There's
plus 1 lap.
15 minutes plus a lap. There's the driver, the number 19 Kart, coming across the line, and it's always better to see that, you know, a lot of the drivers have got the sort of not the invisible visor. What's the word I'm looking for?
Iridium.
The iridium. I know it began with R, and it was you can't see you can't see the whites of their eyes.
No.
But when they come in, you can see they lift the visor up, and that's, you know, it's so sad that around the paddock the drivers have got to have masks on or the crash helmets on, so you can't get the emotion of the drivers, the smiles, the angst, as it were, of the drivers in and around the paddock. So on the slowdown, these great close-up shots that Alpha are bringing us, when they lift their visors up, you can see the smiles. That's the only real capture of emotion that you get. So a good first pre-final, Anthony.
Yes, yeah, a very exciting pre-final. I say a very close battle at the front.
Yes, and so the rest of the classes have got that to live up to.
They do.
Yes, because up next is going to be Rotax 177. So, Rotax 177, 10 karts, but as we saw this morning, 10 karts made for a very exciting race. There is our championship photographer walking across the screen, Chris Walker from kartpics.net.
Camera aware, as always.
Aware of the camera as always, you know, yes. Oliver Appleby and Ben Davis will share the front row. Great scrap between them earlier on. Lewis Large and Chris Thomas are on row 2. Henry Ayres and Matthew Easton, who we saw retiring earlier on row 3.
Row 4 will be Ben Cowley, then Charlie Whaley as well. And then it's James Ockenden, and running out the grid of 10 karts, Colin Davis, privateer.
Colin Davis has had he's had a bit of a shocker, to be fair.
Yes.
And he hasn't finished a heat race yet, but hopefully it'll all come good for the number 71 driver now. So as we wait for this, I mean, these 177 drivers, I mean, it's a physical race for the kids. Obviously, they're carrying a bit more weight, so the pressures are there. Oh, man down, flag down. Now, the power lines in the background, the topography of the southern Kent coastline, it's somewhat flat. There's not a mountain range to be sighted. Of course, the Dungeness Desert is nearby.
Yes.
There's an official classification of what constitutes a desert, and it's not the amount of sand. It's the amount of rainfall.
Ah.
Yeah. So but of course, there is a power station not far from us.
We can see it out the window.
Of the Chernobyl, not the nuclear variety. It's not Chernobyl, but it's one of those power stations, which I'd say it's not a blot on the landscape. It's a distinguished feature. There it is. Yes. Now, Ian Rogers from Motorsport Timing, he does some work with a company called Brammer, and they are a client of theirs, and he's been inside it.
Yes.
Yes. And that's why he's come out only 3'5".
Ah.
Yes.
Now, see, I did an event quite a few years back involving a Jordan F1 car, taking it to a power station that was closing down on the Isle of Anglesey.
Really?
Yes. So it was it's kind of a team building.
Yes.
Exercise. So we would do a pit stop challenge type of deal.
Around a decommissioned power station.
Around a decommissioned power station.
With the Menai Strait in the background.
Yes.
Good track angle, see, like that.
Yeah.
Very good. You need to have more grandstands though, and you could see a touring car race there.
Yeah.
Ooh, that'll be good. Right, here we go. Rolling lap, Rotax 177 pre-final here at Lydd International Kart Circuit. And who is Oliver Appleby? Well, he had to, how should we say this? He had to withstand the very close attentions of Ben Smith, almost unwanted attentions. Yes.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yes. Like pretty good in the nightclub, batting off the unwanted attentions
of everyone.
Of everyone.
Yes. I don't go to nightclubs.
No, I don't
anymore.
Either. No.
You sure?
Well, I'm a responsible adult now. Those days.
Are you?
Yes. I wasn't in one last night.
Could have fooled me.
Here we go.
Let's go racing.
Let's go racing. Oh, and do you know what? That is a lightning start from Ben Davis.
Oh
my word! And into the barriers. That is the Coles Racing number 13 of 2018 Rotax 177 champion Lewis Large. Oh, that was almost thing, and he's taken. I tell you what, he's taken a knock to the ribs there.
Yeah, I suspect so.
You know that he came down, and that cart came down hard, and yeah, body met side of seat. Yellow flags are out, so we're probably going to go to a full course yellow. Yes, we've got the Battenberg flag out, the black and yellow cross flag. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen. That's a good sight. Lewis Lydd dusting the bark off his race suit. So they've all got to slow down now. Ben Davis is leading the field. He becomes. There's Lewis Lydd giving the thumbs up. Let's see what happened. Into the first turn. He's on the outside there, and it's the number 56 cart of Chris Thomas that just makes contact with him and comes down hard. Hopefully the cart is undamaged. Well, hopefully the cart is not too badly damaged. Hopefully the driver is not too badly damaged. Great work there. Thank you, James, for our director. James is the disembodied voice in my head.
Yes.
And he's doing a fantastic job. That's a couple of really good sort of like live action replays. Is that a cart coming out of the gravel at the back of the screen?
Is that?
Do you know what?
Is that our man?
It blooming well is, you know. He's back in the race. He's a lap down. Now, of course, this is critical. You know, he is back down, so he's got to check to make sure he's okay. The lights have gone green.
The race is back underway again.
And so will we see Lewis Lydd continue, or will he just do what he might do? He's a lap down. Yeah, he's going to go through. He's flat chat through that first corner. Last time he was around there at racing speed, he was nearly on his head. Now he is a lap down. Will he do the full race distance, or will he just do a systems check? You know, he's got both arms, both legs. All my ribs are still roughly at the same place. And now let's check the mechanical part of things.
Yes, so a testament to the rib protector, because it looked like it took a fair knock, and like I say, carrying on. That's
oh, and Ben Davis there, late at the brakes. So you can see that camera angle there, the different lines coming into the final corner.
Yeah.
And yeah, Ben Davis, I thought he had missed the apex, but he was just taking a later apex. But you can see how inviting that was. Because I thought, oh, he's running wide, that's going to open the door for Oliver Appleby. But it wasn't, it was just his chosen line. Matthew Easton sets a fast lap of the race, 38.21 seconds. There's a move.
Appleby down the inside of Davis. Nicely done. A little bit of a nudge there from Davis back. Just to see if we're going to see a last corner lunge here. I wouldn't suspect so. No, stays behind.
9 minutes
slots into position, yeah, like I say, with 9 minutes to go. So, yeah, nice little controlled overtake there as we head through the first chicane. Where the incident happened earlier, but all clear now and away as we head through. Nothing between these drivers, really, is there?
No, not at all. You know, Chris Thomas there, setting the fastest lap of the race in 4th position. The top 4 are starting to clear off. Charlie Whaley in 5th for the Mike Spencer Motorsport team. Last year, Charlie and his brother Russ Whaley, they raced on the Ralph Schumacher kart, which looked like a Ferrari, which was a very, very attractive piece of kit. But that has now been jettisoned in favour of an Alonso chassis.
Oh, was that someone spinning in the background there? Or was I just seeing something out of the corner of my eye?
I was looking to double check to see what. It was Lewis Lydd pitting. I think it might have been. That could have been there. So he's obviously just again checked everything over. He's a lap down, so he's not going to achieve anything in this race. So now he pits. He's giving his team more time, to the Coles Racing team, giving them more time to get everything doubly right for the final.
Yes.
And there's a move for Ben Davis back up into top spot, going into the final corner. And those top 4, a little bit clear of Charlie Whaley, Henry Ayres, Colin Davis there in 7th, then it's Ockenden and Ben Cowley. That's the running order at the moment. I'll say this class owes a lot to GMS karting. They're providing 4 of the 10 entries.
Yes, so good contribution, I would say, to the category, to the class.
Yes.
Yeah, great support for these drivers as well. 7 minutes left on the clock then. Davis now leading again. These two slightly breaking away. They've got about a 0.4 of a second gap, and back down the inside goes Appleby. Thank you very much. And that allows the 2 behind to now close back up again. So it was a group of 2. It's now a group of 4 again.
As you can see, Appleby working the steering wheel hard into braking there. The kart wanted to break free as he was hard on the brakes and trying to turn in. So a lot of adjustments to the steering going into that corner. And he was obviously mindful that Ben Davis was right outside him and he didn't want to, nerf into him. But Top 4 still clear. Colin Davis, fastest lap of the race. And you think, oh, you know, so he shows he's competitive. Also, his tyres are in better condition than everyone else's because he's done less laps on them, which is not a situation. You know, it's the situation he's in. But you don't want to you don't want to set the fast lap because you know your tyres have only done 3 racing laps all weekend. But hey, you know he'll take that at the moment. Everyone can get him, and he's there right in that second group of cars. But here come the top 4 through the first chicane. There is your race leader, Oliver Appleby, Tony Kart chassis. Rotax engines. Now, Ben Davis. Oh dear, that was very inconsiderate of Matthew Easton to upset all those tyre barriers.
Was it Matthew Easton?
I think. Oh no, he was setting the fast lap race. The number 72 kart. No, it was the number 22 kart. Sorry, of Ben Cowley. Sorry, I was busy. See, that's the thing. I saw a name, Matthew Easton, fast lap, kart going off, and my brain doesn't work well at the best of times.
Now that has of course caused waved yellows through the first couple of corners.
Yes.
Now the tyres don't appear to be on the track. They are knocked over, but they are going to be recovered.
Yeah, that's
it's more of the debris on the circuit, I would say, the bark.
And I mean, to move those tyres and the way that he has done that was...
It's going to hit it at a fair rate of knots.
Now, was it James Ockenden or was it Ben Cowley? It was either the 12 or the 22. I think it may have been James Ockenden, you know. But however, to move those tyres, he must be going a fair old whack. He must have given them a fair old whack. There's the number 22, so no, there's 22, Cowley, so it was actually James Ogden. So the third time of asking, I actually identified the correct car.
Well, there you go. Well, third time's a charm.
Third time's a charm. Not, sadly, for Ogden. He's still in the race, but I would imagine he's obviously got his nose cone would have been taking a fair old pummeling. And whilst we're talking about this, the top 4 haven't changed, although as I say that, Chris Thomas moves to 3rd place. So Thomas into 3rd position in kart number 56. Oh, that was the number 95 of Easton. Sorry, moving into 3rd position. I do apologise. So Easton's fast lap ago. Now top spot, and still the top 4. Still you can see waved yellow flags. Well done, Mr. Track Marshal. Getting those tyres back into position because they're there for a reason. If something, God forbid, would happen again. Oh, there's a move. There's a move, Ben Davis to the inside. Oh, side by side. Oh my word, that was almost Appleby into the barriers. His rear wheel and the left-hand corner of the rear bumper was inches away from the tyre barriers. And if he had brushed those tyre barriers, they would have sucked him in.
Yes, that would hook onto it really, wouldn't it? And it just, pulverise the barrier there and potentially the cars as well. So, yeah, that's not ideal. That pushes him down 3 places, now in 4th place for Appleby. Davis now leading the way by 0.3 of a second from Easton and Thomas. And Matthew Easton again, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, so he's and so his kart is getting stronger and stronger as the race progresses. So the tyre pressures, obviously you've seen him set the fastest lap of the race. We're on lap number 13 now, 3.5 minutes to go. So his tyre pressures are on. The kart is now the setup they put on the kart before this race is absolutely on song at the business end, and he's put himself in a position where he can challenge for the race lead or even the race win.
Potentially so, as they're going through 3 minutes left on the clock.
There's a look, but Chris Thomas is right behind him. Chris Thomas goes through into 2nd place and then gives it a wave. That's helping Ben Davis. So, I mean, Ben Davis, maybe not a place you'd expect him to make the move. Oh dear. I think he's had another go at them, do you know? I think that might be Ockenden again, the 12 kart in the barriers. I was going to say that, and do you know what? It is. He's dragging his kart to safety, but well done the marshal for putting those tyre barriers into place because there was a big gaping hole. If, God forbid, there was a kart that had a brake failure going through that chicane, they wouldn't have had the barriers to stop them. They would have gone back out onto the track, potentially onto another part of the racing circuit, and a full speed out of control kart coming onto a racetrack not in the correct direction is something that is, you know, is something that nobody wants to see. Someone's watching us. We're watching on screen the number 56 kart of Chris Thomas in 2nd place, and Oliver Appleby is closing back in. So after that Code Brown moment, that it was but Appleby had, he's now bringing himself back into position. Colin Davis is running in 5th. Henry Ayres is 6th. Charlie Whaley has slipped back to 7th, but there's a good scrap between Davis, Ayres and Whaley. There's a little bit of a gap to Ben Cowley, and Ockenden is carried on, but he's a lap down. Will Keith has got some fans online now, unfortunately, from Orkney. That's a fair. I can understand. I can understand why you didn't make the trek from Orkney to Lydd to watch Hazel. Sadly, Will Keith's participation the weekend is over because he didn't make it out of the repechage to the final. So unfortunately, it came over to Will. I mean, that's a hell of a drive back. That is. It's almost a half-decent plane ride.
Well, yeah.
I mean, we do have Lydd International Airport.
We do,
which is
just cruise in on a helicopter.
Yeah, and I mean, there's irony, and I mean, I talk about like Landau International with an ironic tone to my voice. Lydd International Airport, yes.
5-star terminal.
I'm not sure I'd fly a kite out there. Right, here we go. Ben Davis leads by 0.8 of a second with 40 seconds to go. 3-kart scrap for second place, Thomas Easton and the recovering Appleby. Now, does Oliver Appleby want to finish? Does he think to himself, is he going to try and make the move for third? I think he would, because you'd definitely rather start third than fourth. Just not because, I mean, they're side by side coming to the line, but of course the fact that the first corner is you turn right, then left, then right, and it's so close to the start line, you want to be on the inside row of the grid if possible.
Yeah, definitely so. 10 seconds on the clock though, and these guys are going to get this lap. Last lap board will then come out.
Next time, and this is going to be a 20-lap free final, giving these 177 drivers a real workout. You can see, you know, people have said about the track's narrow, it's quite twisty. You know, there's nowhere for the drivers to rest. Only the back straight is where the drivers can rest. It's literally, it's corner. You know, you get a one corner, you're setting the kart up. You know, you're dealing with the bumps and the curves. There's that one lip, and then there's this section, this track. The drivers can actually, you see some of them, they actually move their shoulders about. They
Give
just
it a little stretch,
relaxing their arms. Yeah.
My worst one was gripping the steering wheel too tight and killing your fingers. And that was the worst. And
you come out of the kart looking like you've got a mandible claw.
Yes, exactly.
But Ben Davis will have he dispatched Oliver Appleby with a fair move coming out of this corner you're looking at now. You know, he didn't force. He moved Oliver Appleby wide, and then Appleby almost got into the barriers. But then he can sort of spend the next half of that race relaxing ever so slightly. Thomas Easton, looks like everyone's going to stay as they were. Appleby will have to make do with 4th position. So into the final corner, Ben Davis takes the win in the Rotax 177 pre-final. Chris Thomas 2nd, Matthew Easton 3rd, Oliver Appleby 4th, Henry Ayres comes home 5th. Colin Davis gets a finish. 6th position for the driver of kart number 71. Charlie Whaley 7th, Ben Cowley 8th, and James Ockenden. Hey, that number 12 kart, the GMS karting machine, fair play to the mechanic. He bolted it together strongly because Ockenden did his best to unbolt parts of it with a couple of excursions, but so there we go. That is the end of the Rotax 177 pre-final. Now, subject of course to post-race scrutineering, it'll be Davis, Thomas, Easton, Appleby and Ayres, the top 5 starters for the final in Rotax 177. The next race up is Honda Cadet, but not quite yet. Just a few moments to reflect on that and to look forward with anticipation to the next pre-final. Not quite sure why. Who are we to judge or say? So whilst we're waiting for that, and we saw Drew Perry get through, let's speak to Drew and see how his first season in British kart racing is going.
My name's Drew Perry, I'm 15 and I race in the junior Rotax category. I come 2nd in the Hooton club meeting or club championship, and I'm hoping to do as best as I can in the British Championship this year. I started indoor karting when I was 8. And at 13 I got my own kart and it's just progressed like, ever since. I'm a privateer. My mum and dad are mechanic. Because it's a bit expensive to be in a team, and I'm hoping to gain experience and eventually join a team within the next year. I get to spend more time with my mum because she works a lot. It gives you the flexibility of being able to go wherever you want, and it keeps the cost down as well. I'm hoping to gain as much experience as I can, ready for joining seniors next year and place as high as I can in the championship.
Well, Drew, you're going to be placing high today, and your championship starts well. Whilst we're waiting for the Cadet Hondas to go out, let's take another little look around this track with Morgan Porter on a very blustery day yesterday.
Welcome to Lydd. 1,040 metres of arduous, narrow, but very testing tarmac here in Kent. And to take us around the lap is senior Rotax Grand Prix plate winner Morgan Porter. Morgan, let's have a lap of Lydd.
Yeah, let's go through it. I'm excited to show you the difficulties of such an enduring circuit.
Here we are at the first corner of the Lydd International Circuit. And Morgan, it's a very short run from the start line to this very technical S's.
Indeed, it is a very, very short run. It's probably the shortest run in the UK, to be honest with you. And it's very tight indeed. You've got one line, and if you're not on it, then to be honest with you, I think you're going to be screwed. If you're not hooking up the curb as well, really important to hook up the curb. The curb's the main thing here. And it's really enduring as well. If you don't hit it right, it pushes you off straight into the little trap over here. So no, it's going to be a tight one on the start.
And it also makes deciding on where you start on the inside row or the outside row. Like I can imagine that starting on the outside row, 2, 4, 6, those grid positions, is not preferable at all, is it?
Yeah, starting on the outside, it's going to be tricky. Trying to fight your way in, especially coming up to this big curve here, it's going to be hard. But I think if you fight yourself in, the people on the outside are going to have a hard time keeping it in.
Now, once the drivers have negotiated the first S-bend, they head onto a short straight into a second S-bend behind us. That's just a slightly tighter version of the first couple of corners. But from there, they come into the bottom bend, where I think we're going to see plenty of overtaking, because this braking zone here, Morgan, there's a lot of room for a lunge up the inside.
There certainly is. If you leave the door open, there's going to be plenty of room for lots of people to come through. So you're going to expect to see some people covering this corner. If not, there's going to definitely be some overtakes. But hooking up that second chicane is going to be very important as well. 2 very enduring curbs. So it's all about getting that second chicane right to get your hairpin overtake done right.
Now, a lot of drivers I've spoken to this morning have said that overtaking is possible at nearly every corner, but you've got to be brave and you need a bit of cooperation from the driver that you're passing. And I'm noticing there's not a great deal of runoff on the outside of this bend.
There is no such as runoff, especially down here as well. There's got to be some sort of respect out on the grids. If there isn't, unfortunately, there are going to be crashes. But yeah, there is overtaking opportunities. Maybe not at every corner, but there is a good solid 3 or 4 maybe around this track.
So from one overtaking opportunity, we go into the only real flowing part of the circuit, the start of the dogleg back towards the paddock. Now, one thing you'll notice about Lydd is that it's flat. Flat, that is, apart from one little crest just behind us there. And that crest, it comes at a really opportunity because you're setting yourself up for running into this next sort of series of bends, this right, left, right that leads out onto the back straight. How does that affect the kart when you come over there, and does it create an overtaking opportunity?
It certainly does create an overtaking opportunity, but there's an unforgiving curve on the inside that you've always got to be wary of. So yeah, no, it's an interesting little corner. There's none like it in the UK, but I'll give you that. Coming over the crest, it unsettles the kart a little bit, but then you can set yourself up for this corner. It's really nice. You go over the long left-hander back onto the back straight, and yeah, it's a really nice little smooth section.
Now, eagle-eyed viewers might have noticed that it's slightly breezy here today. Morgan, how does the wind on a day like this affect the balance of the kart and affect the pace around the circuit?
The wind here is a big factor for sure. The tow can happen at any little straight that you go through, especially like coming into this little bend here. You can get a tow just coming into here, especially. So no, the crosswind as well, going over the hump, can always affect you as well.
So in short, another potential action zone there, the crest into the third sort of complex of corners.
Yeah, it sure is.
So we're now on to the approach of the final corner on the circuit, and as you can see, it comes at the end of the longest straight. Now, it gives the drivers a chance for a well-earned break, but also a crucial opportunity to slipstream and set up your rivals for either a move into this final corner or to set them up to come out for a move coming out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, certainly. It's your only break on this circuit. And to be honest, you can't relax because it's with crosswinds like today, you always got to watch yourself because there's the slipstream is going to create a lot of overtaking moves down into this corner. So always watching yourself. But no, it's a nice little straight. It's good to have a little break from a very enduring circuit.
Now it's a very quick lap time, but like you said, it's a very physical lap. Something that would surprise a lot of people here because looking at just the flat nature of the place, it is a real physical test for the drivers, isn't it?
It certainly is. I'll probably put it as the most physical track in the UK. It's very hard. The curbs are very dominating, but no, it's a joy to drive. But yeah, it's definitely very physically demanding. With 36-second lap time around here, there's not much of a break at all.
So there you have it. A lap of Lydd International Kart Circuit with 2020 Senior Rotax Grand Prix winner Morgan Porter. Morgan, thank you very much. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you, Henry, and I'll see you over the course of the weekend too.
So thanks once again. We've shown that a couple of times today. And we'll be doing that. That'll be a feature of Alpha Live's coverage. You know, a track walk, one of the drivers at every British Championship round this year. Cadet Honda will be up next eventually, and in Cadet Honda you're going to see the Jungling brothers, Ralph and Timo. We caught up with them yesterday to find out what life is like as a pair of privateers in Cadet Honda.
My name is Michael Jungling. I look after my two boys, Ralph and Timo Jungling. We race in Honda Cadets. We started when they were 6 and we've moved up since then. Typically we've been in teams before, but we made the decision about a year ago to go as privateers. And the reason for that is I'm highly competitive, and I also want to demonstrate that you can do this in a disruptive way. And we save money, there's no team politics, we're closer to my boys, and it's thoroughly enjoyable. I do not regret going as a privateer. We're here only for one reason, and it may sound arrogant, but we're here to win the British Championship. We've trained very hard, we're very methodical, on the data side, on the training side, on kart setup, and I firmly believe that there is no one who is much better than us, so I have no reason to believe why we can't win the British Championship this year. Being your own boss and being in charge of your own destination is highly appealing, and that was one of the key reasons we decided to go as a private outfit. We're also quite proud, so we've established our own brand, which is Jungling Motorsport Racing. The kids feel quite loyal to it, and I get the impression that it's brought out the best in my two boys. And anyone who's got doubts, believe in yourself, be methodical, and you can do it.
Yeah, the UK karting for me is one of the best. I mean, you've got quality drivers all round.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition, so I've got to make sure I'm focused for this race and all the races for the season.
The British Championship's really one of the hardest I've ever raced in. For anyone, it really is a good learning experience, and although it's a bit emotional sometimes, it's good for the driver.
My name is Michael Youngling. I look after my two boys, Ralph.
The karting industry in this country needs to have a revolution. We need to fully embrace the indoor karting industry, which represents the touch point for most people, their first taste of motorsport.
Team Sport are really excited to be partnering with Motorsport UK in launching the first ever British Indoor Karting Championships in 2020. Indoor karting is the most accessible form of motorsport, so literally anybody can enter. It's going to be a fantastic championships run exclusively at Team Sport tracks across the whole of the UK.
So once again, welcome back to Lydd, and apologies for the brief delay in action. There's just one or two issues with the Cadet Honda starting lineup that the stewards are having to resolve. And this is the nature of very competitive karting, that you see that incidents happen on track, and obviously there's a judicial process that goes on with the driver is penalised. They can appeal that decision, and has to go through certain timescales. The board of stewards are here. I think that's a nice there. Now that's a lovely view of that blue wristband that we all have to take when we get our temperatures checked on the entrance to the circuit. And yesterday we've seen the video for Timo and Ralph Youngling. Interestingly, here's a fact for you all back home, that Timo is the older of the Youngling brothers. He's older by a year and a half. Back, he's 11. The Ralph is the older, and he's 11, and Timo is 10. About 11 years ago, Formula One fans, you'll be aware that Timo Glock and Ralf Schumacher were teammates in the Toyota Formula One team. And yes, they're named after Timo Glock and Ralf Schumacher. And it was first our motorsport timekeeper Ian Rogers that alerted me to that fact, and then said, I wonder if that's true. So I put my journalistic hat on and went and asked them, and they went, yes, that is true. There's as you can see, the cloud has come over and it says there it's currently 22 degrees, but the wind is 25 miles an hour, and it is, you know, it feels a lot less than 22 degrees outside. The skies are grey. Now, in about 20 minutes, there's a 10% chance of rain, but with the wind picks up, the wind coming from over the channel, rain can arrive very quickly, but also it can disappear very quickly, as we saw in one of the qualifying sessions yesterday, which started just as the driver was going out. There was a squall, and it soon dissipated, but it ruined the qualifying session for those drivers in it. They were all on slick tyres. There is the view into turn number 4, and you can just see at the track dips away and then crests a rise. What's under there, I don't know, but I mean, and then the gravel part on the left-hand part of your screen, that's not like an old track, that's just a drainage ditch. And it does say that, you know, the circuit staff here, James Clark and the Clark Karts team that have run Lydd now for the last 9 years, they've done a lot of work on the track and some of the facilities to get them up to scratch, and they're still working hard. They've been working hard, you know, all weekend, sort of, you know, 150 plus drivers in a very narrow paddock. So just behind that sort of bank, that gorse-covered bank, is one of the lakes here, and then sort of behind us here in the start-finish line area, there's another lake. So it's a very long, narrow paddock. They've done a great job to squeeze in all these 150 drivers. So, yeah, it's 150 drivers. Some of the biggest teams, or most of the biggest teams in British karting, in their awnings and their articulated trucks and things like that, are all crammed into a narrow and long paddock. Once again, a massive thank you to everybody for tuning in on YouTube, the Alpha Live YouTube page. Now, my son watches YouTube all the time. You know, it's one of the banes of my life. But all they've got is these kids, these guys, they're these YouTubers. They go, click and subscribe, click and subscribe. Don't forget to like and subscribe, like and subscribe. And I've always said, I hate that. I hate people that say like and subscribe. However, the Alpha Live YouTube page has 10,950 subscribers at the moment, and you know, it would be very nice to get that figure to 11,000 by the end of today. So I'm going to do my YouTuber moment and say, don't forget, like and subscribe to get all the updates from Alpha Live, whose stream live events, not just British Kart Championships, all year round. And we are ready to go racing very shortly. Hopefully, 34 Cadet Hondas are sitting, waiting, like a poised rattlesnake to strike.
I was sitting and poised, ready for commentary.
You were sitting, I mean, you set off at some ungodly time this morning.
I did, yes. I was on the road at 4 o'clock in the morning. I was up at 3:30 and...
Just getting in. Anyway, let's...
it is the grid, yes.
The grid. Jensen Graham and Zach Drummond on row 1. Timo Jungling and Connor Duncan, the GP play holder, on row 2. Lewis Island and Joshua Graham on row 3.
Row 4, Aston Sharp. Then it's William Murphy. And then Oscar Tumbley. Blake Ticehurst in 10th place with Max Kubert in 11th. Ralph Jungling, who we just saw on the stream a moment ago, in 12th place.
Alfie Thompson starts 13th, followed by Reg Hayward. Sonny Mortensen and Henry Jocelyn round out the 8th row of the grid. Row 9 is Tommy Harfield and Owen Neve.
Row 10, Ewan Sherman, and then it's Casey Lynch, Devon Nolan, and then Gustav Uzakovs. Thank you. You do like that one, don't you, Kenzo? Yes. Craigie in 23rd, and Harrison McKee.
Then Leon Hasty and Aston McAndrew-Uren on row 13, Alexander Horcutt and Noah Barham on row 14, Oscar O'Sullivan and Kaiser Raymond on row 15. Row 16 is Oliver Bocock and Cole Denham. Rounding out the field, Kacper Tomalowski and Adam Wooden. This is a capacity grid, so the drivers are split into 3 groups. That's why we saw only 20 or so karts in each of the heats. Now all 34 are together for the pre-final. And if the racing was excellent with just 20-odd cars. Now we've got a full capacity, Anthony, and I wasn't meaning to cut you off. I was going to sympathise with you for your early start.
No. We had to get that grid done, didn't we? There was quite a few to get through,
yeah.
but yeah, it was.
Where did one drive for to get to this delightful venue?
I live and reside in Silverstone, so
Motorsport Valley.
It is indeed Motorsport Valley.
Like Silicon Valley, only with less silicon.
Yes, and more rubber.
Rubber, yes. Yes.
But yeah, it's a lovely place. Just crack a window open to the scream of a V8 going around the circuit.
Very nice, very nice.
Lovely.
Yes, I can do that in my home in Barry, but that's normally because there's joyriders.
Yeah. Someone's nicked the local car.
The local car.
Yeah. There's only one car in Barry.
Because we're Welsh and we've only got one car between us. The rest of us are still on horseback. Oh dear. Right. You can see, look at that, the drivers at the back are curling around the final corner there. They get into their grid positions. Jensen Graham crashed in his first heat this morning. 34 Cadet Hondas all lined up, most of them in the correct position. But that's not bad. You know, first time we've had all of them out there, most of them lined up in the correct place. Now the pushers have got to sort of go out there and get them in their right spots. Back of the grid there's Kacper Tomanowski in car number 20. Up at the front, Jensen Graham. Ambulance in his first race this morning, winner of the next race, and then pole for the pre-final. And angling towards the inside line is Zach Drummond of the Synergy Racing team. So it's an all Synergy Factory front row. All Scots front row. Jensen Graham and Zach Drummond get them away. Good start from Aston Sharp. Great start. Like a cork out of a bottle, Aston Sharp, the S-plate holder, to gain a couple of positions. That's hard to do from a standing start, but he anticipated the light change perfectly, I believe. But into the second hairpin. Oh my word! And now he's spoiled it. He's come back on the middle of the track, and he gets T-boned there by several karts. Oh, and that's a dozen drivers and more. Aston Sharp, he just went for one move too much, spun backwards going into the second chicane, came back across the centre of the track. Then it was nose-to-nose contact. It was a head-on collision. So it wasn't a T-bone. That would have been interesting. There's the number 34 kart getting going again. That's Max Cuthbert. And there's one of the Ambition drivers up and out of their seats. Hopefully, no one's done too much damage. However, look at the breakaway that incident has given. And they're going to come across yellow flags going into the second hairpin now, because there's still karts being put back onto the racing surface. It's Jensen Graham who has the lead. Let's have a look, Anthony. I think the marshalling team has managed to get them all clear.
Yeah, yellow's cleared fairly quickly on that one. It was a good effort from the drivers as well, who marshalled themselves, really, got themselves out of the kart, pushed the karts out to safety, and got back going again. So that was a very quick getaway from the rest of them. But yeah, a massive shame there for nearly looked like half the grid involved in that one. But
I'm trying to see who might have been involved. I mean, I'm looking there. I mean, the top 22 have come through cleanly. And whilst he's looking at the screen, I'll tell you that, it was Aston Sharp, Harrison Mackie, Sonny Mortensen, Max Cuthbert, Leon Hasty, Reg Haywood, William Murphy, and Adam Wooden. And I don't think Adam Wooden took the start. So it was those drivers were the ones that were caught up there. So Kacper Tomanowski, who started 34th, is up to 24th place. So 10 drivers involved in that incident.
Do you want to know something else fascinating about this?
I'd love to.
It's touchscreen.
I'm there deftly trying to manoeuvre 3 fingers at once to move that thing around. It's an Apple, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Oh dear, I didn't know. It's a Bang & Olufsen. Oh dear. Other products are available. Back on track. Look, it's the GP plate of Connor Duncan who has the lead. And there's a move from Timo Jungling. So Timo Jungling up into second place now. The 2 Synergy drivers, Drummond and Graham, 3rd and 4th. And then that gap back to Lewis Islin in 5th, Oscar Tumulty in 6th, then it's Blake Ticehurst, Josh Graham in 8th, Henry Jost in 9th, Ewan Charman 10th, and Ralph Jungling in 11th. But can the second group work together to catch it? It's not much of a gap to bridge. I think they're going to do it. Connor Duncan leads at the moment for the SFR Motorsport team.
Yep, so as these guys break away, you can see this group of 4 here. 9 minutes left on the timer, and they're all just nose to tail, little nudges under braking, just learning where people's braking points are, and as they go through. And Marshall running there, not sure what he was running to, or maybe it was just to get out the way, Could have been a photographer, actually, thinking about it.
Well, yeah, so hopefully there was no cart off track there, and it was just a marshal scarpering to a safe place of respite.
Quick scarper.
And yes,
my Marshall impression there.
Excellent. And there goes Drummond to the inside of Youngling, but Youngling closes the door. That was like, no, it's my sunbed.
Yes.
I'm get my towels down. And,
wind playing havoc, I think, with one of the camera signals. There's a little bit of a freeze there, but we're back here at the front. 8 minutes on the timer, 5 laps in.
You can see the gaps behind that lead group where Kart just had to scatter left, right and centre. Aston Sharp, meanwhile, is not, I think he's 20, I'm going to use his touchscreen here, 25th position. So of the drivers that did spin, Aston Sharp is the leading driver of those days. I mean, he'd be fortunate not to have any damage, and imagine though that after taking a head-on collision, nose cones would be damaged, but he's just got to try and plug away. This is just to decide the starting order for the final. Here come the leaders once again. Connor Duncan has got a breakaway. Drummond and Graham have passed Youngling. Youngling saying, I'm not having any of that. He goes back into 3rd position. And there's the number 17 Kart across the line.
And here's the rest of them.
Yeah.
About 8 of them now as they've crossed the line. So with all that bunching up and grouping up and not being able to break away, everyone's closed back in again. And now we've got, again, another carbon copy of what we saw earlier on today. Like a 10-kart race to the flag.
Yep, with still 7 minutes to go. So Duncan was enjoying a 7/10 of a second lead. It's down to 2/10 of a second now. Here comes some of the tail enders, and you can see, so Duncan's lead, that's how quickly a gap can close. If the drivers behind them, are working together, a driver that did have a big lead would drop down, with his advantage can go in the space of a lap across the line, go the leaders, now looking at the midfielders going through there. And some of the drivers, the big gaps there. There's Aston Sharp coming through, so he's trying to recover, and he's trying to close in on Kacper Tomolowski in 24th place, who is the last of the drivers that escaped the melee on the opening lap. These laps go by very, very quickly indeed. So we're on to lap number 8 now. Duncan lead with Drummond right behind him. There he comes across the down the back straight. See Drummond peels to the inside. Drummond from Glasgow, Duncan from Aberdeen. And then Youngling, who's originally from Munich in Bavaria. That's where the Youngling family are from.
Now, what it looked like there going into the last corner, it looked like Duncan had allowed the two of Drummond and Youngling to go down the inside. Maybe he just wanted a break at the front.
Yeah,
just
he's pushing the air.
Yes.
You know, he can just sit back and let the drivers in front do the hard work for him.
Yes, get the clear air and then, yeah, come back a little later on. And like I say, there's still 5.5 minutes to go in this race, so a long time, you know, seeing as it's 30-odd seconds a lap, 40 seconds a lap. So there's still plenty of laps in this.
5.5 minutes remaining. So Youngling into 2nd position. Here's the scrap behind them. So at the moment it is Oscar Tumulty in kart number 17 who is in 4th place, leading the charge up to the front. If you can, with help from Lewis Islin, Josh Graham, Blake Ticehurst, Ewan Charman, Alfie Thompson and Jensen Graham. So behind the top 3 you've got a 7-kart train, and you can see that very distinctive livery, the Project 1 East Anglia kart of Aston Sharp going through. He's already up to 22nd place, so he's just got to try and get as far up as possible to get a decent starting position for the final. Now the other Youngling brother, Ralph Youngling, is in 11th position. Here comes the battle for the lead. Now see Timo and Ralph Youngling there from Munich in Bavaria. That's the sound of music territory. That's Austria really, but it's very similar. But I was going to say that the hills were live with the sound of jungle.
Very good. Very good.
Yes.
4.5 minutes then, and Drummond still leading from Youngling, Duncan, and then it's Tumulty. And then Islin as well, up into holding 5th place at the moment. So Joshua Graham in 6th. So they've stayed in their starting spots at the moment, so holding well. And I'm curious as to where that man in the background is actually standing. It looked like he was standing on top of a fence.
Hey, could he standing on top of a van, a fence? You know, karting mechanics are a very, very industrious bunch.
Yes.
When it comes to finding somewhere good to watch the racing from. and he's on top of the bank there.
He is, yeah. It just looked the same height as the fence. It was quite deceptive.
Almost like an apparition.
Yeah.
You know, he's just there. But Drummond continues to lead, Youngle, Duncan, and they've still got that one. The top three are working well together, because even though Tumulty has got Isling and Charming right behind them, they're not closing. In fact, the gap back to fourth place is growing. So we've got a head-to-head three-kart battle at the moment.
Yeah, Drummond, Youngling and Duncan.
Onto the start finish straight now. Here we go. For the first time, Timo Youngling takes the lead, coming into turn number 7. Duncan follows him through, and Drummond so he eased out wide, didn't fight it, and just slots back into position. But there's a good 7-kart scrap going through there. There's the number 16 kart of Ralph Youngling, and here's the next pack of karts. This is Gustav Usakovs in 14th place, and he was leading Owen Neve, Kenzo Craigie, Alex Hawkett, Oliver Bocock and Kaiser Raymond through. Then it's Aston Sharp up at the 20th place, ahead of Noah Barham and Devon Nolan. And then in 23rd is Cole Denham. Kasper Tomolowski is 24th, Oscar O'Sullivan 25th, Aston McAndrew-Uren is next. Mats Cuthbert has not recovered from that first incident. He's still 27th, ahead of Casey Lynch, Harrison Mackie, Sonny Mortensen, Reg Hayward, Leon Hasty and William Murphy. So the 33 cars that took the start, all still running, led at the moment by the number 25 kart of Timo Youngling. 2 minutes 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, obviously that start incident really muddled up the grid, didn't it? With some of the top tier drivers becoming foul in that, and of course, but our trio from previous races again battling it out at the front still. Like you say, just 2 minutes left on the clock, and still all to play for. Again, they just seem to be in a nose to tail configuration just while they're out there, and yeah, it just seems to be one of those. And
there's the battle for the lead, and they've actually dropped Zach Drummond a little bit. So Zach Drummond now in the danger zone. They're coming up to lap slower traffic. So they're coming up to lap. It's the Ambition Motorsport kart of number 95 William Murphy, who was involved in that earlier incident and hasn't been able to. Here is the scrap for fourth position. So I think they've pretty much given up on trying to catch the leader. It's Islin who is ahead of the number 17 kart there of Tumulty. Then it's Charman in the number 10, Joshua Graham in the number 88, and then Blake Tyser. So a quartet of Ambition karts, and you know, Ambition is critical to getting to the front at the moment. There's Youngling though being pushed along by Connor Duncan. 1 minute to go. Connor's now just got to time his move. He's got to just be patient and wait. He may only get one chance. They've got that lapped kart coming up, and this is a great scrap as they come across the line. And that was side by side into the first chicane. It is still side by side through the first chicane.
Very close action there with that group. Less than a minute left on the clock then, and it's still all to play for nearly around the entire field. These groups really battling harsh out there. There's the 25 of Timo Youngling leading the way still. The GP plate very close behind of Connor Duncan.
Oh, Lewis Islin gets a 5-second start line infringement penalty. That is going to drop him out of fourth place. And at the moment, okay, the clock is about to strike 0, but I mean, at the moment, that would put him, he's fourth at the minute,
12th,
and it would put him, yeah, down to 12:30, just around where Henry Jocelyn and Ralph Youngling are.
That's a huge disappointment, but now here we go. 5 seconds left on the clock. The last lap board will come out this time around, and it's the closest I'd say it's been between the top two, the 25 and the GP. It's Youngling versus Duncan. As they go through, Youngling looks over the shoulder, says, come on, keep going, we've got a little bit of a gap, but let's open it up a little bit more. I'm sure Duncan's going to completely ignore that and send it for a little bit of a banzai move down the inside into the final corner. Expect to see it. Here we go. Or is it going to be able to with the back marker there if we're trying to get past?
Well, good driving from William Murphy getting out of the way has to be said. But of course that meant that Duncan couldn't have a lunge at the inside. Drummond all on his own in third place. Final lap, and Youngling comes. Duncan is sizing him up there. That he looked aggressive coming out of that first hairpin. Now out of the second chicane rather. Watch him look to the inside. He's got a tighter line off. Let's look. He's going to go to the inside here. Turn 3. Yes, he does. Makes the move.
Nicely done there. And again, another little look over the shoulder. Waves him on, but I'm not sure he's going to do it. Comes straight back at him. So Youngling retakes the lead. But now, is it going to be a clear piece of track here into the final corner? Is Duncan going to have the opportunity to go to the inside? He really defends it there. Does Youngling? He pushes him onto the grass. Can't do anything here. Slots back in beside, and it's going to be Youngling who takes the victory this time around for the Honda Cadets Race 20 pre-final. It's Youngling versus Duncan, and then Zach Drummond takes that third place spot. Lewis Island finishes fourth, but has that 5-second penalty.
And Youngling ist massive. Timo Youngling takes the win. You have to excuse the constant music references. I can't help myself. I just get carried away. But yes, Timo Youngling, a well-deserved victory. I mean, and that was a great camera shot that we saw coming out of turn 6 there, coming out of turn 5 rather, onto the back straight. You know, you saw just how far, you know, Youngling was defending. Duncan kept coming until he ran out of tarmac.
Yep.
And even when he ran out of tarmac,
he still went for it.
Still going.
I'm having this spot.
And Timo went, no, you're not, me old chestnut. And took the victory. Connor Duncan second, Zach Drummond third, Islin. Yeah, so that's going to drop Islin down to 3.7, down to 8.7. That's going to drop him down to 13th place. There's a list of the winners. So Aston Sharp made it up to 19th place at the end. Cuthbert Tomalowski, good drive for him. Max Cuthbert into 23rd. And here we go. There's the drivers on the rest of the order on your screen. You can see the drivers coming onto the weighbridge. A mixture of disappointment and excitement for the final race, I think it's safe to say. All the drivers there, just, you know, Oscar O'Sullivan checking his weight. Yep, that's fine. You know, I can afford to have a burger before the final.
Well, again, very close race there for the Honda Cadets.
And it's going to be as they come in, and look, 34 karts filing into Park Finley. They're getting in. So as they're coming in, they're stopping on the circuit. There's a gentleman in orange, and he is checking the nose cone. So he's checking to see if the brackets have dropped. So by the time the drivers reach the parking up area, they know whether they've got a nose cone penalty coming or not. And then so the drivers on the left-hand part there, you can see scrutineer Ben Moore. They're the ones that I think are going to probably go into the scrutineering area to get stuff checked. And then everybody else is going to go. So Ben Moore now looking across the thing. It's amazing. So the British Kart Championships, they've got a team of technical scrutineers here, experts in all the different sort of classes of kart. And so up to pre-final next for senior Rotax. But don't worry that it's not the end of the racing for the Cadet Hondas. They've got one race to go. So have the seniors have got 2 races to go, starting with this one, and it's Nelson King on pole position for the Dan Holland Racing Team. Tom Edmonds second, Morgan Porter, the GP plate winner, third. Then it's Reese Hunter fourth, George Holbrook fifth, and Teddy Clinton in 6th position.
7th place, Lewis Gilbert's on the 29 privateer driver there, and then it's Ben Casley in 8th place, Joseph Taylor in 9th, Will Easwood in 10th place, and then Jack Stedman in 11th, with Ben Burgess in 12th place.
Alex Baker starts 13th alongside James Lowther. Then it's Tom Adams and Jensen Watts, Kai Hunter and Masij Magic Hamera in 18th.
Then it's Tiernan Rourke and Lewis Malin, Chris Simpson, Ryan Taylor Truman, Josh Paulane, I should say, and Spencer Shiner in 24th.
Ryan Luscombe starts 25th, Ed Matthews 26th, then Josh Pullen and Rob Ellis on the Praga kart in 28th. Now the Repechage qualifiers: Sam Stansbury, James Tomsett, Luke Wooder, Lewis Halliday, Matt Armstrong, and Riley Stevenson. Now, Riley Stevenson, if memory serves, finished 7th in the Repechage. That means somebody had a penalty, and I don't know who it was that lost out, but somebody did. And there are your 34 starters, 12 minutes. I shall endeavour to find out who that was.
Yes.
Before the day is out. Lights are out, we're off and racing.
Good start from all the drivers then as they file through, but there's a little bit of contact all the way through. There's the 13, the 53 is involved as well, the 23 and the 41.
Oh, well, there was a bit of gymnastics going here, because that was that driver that we're seeing there getting his car up there. He tried pole vaulting over There was, oh, that's Matt Armstrong in the gravel. So one of our Repechage qualifiers. Here's a replay. It was all right for the first 6 or 7, and then it was, oh, somebody. So it was the number 53 car, Ben Casely, who clipped the curb, the middle curb. That bounced his cart across the track into several others, and mayhem ensued. Luckily, all the drivers are okay. And I'm looking up there, all the karts have been removed from the scene, so they've got going again. Not sure how much longer for. And that is that Reese Hunter out of the race? Is that, yes it is, that's the number 5 kart, Reese Hunter, out of the race.
That's a massive disappointment for Reese then. It's not something you want in pre-final as well, and huge disappointment, I'm sure, for him and the team.
Well, I mean, championship, I mean, talk about potential championship favourite out of the race. But that has opened the door for, well, Nelson King, the pole sitter, has now been pushed back to second by GP plate winner Morgan Porter. Ed Matthews didn't go out either by the looks of it. So it's King fighting back though from Porter in the number 97 car, retakes the lead. Well, I mean, all the Hunter family eggs are now in Kai's basket. Kai in kart number 95, but he's down in 9th position. Here's the lead battle, and this is a right old duster.
It is indeed that we've got here. Plenty of karts involved here as they all slide through. Again, 3 karts there moving down the order. Again, not sure if that's just timing issue, but across the line. Nelson King leading the way from Porter, Edmonds, Gilbert, Holbrook, Stedman, Taylor, Clinton, Malin. Adams are the top 10. Just under 10 minutes to go as we have only just started this race. If you are just joining us, some support out there for James T.
That would be James Thompson, I would imagine.
Yes, indeed. In 15th place at the moment, but up 15 positions from 30th.
Yeah, so Riley Stevenson, he's getting some love as well. He's already moved into 21st place, as you said there. And that's Oliver Bullion from initial Formula 100 championship fame.
Yeah.
So that's the championship for sort of retro karts,
yes.
Like the 100cc karts,
yeah,
the real 18,000 RPM screamers.
I enjoyed commentating on them at Buckmore Park late last year. Ran late into the night in the rain and in the dark, and it was definitely an enjoyable one.
So the top 4 have broken away on screen. And there's a move from Port to take the race lead, and following him through is the number 15 of Tom Edmonds. Well, Tom Edmonds has already taken 1 win this weekend by capitalising on the 2 drivers in front of him battling. He gained a place there. King down to 3rd. Lewis Gilbert, Scotland's Lewis Gilbert, running as a privateer. Really, really talented driver. There's a lot of racing out there. I think he's the BNL. I mean, Alex Goldschmidt is commenting out in Germany, but he would remind me instantly. I think he was a BNL champion, the Belgian champion.
I think you are correct, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure. That was 2 years ago, perhaps. And he's a former Kart Masters champion in, I would say, Junior Max a couple of years ago as well. But he's got the Potenza racing engine. That was Jack Constable was Potenza racing. Here we go, out of the final corner to complete lap number 6. And it is, well, Porter down to 2nd. Is that Porter down to 2nd? There goes the number 32 car making a move. That's Joe Taylor, the Argenti Motorsport drivers. And Taylor is just ahead of the number 60 car of George Holbrook. Then it's Lewis Malin in the number 6 car for Howarth Racing. Philip Howarth, he's got that kart going well. Tom Adams is 9th. It's a good battle for the lower reach to the top 10. Behind Adams is Kai Hunter in 10th. Then it is the number 62 kart of Jack Stedman, the Project 1 team. Here they come, 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers all in a line, and the rest of the field right behind them. Just looking down to see where, there's Lewis Malin was looking particularly racy at the moment.
Oh, some contact there a little further back. That was the 62.
It was Stedman taking a chunk out of the number 12 kart of Josh Powley by the looks of it.
Yeah, they kept going. There wasn't much contact, but of course it did drop them a couple of places and put them into the jaws of the group behind as well.
Yep.
I'd say 7 minutes left on the clock, and more support coming in for some of the drivers. Stanbury is there. That was from Kieran, who clearly smashed his head on the keyboard to type his last name there.
Yes.
But 6.5 minutes left on the clock, and 8 laps in.
Too busy recovering from smashing his head. You forgot to spell Sam Stansbury's name right either, but Sam is out there in 20th position. as well. But here, so Lewis Malin, and now we in the number 6 car, checking over his shoulder, 6th in last year's British Championship. That's why he's allowed to run the single digit. Philip Howarth running with the Comcart chassis. He's got a couple of drivers here this weekend. Tomsit is the other one, and James Tomsit is, let's have a little look. Well, he's at the 15th place, so that's good. So of the Repechage qualifiers, Luke Wooder up 20 places to 11th already. The E-plate holder has gone through your screen there. As you can see, a great view of the karts clapping over the curbs, really ideal. Oh, and Malin's gone wide and he's pushed Holbrook with him, and that was somebody behind them. So that was about 3 or 4 karts back. Somebody behind him. That's called loading.
Yes.
He loaded up a couple of drivers going into there, and then escaped with a position. I'm not quite sure who that may have been, but certainly Lewis Malin and George Holbrook almost found themselves in a bit of a precarious predicament. But this battle, I mean. Oh, and there's Steadman going wide again. Now we saw, I wonder if that had something to do with Steadman going in on somebody a couple of laps earlier, and then he was moved out of the way going through there, and there comes, the
no.
2 Team Clay drivers. That was the number 54 getting a bit ambitious there. That is Tiernan Rourke, and
dropped several positions there, and that is definitely not the way you want to do it.
Ryan Taylor Truman was his teammate who almost got harpooned there by his teammate. That's it, very close racing. So Porter leads by a second. Behind him, you know, Edmonds, King. Oh, he's got this racing like this, where it is nose to tail, where overtaking is very difficult. The drivers start to get a little bit tetchy. And when they get tetchy, that's when sort of incidents start occurring. We've seen a couple of little moments where sort of drivers have lost patience, and it's like, right, out of the way, I'm coming through.
Yes, just like that.
Just like that. Well, that was, that
was fairly clean.
Yeah, that was very clean there. That was just a thing. But there is Tomsit briefly in the number 98 kart, and there's a move. That's the number 65 of. Ryan Taylor Truman, so he avoided getting harpooned by his teammate. Now he moves up into 13th place, past James Tomsit. Lewis Halliday is 50th. Halliday has come out of the Repechage as well and is doing well. But I mean, we haven't seen much of him. But Luke Wooder up into 11th place. The race order is Porter, Edmonds, King, Gilbert, then a gap back to Clinton. So Teddy Clinton in kart number 45. We haven't seen him all race. He's all on his own in 5th position. Then it's Joseph Taylor in 6th, and then another big gap back to Kai Hunter in 7th, and then it's Malin in 8th, Lowther in 9th, Adams 10th, and there's lots of good battling back in the pack. Taylor Truman is 13th, just behind Josh Powlane. Wooder is 11th, and James Thomas, that we just saw there, is 14th, ahead of another 56 kart of Lewis Halliday. Will Ellswood is 16th, then it's George Holbrook, who's had a nightmare as George Holbrook. He started 9th, he's down to 17th now. Ben Casely is 18th, and Jack Steadman down to 19th. And Sam Stansbury rounding out the top 20 ahead of Riley Stevenson. So Stevenson from last up to 21st, then it's Ryan Luscombe and Spencer Shinner.
Yeah, there is plenty of action all the way through this field. It's really difficult to actually see what to watch. And there's the 98 diving down the inside. That was on the 65. And that is a position change for 13th place down there at the moment. The James Tomsit there on Ryan Taylor Truman.
Oh, and that was, I was going to say, that was looking aggressive coming into that second hairpin. Are we going to see karts sort of skittling across the camera shot there? No, we don't. But when there's lots of different lines coming out of a chicane like that, you know that the next chicane, there's going to be lots of different lines going in. And luckily they all sort of emerged and skated. Of course, they didn't.
There's the 54 again. That's coming up on our screen.
Tiernan Rourke.
Yeah.
He is now he's dropped outside the top 20. And of course, all this is happening without Reese Hunter, who has retired.
Yes, Reese Hunter retired earlier on, and of course, this is all happening as well without Morgan Porter, the GP plate, who's got a gap of over 1.5 seconds at the moment at the front on lap 15. 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
And it all seems a bit queue at the front.
Yeah, a little bit on the quiet side. But this is where they're just, the drivers like Edmonds and King, they know, and Gilbert, they know this is just where we start the final. The final pays the points.
Yes.
Points win prizes. Prizes are the British Championship and a ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals. And they might not be aware that Reese Hunter is out, but I mean, Porter's just aware that he's got clear track, but he hasn't. He's got a back marker in front of him. But that's not going to phase him too much. Here on screen now is the fight for third place. Nelson King in third and Lewis Gilbert in fourth. Then it is Teddy Clinton has caught them in fifth as well. So Clinton has just been minding his business, doing his thing, and is now got a chance to maybe scrape into the top three with just over a minute remaining. But it's still on lap number 18, Porter, Edmonds, clear at the front, and then this scrap, the third, fourth and fifth. Behind this scrap, it's a big gap, a 4.5 second gap back to Joseph Taylor in sixth position, and then another big gap back to Kai Hunter in seventh. So all that midfield battling is sort of filtered its way down to outside the top 10, and you've got 15th and 16th on back is now where the big carambolage of karts are. Up at the front though, King under pressure. Now Gilbert will want to, again, he would like to start just behind the pole sitter for the final. So I think it's safe to say that Lewis Gilbert, if an opportunity half presents itself, he will do something. But he's got to be careful because Teddy Clinton would like fourth spot.
Yeah, he's not going to gain any possessions having to defend like that from Clinton, is he? Again, another look over the shoulder just to see where he is, and as they go into the final corner, no lunges there. But you can see now, because of that defensive driving, that gap has opened up slightly from King. So that starting behind pole is looking a little bit worse for wear as the timer clicks over to 0. And the last lap board will come out this time for Morgan Porter.
Certainly will. You can see Tom Edmonds just adjusting the air flap on the radiator there, just a a bit more air coming into the engine. It's not something that to keep it cool. A lot of the drivers are running with the flaps up because just the nature of the circuit, you need all the air you can possibly get. Gilbert having to defend as they come on to the final lap. Porter on lap 21, 2.3 seconds in front of Edmonds, who's starting to ease back. Now, I'm not saying that he's going to allow Nelson King to take second place so that he gets to start third. I don't think we'll see that kind of tactical battling here just yet. Porter checks over his shoulder, he can afford to, and now he can relax.
Yep, definitely so. 20 laps that we're on at the moment, so it's been a long race for these drivers, but the finals are going to be longer. But final lap time, Porter is going to round the final corner. He's going to take the checkered flag. There it is for Morgan Porter. Tom Edmonds crosses in second place, Nelson King in third, and Lewis Gilbert crossing the line in fourth place. Then it's Clinton, Taylor, Kai Hunter is going to cross the line, seventh place. Then it's Lothar, Malin, Adams and Wooder. They're your top 11 at the moment.
31st to 11th from Luke Wooder. Excellent stuff. James Thompson then 12th. Pauline Casely, Sam Stansbury in 15th. Will Ellswood 16th. Lewis Halliday is in 17th, finishes 17th, followed by Ben Burgess, Jack Steadman and Jensen Watts, the rest of the top 20. Riley Stevenson from 34th to 22nd. Good stuff for Riley. Ryan Taylor-Truman also in there as well. George Holbrook, I think the race started badly and only got worse from there for poor old George. Here's a look at the top 12 provisionally. And again, Porter, job done for that. He was able to get the break. And he'll be even more, I mean, this is not because they don't like each other, but he'll be more pleased to hear that Reese Hunter didn't finish, because that means he's got, one less rival to deal with in the final itself. Here's a look at some of the drivers that finished a little bit further down. Rob Ellis down in 20th. Magic Camara, Massage, only 28th. We saw him getting involved in the start. Josh Pullen in 30th. Tiernan Rourke, we saw him having a couple of spins. Matt Armstrong finishing 32nd after getting involved in the first lap incident. And it was Reese Hunter and Edward Matthews who did not finish the race. So Hunter, a driver arguably the favourite for the championship at the start of the season, he'll be going off grid 33 for the final. Now, with a track this tough to pass, then you have to say, he's just in damage limitation mode at best now, as we head forward to the last of the pre-finals. The last of the pre-finals. And as the screen so successfully suggests, it's Junior Rotax. And it's going to be Matthew Higgins on pole position. Alongside him, Archie Walker. Then it's Harley Horton and Callum Voisin on row 2. Matty Hingley and Freddie Spindlow on row number 3.
Row 4 in 7th place, Harrison Collins, and it's Jack Meakin in 8th place, Tristan Rennie in 9th, Alex Hughes in 10th place, Jez Williams, Vision Motorsport in 11th place, and Harry Reynolds in 12th place.
Kieran Kay starts 13th alongside Sam Gornall, with Declan Russell, the birthday boy, in 15th place in Kart 16. Jamie Perrelly is next, then it's Daniel Armstrong and Joe Linden.
19th, Will Egby, and then it's Jordan Morris in 20th place, Daniel Sawyer in 21st, and Caitlin May in 22nd. Ben Ballou in 23rd, with Louis Weaver in 24th place.
Mackenzie Cresswell and Archie Kitching are on row 13, and row 14, the last 2 drivers to qualify for this race automatically, Logan Parker and Ryan Willis. Now the repechage qualifiers, William Walker and Jessica White on row 15. Rito Kamata, Oliver Martinsky on row 16, Poppy Stevenson on row 17, and, well, let's have a look. It should be Drew Perry on row number 17 in the number 64 kart. The number was there. Is Drew out there? Yes, he is. Fret ye not, Drew Perry supporters. Your man has made it to the final, the pre-final, on his debut in the British Kart Championship, and yes, the wind has picked up even more.
Marshals, hold on to your plaques.
Yes, spectators, hold on to your hats or your toupees, depending on your flavour. Here we go. So Matthew Higgins, the son of Welsh rally legend David Higgins. He doesn't like using that word, but he is. If you like your off-road stuff, which I do's, he's a legend. Archie Walker, the Argenti Motorsport team. Again, Archie, talked about him racing in Kartmaster a couple of weeks ago. Very, very strong drive there. Then had a problem in the pre-final. Kart was bent. And speaking to his dad, he said, we had a holiday in Turkey for the next day planned. And we thought, do we put a new kart down for the final, or do we just go on holiday early? They went on holiday early, and that looked like a false start. Yes, it is. Driver's hands in the air, signalling.
And going round again, so...
Oh, hang on. Jeff Evans has popped up on the room. Don't know who he is, do we? No.
Educate me.
Wait, he's about 4'1".
Right.
From Wales.
Okay.
We breed him smaller than me, like a hobbit.
Right.
But his son, Luke, raced in his championship last year. During lockdown, or when lockdown was lifted and you were allowed out to do your exercise, Jeff thought it'd be a nice idea to go and do some mountain bike racing. Realised he's 45, 25. The footage of him falling off and breaking his ankle was quite funny. Sorry, Jeff. Glad you're watching. And he's encouraging the Welsh on. There we go. But PT Plumbing and Heating, if you're in that neck of the woods, is a plumbing company run by Mr. Evans. I'm not sure if it's good or not, but I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's lovely.
Jeff, if you want me to throw something at him, please just comment and I shall gladly oblige.
Right. Join the long queue. Here we go. Oh, Higgins off and running. He's at the rate. He's gone up. Like I used the thing about a Welshman in a field of sheep, but he's gone off like a rocket again. Great anticipation. I hope that wasn't too much anticipation, but Matthew Higgins is away at the front, and look at that. He's got a 10 kart length lead over Archie Walker. Are we going to get everyone through? Oh, just as I say that, Caitlin May gets usurped from her position on track, and she has to make do with it. She qualified so well yesterday, and now she finds herself right at the back of the pre-final. But Higgins away at the races, and Archie Walker has got to put his head down now to try and catch him.
Yeah, again, it was nearly a completely clean start there from the entire field, but as you say, a couple of the drivers getting caught out at the further end of the field as we start this race. It was a false start the first time around, but again, Matthew Higgins absolutely kind of dominating the starts in these races and on these grids, absolutely flying away with the perfect starts as we look forward there now. As the scrap intensifies here with the GP plate being involved, this is the battle for 6th, 5th, 6th and 7th. as we see Harrison Collins on the GP plate there getting in a nice little scrap there. But across the line, Matthew Higgins leads by 0.6 of a second, and then it's a very close battle for the 90, the 35 and the 60.
Well, yeah, Archie Walker having to hold up Callum Boyson. Boyson's brother racing the Juniors Netta Championship, who I think are in action at Oulton Park today. So the Boyson family is sort of, keeping their, having to keep eyes on everybody. But there's a good scrap in the middle of the pack there coming through. The midfielders trying to sort themselves out. So without that first lap incident, thankfully, there's a great view of the back straight. There's number 42 kart of Ryan Willis just tried to make a move. Driver coming out of Minimax last year. A lot of these drivers started out last season in Minimax, and then they move up through the Rotax categories. They've got the Rotax 125 engine and Jag Rotax. The British importers are here in force to offer support and to give out nice free face masks, which I've filmed with one.
Oh, excellent.
So
let's get one.
William Walker. So I said, now, the Repechage winner, William Walker, I said he was out of position in kart number 45, even with an extra race of worth of wear on his tyres. Set the fast lap early stages, and oh
dear me, who have we got there involved?
Well, it's an unhappy Dan Holland racing driver stomping away. Now, there's an equally unhappy Team Clay driver, and he's now and he's looking at this saying, look, you got to my go-kart. And both drivers out of the way. So the number 17, that is Jordan Morris for Team Clay Racing, and it was Joe Linden. Oh, Joe Linden. Oh, Declan Russell getting a mechanical flag as well. So on his birthday, Declan Russell gets a meatball flag as a present, not what he wanted. And that was, Joe. So Joe Linden, we've seen his younger brother Harry Linden is in Minimax. We'll see him coming up shortly. But Joe out of the race early and looked, well, we didn't see the accident happen, but body language tells you a lot. There was the
dear me, some more contact there, as it looked like the field was slowing down. A couple didn't realise, and there you go, a full course flag is coming out. So look what happened here. So the yellows came out, and it looked like a couple didn't notice the 40.
That's Jamie Perrelly.
Right over
riding
the 23.
Up the back of the 23. Now the rear bumper on Harry Reynolds' kart is skew up in the air. There's Jordan Morris and Harry Linden. Now the karts are in a very precarious position. I think the problem is they've got to try and get right to the edge of the track to move the karts and get them across the circuit. So that
was the two from earlier. Yes.
You can see on the number 79 kart where the engine should be. The engine has been pushed down quite a bit, which means that there's probably a significant amount of damage there for poor old Joe Linden, which is why he was remonstrating with Jordan Morris there. But underway very quickly, so only half a lap of things. All Matthew Higgins' early work has been undone, and
the 20 car, there.
Getting there. And Higgins has been passed. And no, it's not Higgins. GP plate. I do apologise. Harrison Collins. I was looking at a Dan Holland kart at the back there. Oh, Declan Russell has come in. It's the weekend started so well for him, and sadly it has gone from good to bad to very bad. The good news is he's got one race left to go to try and do something. And the way that some of these midfielders have been battling away, the chances of a good result, but just by staying out of trouble, is quite decent.
Yeah, again, still some major squabbling going on here in the 20 of Harley.
Harley Horton.
Yeah, it's been an absolute nightmare for them.
Who started? He started third, did Harley Horton, and he's dropped back now to about 17th or 18th place. And it's not when they go off the track; it's when they come back on.
Yes.
You've got to worry about, because there are karts that are then suddenly forced offline to the outside the circuit. Not a lot of runoff area here. There's a three-wide battle going into the final corner with the number 64 up the inside, Drew Perry. Well, we spoke about Drew Perry earlier. He's earning his stripes here. No fear there on his British Championship debut. And Did he make the move? Well, he's still outside the thing. We've lost a couple of drivers, obviously. So we've lost George Morris and Joe Linden. Declan Russell is out. Alex Hughes in kart number 15 is also retired. So we're down to 30 runners. Poppy Stevens in his 30th. Rito Kamata is 29th. Caitlin May 28th. Oliver Martinsky 27th. Then it's Jamie Perrelly 26th.
Oh, and there's a slow kart, the 12 as well.
I was going to say Drew Perry's in 25th place, and that was Daniel Sawyer going slowly. He was 20th for the Vision Motorsport team. He's been passed by Mackenzie Cresswell, the recovering Harley Horton. Logan Parker's up to 21st now. Jessica White 22nd. Then Ben Ballou and Drew Perry in P24.
Yeah, so drama all the way through the field then, as we've had collisions left, right and centre through this race. As you can see, great shot that was of them all just diving round that corner there. 5 minutes left on the clock. But it's still Matthew Higgins who leads the way by not much of a gap that he had previously. So he had over a second gap before the full course yellow came out, but not anymore. So you can see the 75, the 60 and the GP there. First, second and third absolutely nose to tail now, as it looks like the GP of Harrison Collins, who's trying to get past and successfully does so just there, round turn number 3. That allows the karts behind to close up. So now we've got a 4-kart battle now for the lead. And the GP plate of Collins is going to try everything he can to get past Higgins. Maybe not on this lap, but within the next 4.5 minutes, I would suspect so. But Higgins has been on a mission today, all day. So he's not going to make it easy.
So it's a Dan Holland Racing 1-2 at the moment, with KR Sports third with Spindlow. Then Callum Boyce in fourth for Coles Racing. Matty Hingley and Archie Walker. Walker, who was second at the restart, he slipped back to 6th. They're 5th and 6th now for Argenti Motorsports. Then it's the number 91 Vision Motorsport kart of Jack Meakin, with a Coles Racing number 96 of Sam Gornall rounding out the top 8. So Harry Reynolds in 11th in kart 23. He is holding off his countryman Jez Williams behind him. And Harry Reynolds, he's got the rear bumper that has been lifted not unsafely, otherwise he would have been given a technical flag. But Matthew Higgins, who he had such pace at the start of this race, I'm wondering that Battenberg flag did not help his cause, and for some reason just that 3/4 of a lap of slow pace the kart has not come back on song, as it were, and he's under real pressure. Maybe the reason he's making, as you can see there, Archie Walker making a move going through the corner, going through that turn there. Matty Hingley also was trying to make a move. Callum Boyce is in front of him. Maybe the reason that Higgins is getting away so quickly at the start is because he knows that over the course of a long race, his kart hasn't quite got the pace of some of the others, and now he's got to deal with the attentions of his teammate Harrison Collins.
Yeah, maybe so. Of course, as you say, it is the two Daniel Holland Racing karts leading the way from KR Sports and Cole Racing at the moment. Less than 3 minutes left on the clock, and here comes KR Sports to split the two DHRs in the middle.
Higgins on the
forces
grass.
him wide. The dust that gets kicked up and almost gets collected as well is the kart behind of the 15 or 13, I think it was, of Matty Hingley, almost getting caught up with that. So that could have ended in disaster, but amazing driving skill kept everyone on the straight and narrow there.
Yes, Spindlow, Collins took the lead. Spindlow took advantage of the fact that Higgins was offline and stuffed it at the inside coming out of turn number 3. Higgins tried to run side by side, ran on a track, but over the grass, kept it planted and comes back on, but he's lost a lot of ground. He's down to 3rd and he's lost that ground. 2 minutes to go, and Higgins is now going to try and fend off Boycin, Hingley, Walker and Tristan Rennie in the number 74 Vision Motorsport kart. The Scottish driver has moved into P7. Then it's Armstrong. Daniel Armstrong is 8th. Reynolds is 9th. Will Egby is 10th, and Jez Williams up to 11th. Followed by Ryan Willis, Kieran Kay, Louis Weaver, William Walker. The Repechage winner up into the top 15 now, ahead of Archie Kitchen, the recovering Harley Horton, Logan Parker, Mackenzie Cresswell, and the rest.
Down the inside there went the number 13 on 35, so that's Matty Hingley moving down the inside of Callum Boyce in there, and that was for 4th place. So they swapped positions early on in this race, and that's pushed Boyce in back down there, and the 74 getting very squirrely. That's Tristan Rennie there, almost collecting the back of Archie Walker as they were into the heavy braking zone of turn 5.
And that's the kart unsettled, and he was almost trying to dive up the inside, had to sort of brake right while the kart was like unweighted, if you were.
Yes.
And so that, scramble back online without losing too much ground as well. So very good reactions there from Tristan Rennie to save that one.
There
and
in the 68.
That's a 68 kart. where is the driver? I hope he's just got out of the cart and has walked away. That would be Jez Williams. That's a big crash for Jez Williams. Hopefully that Jez is okay.
Also, the 12 of Daniel Sawyer.
Well, he's fine. He stood there, and
Yeah.
he's just joined Joe Linden and Jordan Morris in the driver's car park area.
Yeah.
They're socially distant. They can stand there together. They're socially distant. They can spectate that way. It's like it's like a waiting room at a doctor's office. Take a ticket, wait your turn.
I suspect it's not the happiest place to be though.
No,
right now.
no. Not much sort of small conversation going on there.
No.
Matty Hingley sets a new fast lap of the race, and look at him, he's come right into play there into 4th position. The lead quartet have closed up just as the race enters its final phase. 15 seconds to go. Harrison Collins, the GP plate holder, leads. Spindlow, Fast Freddy Spindlow in 2nd, and now it's Hingley up the inside of Higgins for 3rd position. So the driver from Abergele moves past Higgins into 3rd place, Higgins down to 4th, then it's Voicing a little bit further back in 5th with Rennie in 6th, Walker down to 7th, Armstrong 8th, Egby 9th, and Harry Reynolds rounding out the top 10.
Well, the drivers managed to cross the line seconds before the last lap board came out, so last lap board will be out this time around. So the drivers, of course, will know that. And there's the lunge that we wanted to see, the 13 of Hingley down the inside of Spindlow there, so moving up into 2nd place as they head round now and telling him frantically, let's go, and he spun him on the back straight. He was trying to push him into the final corner, and he's beached the kart into the gravel there, and that's a disaster for Collins, for Spindlow, sorry, I should say, in the 60. Absolute disaster.
Higgins and Spindlow have been very, very close all weekend. They've been battling hard, and they just got a little bit fraught there. Collins and Hingley 1 and 2. Can Matty Hingley make a move in the final corner? I don't think he's close enough. It looks like Harrison Collins has done enough. Like I said, that instant there between Higgins, I mean, we saw, from one angle. I'm not quite sure if that was just momentum or whether it's a tough one to call, but certainly that's not nice to see a driver getting sort of like spinning to the outside, going into the corner. Obviously, I think Spindler was going to brake early to defend, and Higgins wasn't intent on following Spindlow's lead, shall we say. But obviously, we'll see what happens with that after the race. But Harrison Collins, nothing to take away from that. At the end of 20 very hard-fought laps, Harrison Collins wins by 0.17 of a second from Matty Hingley. Let's see that incident again.
As the overlay there kind of gets in the way of the replay.
Well, I tell you what, well, it's all right. You can see the results on your screen. We might try and go back to that, but the results are sort of on a timer to come up. Harley Horton finishing 13th there, so he recovered well after a terrible start. Drew Perry in 21st. Ryan Willis, we saw have an incident. He finishes 24th. Some of the drivers further down the order. Now there's going to be Rito Kamata, the Japanese driver, in 25th. And so Spindlow all the way down in 29th place. The retirements, Williams, Hughes, Russell, Linden and Morris. There's going to be a mixture of emotions there, I think, yes. And now let's have a little look as what the drivers come across the Way Bridge. Let's have a look again. So
I'm looking at the feet, and I could see it looked like he was on the brake.
But I mean, that's a really early place to brake. That's a very, very early place.
Can we see that again a little bit slower? Is that possible? I just want to see what his foot's doing on the brake. So as it comes into the next shot, pay close attention to the 60's feet. And you just see the foot there apply the brake. So yeah, he's braking a lot earlier than you thought. And yeah, there we go.
Yes, mirror signal maneuver and deposited.
Yes.
Yes, and there's the kart park out at turn number 4, Jordan Morris, and this is where Now look at the Dan Holland racing mechanic. He's already looking down at the rear end of the kart. He's thinking to himself, right, okay, that's a rad gone. We need a new exhaust, rear bumper. They've got a track rod gone. You know, sort of those things are going through the mind. And they've got little earpieces in. You can see on Jordan Morris's mechanic's kart, you've got that little the standard kart mechanic attire, mask and earpiece. So he'll be now saying, right, yeah, it's going to be this, that, but you can see there's no radiator on that car. The radiator has been ripped clean off.
Hopefully that cameraman pans around slightly. There we go. Yeah, let's zoom in on the 79. Oh yeah, that looks like a fair chunk of damage to that Evo engine, doesn't it?
Dan Holland Racing, one of the leading teams in British karting. It will be all hands on deck to get that kart out if they can. It would take a marathon effort to get that kart out there, because you're looking at there's also this internal damage, there's wiring that's being ripped off.
I mean, the most common thing as well is the spark plug at the top of the engine is a main issue is there, and it looks intact.
But that's what you call a repair. But look at that, where the radiator's been ripped clean off. You know, it's mountings. So you can understand why Joe Linden is thinking. I feel sorry for poor James Linden, because he's got to pay for it.
Yeah.
You know,
no one likes the bill.
That's it. So they trudge back. So hopefully we will see Joe Linden back out in the final. But that was the last pre-final. Now it's time for the main events. So the first of today's main events will be Minimax, and of course we've just been talking about Joe Linden, his younger brother Harry, going out in Minimax. He starts from pole position, the GP plate holder, alongside Finn Smith. Pearson Bullock Carter and Stephen Duncan will share row 2, Ben Crossley and Mikey Porter on row 3.
Row 4, Aaron Paul there, and then it's Alfie Gallagher in 8th place for KR Sport, Mason Perrin in 9th place with Jai Lawrence in 10th, Joe Garraway in 11th and Chloe Chong in 12th.
13th will be Joshua Camp. Bryn Collins starts 14th. Cruz Speakman, best name here this weekend, I've got to say. 15th. Harrison Crowther is next. Michael Morgan 17th. Watch for Mackenzie Douglas
in 18th.
In 18th place. Yes. Well done. Thank you very much. I was sort of dramatic pause before I said started the pre-final from pole position. But yes, quite simply, he is starting 18th, but he started the pre-final from pole position. If ever there was going to be a top gear from the rear, it's going to be this race. Only 18 karts. We've seen that, you know, this is almost like a cadet race, only quicker, in terms of slipstreaming, drafting, and in one big pack. Here comes Harry Linden to the line. It's a good start from Linden. He got a good jump on Pearson Bullock Carter in 3rd. Oh, a little bit of muscling on going through the first chicane, but they're all out cleanly. And there's number 30 kart making a move. And it's a little bit untidy there through the second hairpin, but Linden off to the races, but looks like it's from the outside, and Finn Smith has gone with him in 2nd place. Then it's Pearson Bullock Carter. Stephen Duncan, the Scotsman, is in 4th position, and we'll try and track Mackenzie Douglas's progress in kart number 24, the Coles Racing kart, one of the red, white and blue machines, and he comes from there. I think he's already in front of 3 or 4 karts. In fact, the end of lap number 1, he's up to 15th position, and his chances are going to be based on how much Harry Linden, Finley Smith and Pearson Bullock Carter battle, and then if Stephen Duncan gets involved, because it becomes then, you know, a bit of a defensive struggle. That will help Mackenzie Douglas. He's still got to make 14 more overtakes in the next 13 minutes 50 seconds. So these are the 15-minute races. So this is 15-minute races, even longer. There, the back of the field. There's Michael Morgan, you know, doing his best to try and stay with the more experienced drivers in front of him.
Looked like a little bit unsettled there from the 56 out of the first corner, Ben Crossley. So got to watch out for those curbs at the exit there. They can catch you out. But this was the main kind of battle that we were watching previously earlier on for the juniors, or the Minimax, I should say. And it was a very nearly a race win from Finn Smith earlier on, and I'm sure he's wanting to capitalise on that and really try and push for the win this time around. And pushing he is, but so pushing Lyndon into the final corner.
Yeah, and you can see that Lyndon was a little bit defensive coming into the turn 4 over the crest, you know, and that suggests that Harry's not going to be leaving the door open. So the leaders should stay together now, and that's going to help the drivers behind them, because you've now got a 5-kart breakaway at the front. We're talking about Mackenzie Douglas. He's now going to try and race his way. It's all well and good being very fast, you know, when you're leading and you've got clean air in front of you. It's a different thing being fast when you've got to try and side your way past a bunch of midfield drivers who may be a little bit slower than you, but who certainly aren't going to make it easier to pass. So now it's about racing. Here's the first. Ooh, that was close. It's still very close. Smith was up the inside. You've got to commit.
Yeah.
And Finn Smith didn't commit there, and he was fortunate that Harry Lyndon didn't cut across him. I mean, that, you know, that sort of, he sort of hung his nose on the inside around that corner without sort of backing out of it, but without sort of really getting his head down and going for it. Early stages yet, and he was probably halfway through the move, and he realised, oh, actually, maybe I'm going to save that one for later.
Yes, it was a very, I would say, ambitious early on move to try and get to the front. I would say maybe again just eyeing up, piling on the pressure again, pushing him into the last corner. It's just a gentle push, not forceful, but
testing the waters.
Yes, yeah, exactly that. Just as they're going into the final corner there, just staying behind as the rest of these karts now are starting to pile in. You can see there the 16 looking down the inside of the 56. Can't quite get it done this time around into turn 2. Stays behind, and this train of 5 stays a train of 5.
Yes, Ben Crossley holding off Stephen Duncan there. Mikey Porter is just off this lead group, but behind Porter there's nearly over a 1.5 second gap back to the next group of karts. Just flashing onto your screen there, led by the number 30 Aaron Poole. Oh, that's Mason Perrin, sorry, up into 7th place now. Alfie Gallagher is 8th, Aaron Poole down to 9th. Then it's Chloe Chong rounding out the top 10, Jay Lawrence 11th, and Mackenzie Douglas up to 12th. So behind Mackenzie Douglas is now Cruz Speakman, Josh Camp, Bryn Collins, Harrison Crowther, Joe Garraway and Mikey Morgan. All 18 karts still running, 11 minutes to go, and I think this, and that's a dangerous thing for me to do.
Yeah, the thinking is dangerous.
Yes, yes.
Don't hurt yourself.
No, try not to, but I think the 5 karts that we see battling now will shortly become 6, and if they become 6, then that group behind 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th could all catch them as well. We could have the dirty dozen.
Yes, we could indeed, and that is possible in Minimax, and we've seen it before. And yeah, with 10 minutes left on the clock, there is still plenty of time for that to happen, as we see this train of 5 separated by 0.7 of a second going through. Stephen Duncan, fastest driver on the circuit at the moment, currently in 4th place, 38.7.
There's a move.
Their fastest time, and yes.
Pearson Bullock Carter.
Nicely done, moving up into 2nd place on the 15. And of course, this happened earlier on as well in the race, where Finn Smith again pushed down to 3rd. Clawed his way back though, and finished the race in 2nd. I always feel like they get a bit of a bump at the in the back as they go over that curb. It just looks like someone's hit them, but it's actually just them going over the curb.
It's just the force of the energy being transferred from Mojo tyre to sort of, steering column to driver.
Yes.
All in the space of a fraction of a second. But interestingly, Pearson Bullock Carter made the move there, but Harry Lyndon didn't get away. So nobody has got the pace to pull away here. As long as they're letting Harry Lyndon lead, I mean, Mikey Porter in the number 55 kart, you can see there, the Jack's Motorsport machine, he is 1.3 seconds behind this lead quintet in 6th position. And then the 7th place battle is now nearly 3 seconds back. Aaron Poole is back in the head of that second group. Mason Perrin was there. They're battling. Obviously, they're chopping and changing position there, and they are falling away from this lead 5. Mackenzie Douglas is up to 11th now, but he did just get a warning flag. So again, that happens. Panic station set in. He realises there's we go there. There is a move there. Pearson Bullock Carter So Lancashire's Pearson Bullock Carter takes the lead away from Harry Linden. Linden comes straight back and is now coming into the first chicane.
Yep, and while these are scrapping now, that's allowing everyone to catch back up. So your prediction is coming to light here, with these 5 now becoming 6 very, very soon, as the 55 is still closing in. Michael Porter wanting to capitalise on this group of 5 scrubbling together.
Scrubbling.
Scrubbling.
That's a very good word. I like that word.
I think it was a bit of a tongue twist that came out there.
That's a very good word there. I like that. So the scrubbling position. That's a Minimax term. That is.
It is scrubbling. Yeah. Well, I'm going to keep that. I'm going to. That's going to become my thing now.
I'm only going to wait until I'm not commentating you before I steal it.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. There we go.
So still 5 at the front. Linden. Just under a tenth of a second. I say 6/10 of a second. That's a country mile in Minimax. But you can see the green and orange crash helmet of Mikey Porter behind him. He just flashes onto the camera shot now and again. He's working hard.
Oh, look at this! 3 wide into here, turn 4, and it was always going to end. I thought it was going to end badly there, but everyone slides through there. I think the main person who capitalised on that one definitely had to be the 15, Bullock Carter, who managed to just hold on to it. Really, it was no one gained much, but everyone held their position. I thought it was all going to go wrong there.
And it almost did, but they well controlled it. But I mean, there is the gap that Harry Linden might need, because that was very exciting, 3 wide into turn 4, but everyone did have to scrubble. Oh, sorry, I'm
stealing my word already.
They scrubble off speed, and that has allowed Linden to get away. Sorry, Anthony, I do apologise, but sometimes the good ones are easiest to steal.
Oh, well, yeah, there you go.
And they almost tried again. Finn Smith in the number 19 cart there in 4th place. He almost tried to dive inside of a situation that was already side by side in front of him. Now he's looking again. Finn Smith looks like he's noticed that Linden has got away, and panic has set in. Now, even though the easiest, the sensible thing would be to try and push up the front, the racing driver inside you says, no, I got to get there, I know I can catch Linden, but I can't with these 2 in front of me, so I got to get past him. Whereas maybe if he pushed, then he got there. But Linden now enjoying a 1 second lead on lap 13, but still 6 3/4 minutes to go. And Mikey Porter, he was 1.4 seconds behind this group. He's now 0.9.
Yeah, so it's slightly opening up now. It is at the front, so these 3, like you say, or these 4 definitely need to work together, but that's not happening right now, as straight down the inside of the final corner goes the 15 of Bullock Carter and moves up into P2. Stephen Duncan now into 3rd. Finn Smith holding on to that 4th spot. He's obviously down 2 positions from his original spot for the final of 2nd place, so he's wanting to capitalise on this and close back up. There's the 56, still close behind and ever closer. Here comes Michael Porter, 6th place at the moment in the 55. There he is now on your screen, closing that gap, trying to get up to this group now, and the group behind as well doesn't look like they're making ground at the moment. They've still got quite a sizable gap.
Yeah, no, the battle for 7th is still one of the. So there's Mikey Porter. So this is the Jack's Motorsport making their national debut here this weekend. So it's Dan Holland Racing with Harry Linden up at the front, Coles Racing with Pearson Bullock Carter in 2nd, Vision Motorsport with Stephen Duncan in 3rd, Team Clay Racing with Finn Smith in 4th, then Ben Crossley for Vision Motorsport in 5th. And it's interesting, Ben Crossley sitting in the back of there in the number 56. You can see the predominantly blue race suit on. He's been biding his time and watching, but at some point he's going to have to press the go button. So he spent the first, we're on lap number 16 now, so he spent a lot of time just watching and just making sure that he doesn't get too involved in any of the incidents where you could lose time. But now the whole group are losing time. He's going to have to make his bid for a podium. At the moment, Harry Linden, the GP plate holder, I wouldn't say he's got one hand on the trophy, but with 4.5 minutes to go, it is going to take a concerted effort from Bullock Carter, from Smith, and from Duncan, and from Crossley to work together. And as I say that, though, they completely aren't listening. They need comms to Kart radio, because they've just shot position again. Good move from Finn Smith to move into P2. Bullock Carter back to 4th place, but that gap that was 6/10 of a second, instantly it's nearly 9/10 of a second.
Yeah, but I think Finn's got the pace now to pull these karts along to get them to close up to Linden. So we'll see what happens. I mean, there's 4 minutes to go. Like you say, it doesn't seem like a lot, but there's a long way to go still.
Now, Harry Linden, of course, he's got the GP version, which means he won Kartmaster, so he knows how to win a big event. However, that's a one-off thing. This is the British Championship. and he's never raced in the British Championship before. There's a move for second place.
Down the inside, they're still not listening, and
Nicely
that
done.
gap was nice, 9/10 of a second. It's probably going to be over a second now, and again, Finley, as he gains 2 places, now loses 2 places, drops back down into 4th place.
And so you say this is the British Championship, so there will be some nerves. And there's another move, that's Pearson Bullock Carter back up the inside of Stephen Duncan, and takes P2. The gap, yeah, as you like you said, Anthony, 1.1 seconds now. Lyndon, he's been coached. He's had the start of the season with Dan Holland Racing, so they would have coached him how to manage a race, how to manage yourself as well. You know, as a driver, I know what it's like to, you know, you're leading a race going into the last lap, and suddenly you start hearing things that are wrong with the kart. You're starting like worrying about curves. You're not just driving. You're not focusing 100% on going quickly. You're focusing 75% on going quickly and 25% worrying. You know. And that could slow Lyndon down a little bit, unless, of course, he's got to stay calm. He's got to stay calm. The more that these guys battle, though, the easier it is for Harry, who's now 1.3 seconds up the road with 2.5 minutes remaining. Yeah,
these guys really are not helping themselves. They need to just get into a single file, close up, work together, and get to the end. There's a technical flag for Crowther.
Harrison Crowther, 77.
Crowther.
Sorry, it's like, just think of Leslie. Oh, you're too young to remember Leslie Crowther. Come on down, the price is right. Enough of that. Here we go. Stephen Duncan at the inside of Finn Smith. Once again, makes the move. So, yeah, Harrison Crowther, the privateer driver on the Xspirit chassis, out of the race.
Yeah, big shame for them. Just about 2 minutes left on the clock then. We are watching the battle for second place here. It is between Bullock Carter, Stephen Duncan, Finn Smith, and Ben Crosley at the moment on your screen. Less than 2 minutes on the clock, and it's still all to play for the battle for second place. That second pot on the rostrum as they head through now, as the race leader at the moment, the GP plate of Harry Lyndon, is still driving away the gap of 1.5 seconds now.
Into turn number 4, over the crest. Crowther, I think
he's gone round again, hasn't he?
He's gone round again, 90 seconds ago. Oh, now in the left-hand side of your screen, you just saw there, we saw 2 karts facing the wrong way. Out of the commentary box window as we're watching Duncan having another little nibble at Pearson Bullock Carter, and E-by-Eck, because he's Lancastrian, he says that. even though he's 11, he's got a deep voice like that, I promise you. He goes, no, not coming through there. Stephen Duncan thinking to himself, I'm coming through whether you like it or not, sunshine, but at the moment the door remains closed. Finn Smith there in 4th place, Ben Crossley still in 5th. I mean, we talk about patience or lack thereof amongst karters, but all
down the inside
lovely.
Goes the 16 of Duncan there on the 15 of Bullock Carter, and there is a retiring. Is that a?
Yeah, that's Harrison Crowther.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! I got a bumper. I didn't know. Honest, you know. Don't shout at me. Please don't send me to the stewards. So talk about patience or lack thereof. Ben Crossley, kart number 56. He's been the last kart in this train for at least 10, maybe 12 laps now. He hasn't made his move yet. There's Pearson Bullock Carter making yet another move. Are we going to see something from Ben Crossley? And it's taken Mikey Porter 21 laps, but he has finally caught the group.
He has, and now he's going to try and capitalise on this. As straight down the inside goes the 16 of Duncan, under braking. The back of the kart stepped out. What kart control that was to get that second place spot back with 10 seconds left on the clock.
10 seconds for Harry Lyndon. There goes Bullock Carter with 3 wide into the last corner. Well, Harry Lyndon takes the start-finish board, and it's not hit 0 yet. So next time around, it'll be the last lap board. Time running out. Through the first chicane comes this great battle of a second. Now into chicane number 2. Pearson Bullock Carter's got to make that Tony kart very, 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 very wide indeed.
He is, and here comes Finley Smith as well down the inside. Can't quite get it done that time around, but he's right there, right behind, looking for that spot there. Sweeps to the outside. Is he going to try and get the switch back here? Can't quite do it. Is he going to try it here again? No, can't quite do it this time. Last lap board will come out this time for Harry Lyndon, who crosses the line in just a moment. But all eyes on this battle for second place at the moment, as it's getting very tetchy.
Now what can Porter do? Porter, he's caught them, and Crossley looked over his shoulder that last lap, but he's had nothing behind him. Now he's got someone behind him. He's going to have to try and make a move. But Porter, there is your... Porter's going to try and something to get from 6th up onto the podium. There goes Lyndon out of the second chicane. Bullock Carter holding off Duncan for second. Here comes Crossley. Now Crossley's biding his time. Now
contact!
He pulls the trigger and it misfires. And there's a wave yellow flag going on into the turn 5 area. What was that for?
Here comes the last corner lunge though. Who's going to go first? It goes very defensive from Duncan. Lindley takes the checkered flag, and it's all down to who takes the second place spot. It's going to be Bullock Carter from Duncan who takes it. Finley Smith takes fourth, and Ben Crossley crosses the line in fifth place. But yes, there was a waved yellow flag out in that section, and that is what's caused it. I can see a 30 there.
That's Jay Lawrence, and the number 30
Mason Pearson.
Mason Perrin, yeah.
Perrin, sorry.
No, who could, well, didn't see what happened, but I mean, there was no overtaking, but you wonder, because you can't see the leader, and then suddenly there's a yellow flag being waved, you think there. But Harry Linden, so, the boy from Barry, when he won Kart Masters, they closed Barry Island because it was too full, and they literally, everyone was watching the Alpha live stream. 2 days after Harry Linden won, the Dutch and Duke of Cambridge turned up at Barry Island to try and get their knockoff Dan Holland racing shirts out the back of Marco's Cafe with the Phil Gavin and Stacey. He's now won the first round of the British Championship. I think only the Queen will do. Personally, this week, you know, if we don't have an extra, there's the lad from Barry Island. Free ice creams all around on the seafront when we get home. Thank you very much. Looking back there, Cruz Speakman, he was up in the top 10 earlier on. He finished 15th. So we saw Harrison Crowther and Jay Lawrence and Mason Perrin go out, but from the back of the grid, Mackenzie Douglas made it up to 7th. So that fantastic battle, so far, best battle of the day so far in Minimax. Now, Anthony Jordan is going to get his running shoes on. He's got some very nice sort of brown, good old-fashioned daps they are, I've got to say. And he's going to go and speak to our winner, Harry Linden. They are literally partying on the streets of Barry Island as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. A fantastic result, 5 seconds. Well, the results sheets, ladies and gentlemen, will say that, you know, Harry Linden won that race by 5 seconds. Oh, you think to yourself, he must have dominated. Not at all. It was only the fact that superb battle for second that allowed Harry to see that. Now you can see down in the foreground there, there's the gentleman, the tall gentleman with the red Coles racing shirt. That's Mackenzie Douglas's dad, Andrew, and Harry Linden's dad, James, there was just chatting away to his countryman, and big hug and a handshake, and pretty soon, you know, leaping like a gazelle onto our screens will be Anthony Jordan to interview the winner. Then it'll be the next race, which is going to be taking place shortly. That will be Rotax 177 final, but not before we hear to the finest driver from Barry and Dennis Powys. Splits his time between, you know, the two resorts, Barry and Dennis Powys on the South Wales Riviera, does Harry Linden. And of course, those are the provisional results. I will say that that is the provisional top 3. Harry Linden from Wales, Pearson Bullock Carter from Lancashire, and Stephen Carter from Scotland. So there's the scene at the end of a kart race. Now, of course, what you'll see is some of the karts will be said that once they've had their nose cones checked, once they've had their weights checked, some karts will be saying, okay, you're free to go and load up the van. Now, in every class there is a trophy presentation which takes place at the end of the day. There's a trophy for the top 3, obviously, and then the leading privateer driver and the leading rookie, the leading British Championship rookie. Other karts, the ones that aren't allowed, they'll be put to the side, and then the technical team here, with the gentleman with the white shirts and black sort of vest jackets, they will ask the drivers or the mechanics to say, we want to see this part of the kart, that part of the kart, we want to strip down this element, we want you to take this off, and make sure that it's all technically correct. But as we look at the end of that race, Anthony Jordan is down speaking to Harry Linden.
Well, thank you, Harry, in a very busy kind of paddock area. I'm trying not to get run over here myself, but Mr. Linden, what a race that was. You kind of held on to that one at the end.
Yeah, I'm very pleased. It was very close all weekend, but in the final I managed to get quite a bit big of a gap.
Yeah, well, obviously we interviewed you yesterday to say, you know, you're moving to the team and see like a cracking effort from that one. You must be pleased with the team with all the effort they've put in for the kart today.
Yeah, the car, everything about today was just amazing, the whole weekend.
Awesome stuff. And of course, for that final there, absolutely flat out to the end. The start obviously was a bit dramatic. You had the group with you the whole time, jostling for position, but at the end you held your own, you got to the flag, and it was a cracking race for us to watch.
Yeah, it was good. I'd like to thank my dad, the whole of Dan Holland and Russ Carter.
Excellent stuff. Well done, and congratulations on the race win.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Harry. I have to say that Anthony Jordan doing his best. People said he sounds like Anthony Davison, but enough of that. It's Rotax 177 up next. So, 10 drivers in Rotax 177, led by the Dan Holland Racing driver Ben Davis, Chris Thomas P2, Matthew Easton and Oliver Appleby on row 2, Henry Ayres and Colin Davis on row number 3. Row 4 is Charlie Whaley and James Ockenden. Row 5, Lewis Large and Ben Cowley. 10 karts, 15 minutes. This is the Rotax 177 Grand Final. Here we go into the final corner. Can Ben Davis make it 2 final wins out of 2 for the Dan Holland Racing team? He makes a good start and takes the lead into turn number 1. All 10 drivers through cleanly, and it's good to see all 10 drivers out there, because there was a couple of incidents in the pre-final that saw Lewis Large take a bit of damage, James Ockenden also taking a bit of damage, but both those karts have been repaired, and we are off and racing. And race number 24, Rotax 177 final. And there's Charlie Whaley, you can see with the white race suit there, trying to defend his position from James Ockenden. And welcome back, Anthony. Good job, good job. I was saying that, you know, there are people that have said that you sound a bit like Anthony Davidson on commentary, but with the sunglasses and there was a striking resemblance.
Was there?
There was. Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, the mask and the sunglasses would come 3/4 of your head now. But no, good job, and Harry Linden there. So haven't missed much. I'll bring you up to quick speed. Like a recap at the start of this week's episode.
Yes.
Ben Davis has made a good start.
Okay.
And Chris Thomas from the outside of the front row has gone with him. Oliver Appleby's just making a move there, but I don't care for that.
Yes.
And he's up in the second place now. But all 10 drivers, including those what crashed in the pre-final, are out there at the start of this 15-minute race.
Yeah, no, excellent. And
now we need to cue the theme music. You've had the recap of last week's episode. Now we have the theme music, the cast and the crew, and now it's back to live action.
Excellent.
There we go.
Back to live action, and 13.5 minutes left on the timer. Leading the way by 0.3 of a second, nearly 4, is Ben Davis at the moment. He's got Oliver Appleby and Chris Thomas, the main culprits of the 177 class for senior Rotax. They go through, and there's a good bit of camera, a good bit of engine sound you heard.
Yes, I know that the wind has been playing havoc with some of the microphones.
Yeah.
The engine noise being blown away from the cameras at the moment. And there is the number 34 kart, chased by the number 56. So Appleby, who is a British Championship rookie, is doing a great job of keeping Chris Thomas, who has won this championship before and has represented Team Great Britain in the Rotax Grand Finals, and Ben Davis, who's been racing an awful long time. I think this is possibly his 6th or 7th season karting.
Now, the mysterious voice in our head has said there is...
I get that all the time.
I know. A couple of spots of rain out there. Nothing dramatic, nothing to worry about.
Michael Fish said that on the BBC before there was a hurricane back in 1987. But
nothing to worry about here. Everything will be fine.
To remember that, yes.
And then carnage.
Yes. Well, I mean, even if there are a few spots of rain, the tyres now fully up to temperature.
Yes.
But the thing is, with only 10 karts, and this is the thing, when there are 34 karts in the race, then there are karts spread out over the circuit. So there's hot tyres going over like the rubber of the tarmac on the track all the time. You know, with only 10 karts, they're all pretty much neck and neck. You know, there's 30 seconds where turn 3 has got, you know, no tyres going over it. So any moisture that does find its way onto said race circuit, and now so Ben Davis is the guinea pig here. if there is rain. I mean, at the moment, the lap times, I mean, last time around, Henry is. Oh, that's good, that's good, that's
Three
good.
wide here, as that was the 95 going straight from 4th to 2nd there as they go through.
Matthew Easton, take a bow, sir.
Yes, that was an excellent masterclass piece of driving there. It looked like he was going to just sit behind, and then he thought, actually, no, there's a gap, and went for it. And it was beautifully calculated. 11 minutes left on the clock, and moves up into 2nd place. Can he hold that 2nd place for the 11 minutes is yet to be seen.
Yes, but I say so. Ben Davis, he sort of rescinded the lead to Oliver Appleby. There's a look at, so there's some blueness there, but there's some greyness as well.
Yeah.
But look at the way that the wind is blowing the grey towards us, and Ben Davis has now dropped back to, was that 4th position? I was looking at lap times at the moment. Wow, here we go, 38.52 second. Henry Ayres has got the fast lap of the race at the moment. Ayres in kart number 29 for KR Sport is right there in 5th position. Last time around, let's have a look. Well, Matthew Easton does a personal best lap of 37.54, so obviously whatever moisture there is in the air at the moment, it's not affecting grip levels. But Ben Davis lost an awful lot of pace quite quickly there. I mean, he's back to 4th position. Appleby currently leads by a whisker over Easton. Then a half-second gap back to Chris Thomas in 3rd. No, it's Ben Davis and Chris Thomas side by side for 3rd. Thomas on the inside.
Oh, a little bit of contact.
A little bit of door handling there. And you know, so Thomas is there, but then it's Henry Ayres in the number 29 kart in 5th. And then Lewis Large in 6th with Colin Davis 7th and Charlie Whaley in 8th. So really, the top 8 still pretty much nose to tail with 10 minutes to go. Ben Cowley is 9th and James Ockenden runs in 10th place. Now Colin Davis and James Ockenden, there is a Masters class for drivers that are over a certain age limit. I'm not quite sure what that is. I think it may be 35. I will defer to somebody who wants to tell me any differently and give a knock on the door. You know, but I think that's what the Masters class is, over 35. I would just qualify by half a day.
Is that a lie?
No,
Yeah, true.
You know, if you see me walking around the paddock, I look 50. My mental age is 15, but I'm somewhere in the middle. In actuality.
There you go.
Yeah, but up the lead, it's Oliver Appleby. Now, Appleby led quite convincingly through the heats and had a good battle with Ben Davis. Ben Davis got the better of him in the pre-final. Now, there's nothing like this. So Ben Davis just seen his teammate win the previous race. There's nothing like watching your teammate win to give you as a driver a bit of a confidence booster. But he's got the confidence. He's got the Coles Racing number 95 of Matthew Easton, who's on a red speed chassis. So normally Coles Racing you see the green Tony Kart chassis, but you can see between the bodywork there, that's a red speed chassis. It's still part of the OTK family, so so they're all built in the same factory.
Yes.
They just have different rooms they get painted in.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
Wow.
And some will say there are very subtle differences. Some will say cars with different colours. There we go. So it's the red speed chassis, and Easton is showing a fair turn of speed in it as you come into the final corner. See tyres squealing. You know, there's a bit of oversteer there for Oliver Appleby as he turned in, and again a bit of an oversteer again. And we saw that against Ben Davis in one of the earlier heats, where coming out of turn 4, the back end of that number 34 kart seems a bit loose. I mean, I know they say that loose is fast, but with 7 and 3/4 minutes to go, if the rear end has already lost grip, you're going to be struggling, and you can see you have to take 2 bites out of the steering wheel to get turned in there, and he certainly is starting to back the pack up.
So again, the man in my head is telling me that the spitting of rain has intensified out on the circuit, according to our cameramen, who of course bear the brunt of the weather at every event that we go to, and we thank them for their help here in the 95 of Easton down the inside of turn 2, gets Appleby and takes the lead of this final, and already as well as is that Davis trying to fight back, and there's contact between the two of them, and Appleby said no, you are not taking that position as well.
They're getting now, is that because things are getting a little slippery? You can see on the screen there,
yeah,
droplets of water. Someone asking Roman Nikolai on who won the Minimax final. Well, Roman, why weren't you tuned in? That's number 1, that's bad. Number 2, be pleased to know that Landau International's own Harry Linden has won the Minimax final provisionally, subject of course to post-race Paul Klassen. Post-race scrutineering. They're coming through the second chicane there, and Let's have a look. Lap times. Well, the leader, Matthew Easton's best lap was a 37.54. His last time around was a 37.8. So yeah, the pace has dropped off a little bit. I mean, this is great stuff. I mean, the top 7 drivers are all together. Charlie Whaley has slipped back in 8th a little bit, but not by far, only by 1.5 seconds. There's Whaley coming onto the screen now. A very distinctive Mike Spencer's motorsport driver. And here is another move. That's Ben Davis now fighting back. And that was Lewis Large, I think, losing a position. So the front pack comprises Matthew Easton, Oliver Appleby, Ben Davis, Lewis Large, Chris Thomas, Henry Ayres and Colin Davis.
Yeah, it was a very opportunistic move there from Davis to get back from Lewis Large. You saw Large take the position earlier on in that lap, and again, same lap, just a couple of corners later down the road, Davis retakes that spot. So 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Everything's still all to play for here as the wind intensifies, and so do the spots of rain.
Yes, now more questions coming. Who won the junior Rotax final? We haven't had it yet.
Yeah, there you go.
You've got to stay tuned and find out. This is the second of the finals. We have still got Honda Cadet, junior Rotax and senior Rotax to come. This is the Minimax was the sort of the starter, and we haven't reached the main course yet. So this is sort of like, you know, the glass of wine you have between the starter and while they're cooking the main course. Absolutely, it's a very tasty glass of wine. If it is one, because the racing will be very good. The top 4 are starting to break away though. Easton, Appleby, Davis and Large. Lewis Large, that scary looking incident at in the pre-final, obviously suffering no ill effects at the moment, or at all.
No, still driving well, holding on to that 4th place and trying to go down the inside for 3rd. Gets it done, nicely done there, and it looks like, is he a bit warm in that race suit?
Yeah, and yes, that could be a problem. You're in a black t-shirt on. Well, that's just you know, that's maybe the zipper is broken, but it's sort of acting like a bit of a balloon effect, isn't it?
It is indeed. I suppose that's not the most aerodynamic way of wearing a race suit. Looks more like he's wearing a leather jacket.
So we'll see what happens there. He's sort of, but it's not slowing him down. Put it that way. He's gone large, shall we say? Oh dear.
Oh dear.
The rain. The rain. Nothing has really
untoward
happened. It hasn't developed. Though there's a move. Henry Ayres going up the inside of Chris Thomas. So Chris Thomas, the number 56 kart, slips back to 7th position, the tail end of this lead group, and Charlie Whaley is still manfully trying to cling on to the lead pack as Ben Davis now takes the lead. But Matthew Easton, he hasn't led a race all weekend, and suddenly pops up when it matters most in the final.
Yep, there it is, and that is, like you say, it's where it matters, and where it matters is that he is leading, and comfortably as well. Nearly a 2nd gap he's got to Oliver Appleby at the moment, and of course these drivers still running the same tyres from this morning, so of course over the races that we've had today they've just worn down and worn down. It depends. That's maybe why he's just stayed at the back. It's only a small grid of karts. He's just, let's just stay at the back, let's just look after the tyres, don't overcook them, and then come the final, I'll have the grip, bam, and there you go.
Excellent point. You're probably correct in this, you know, because these are the 177s. They have jobs in the real life, which means some of them have developed a brain.
Yes.
That's frightening for kart races.
Yeah, frightening thought.
But of course, yeah. So there's a tactical thing, and there goes Ben Davis at the inside of Oliver Appleby for 2nd position. So now Davis has got to get his head down. He's got clear tracking for him. Here comes Lewis Large on the outside. So the Coles Racing karts looking very, very strong.
They go through 2.5 minutes left on the clock then, and the gap between Easton and Appleby, which isn't Appleby anymore because he's dropped back a few more positions.
If Lewis Large makes that work, he deserves a medal, and it doesn't quite happen. He's now under pressure, but he thought about going around the outside the final corner to pick him a place, and you know, yes, he's looking over his shoulder. So Ben Davis, I mean, I have to say, Matthew Easton, 1.5 seconds up the road, 2 minutes to go. You know, the threat of rain in the air. And ooh, that was Colin Davis. So he's leading the Masters class, is Colin Davis. The 2nd driver in the Masters class, James Ockenden, he's out there in 10th place. Ben Cowley is still 9th, Charlie Whaley is still 8th, and then you're looking at 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd and 1st in the same camera shot, which on lap 22 of the final is very good indeed.
It is indeed. 90 seconds left on the clock. as we look here at the 86 of second place. It is Ben Davis. He's 1.5 seconds down from the race leader at the moment, Matthew Easton. It is only 0.2 of a second up from Oliver Appleby, but Appleby struggling on the tyres that he's got at the moment. And that is playing havoc with it. And I think also, who's this that we're looking at? The 29. This is a little further down as well. This is Henry Ayres. Yes, Henry Ayres in 6th place at the moment. He's down 1 spot from his original starting point for the final. Less than a minute to go now.
Less than a minute to go. There's the man that's got all the work to do if he's the captain leader. Although pretty much I think it's going to take a mistake for Matthew Easton to stop him from claiming victory here. Coles Racing, red speed chassis in control, and I have to say, you know, I haven't got the grid in front of me, but I mean, Matthew Easton, he started 3rd, so he was not out of contention, but he just was quiet. He didn't feature in the lead battles that much, to be fair, and like I said, when it matters most, he's come to the front. So Davis 2nd, he's broken off Appleby's challenge. Appleby is now going to be looking behind him, because Lewis Large in kart number 13 could be the next one on his, it's going to be knocking at the door, so to speak. Colin Davis recovered really well from a dreadful day yesterday. He's recovered well to run in 5th position. Then it's Henry Ayres. Chris Thomas again has faded a bit, so maybe the GMS team karts just haven't quite got the pace over the longer race distances. We've seen both Appleby and Thomas struggle a little bit. Maybe it's tyres, maybe it's the way that the kart uses the tyres, and you know, certainly, you know, that is a grey sky, and there's not droplets of rain over the circuit. You're going to be going out to speak to our winner on the final lap, and it looks like it's going to be Matthew Easton. Like, you know, don't want to say too much just yet. He looks over his shoulder. Ben Davis has got the gap down by a couple of tenths, but he's still over a second inning. But so far, they're good train for 3rd. So the battle for the final podium spot. Lewis Large has caught Oliver Appleby. Colin Davis wants a piece of the action. So does Henry Ayres, but 1 corner to go, and it's going to be a win provisionally in 177 for Matthew Easton.
That's a great win from him. 1.2 seconds further up the road as the rest of the field crossed the line. Ben Davis, Oliver Appleby holds on to that last spot on the podium there, despite the difficulties which it looks like he's having with his tyres at the moment.
Yeah, so there's some of the other drivers. Chris Thomas coming across the line in 7th. Charlie Whaley is 8th. Ben Cowley comes home in 9th. And James Ockenden rounds out the top 10. So it's a win for Dan Holland Racing, now a win for Coles Racing, and Matthew Easton brings the number 95 kart back to the pack, where Anthony Jordan and extended microphone, so that we are, of course, adhering to all social distancing rules, will be waiting for him. And so Easton, Davis, Appleby, Large, then Colin Davis, no relation, at the top 5, Henry Ayres, Chris Thomas, Charlie Whaley, Ben Cowley and James Ockenden on his British Championship debut. They make it to the end. Now, the skies have darkened. There's no rain, even though that looks like it's wet. No rain on the track. And oh, look at that. Lewis Large's race suit is magically, the zip has reattached itself. And it's back to how it was at the start of the race. Haha. Here is the view of the paddock, or the Parc Fermé area. The 177 mechanics being weighted. So Matthew Easton's Coles Racing. Now that's Tom Holland in the middle of the screen with a black T-shirt on. That's Tom Holland, who is mechanicking. I can't remember who he's mechanicking for. Now, he was a very, very skilled 177 driver back in his day, and not sure if he's still mechanics. Yeah, so he mechanics for Ben Davis, getting a well done there for 2nd place. Always good to see Tom in the paddock. He's a good character. You know, he doesn't necessarily get caught up in the hysteria of the racing like some other mechanics do. He's a very calm voice of reason, and he's just guided his driver to 2nd place in the opening round of the British Championship. And you have to say well done to the 177 drivers for getting through that. That was a tough physical test, and I don't want to be the harbinger of weather-related, the harbinger of meteorological doom, but the skies are darkening and the wind is bringing a small amount of precipitation towards the circuit, as we have 3 races to go. Before we get to that, there will be a chance to speak to a victorious Matthew Easton, and good to see 3 different teams, but I think we have Anthony Jordan with our Rotax 177 race winner.
Well, again, joining us down in the scrutineering bay where we're about to get run over by karts probably again. Matthew Eaton, a fantastic victory from that one. Over a second of a gap to the man in second place. You must be thrilled with that one.
Yeah, absolutely buzzing. Struggled with pace all weekend. Changed a few things on the kart for the last 2 races and found a lot of pace. Just needed to crack down on consistency. Making a couple of mistakes in the pre-final, so had to nip them in the bud for the final. But overall, really happy with the finish.
Yeah, earlier on today, it didn't look like it was on the cards for a win today in the final. It looked like we were thinking it must have been on tyres. It looked like you looked after your tyres throughout today and you had them for the final.
Yeah, I mean, tyres ended up really good compared to everybody else's. Looking at the grid before the final, we had quite good tyre. Coming into the round, we did know that we were going to struggle with tyre. Just with big, heavy lads, a load of races on them. But yeah, tyres felt really good.
Awesome. Well, before we get run over by a load of karts on trolleys, congratulations, well done on a win.
Thank you very much. Just like to say a big thanks to my dad for the spanners. Absolutely amazing job all weekend, all the way through my karting career. HRS engines, supplying really good engines all the time. Coles Racing for the help this weekend. And then just all my family back home, always supportive.
Awesome, well done. Congratulations on the win. Back to you, Henry.
Thank you once again, Anthony. 3 races to go, and the next race will be Cadet Honda, and that will be coming up in a few minutes' time. So there is a view of the circuit. Now, there's still a couple of karts being put down on the grid, so there will be there'll be a couple of minutes. Might be a chance for us to have a look. Now, I haven't got the grid in front of me, but of course, in the pre-final, there was that incident at the start of the pre-final. We saw Aston Sharp, the S-plate holder, getting spun around, and that sort of took the sting out of the start of the race. But there was a great battle at the end where Timo Jungling beat Connor Duncan to the line with a very sort of determined defence coming into the last couple of corners. Connor Duncan second, Zach Drummond finished third, if memory serves correctly, and my memory's always a bit hazy. Probably something to do with my days in university. But there we go. Enough of that. Moving on. So we do have still karts coming onto the grid and out of the window. So on your screens there, so we are in the sort of the end windows on the left-hand side as you're looking at the building. At the left-hand windows on the lower floor is where we are, and I can see the karts being put onto the grid in front of me, out of the window. Anthony, how was the weather?
It was blustery.
Oh, blustery. That's next to scrubble. Blustery is the word that sums this weekend up.
Yes. Very, very breezy out there, but yeah, high spirits still though in the scrutineering bay, which is not the sort of place you would see high spirits. Oh, scrutineering, we've got to get through this first.
You know, high spirits went, yes, we're legal. Yes, or yes, they didn't catch us. No, sorry, no. Yes, we're legal. Thank God for that. Let's go on. Get it in the van. Get it on the motorway.
Quick before they see it.
Yeah.
So
I've got a brief delay. Not just while we get the cart sorted down. There was once again just time to sort out the correct starting grids for the Hondas.
I'm definitely going to take a seat now. I walked in and you were sitting down.
I know. I was just taking the weight off, and I've got considerably more of it than I did have at this time last year to take off. So, but there's a view of the skyline the Romney Marsh is. Now, just at the back, behind all the tents, so you can looking at the back, there's the Project One racing tent. To the left with the four flags, say that after a couple of pints, that's the Motorsport UK Race Control Centre, where the stewards sit, and then behind them you can see that there is a caravan park on the circuit, and there's a lot of the drivers have been staying here at the track in their motorhomes, which creates you know, a nice atmosphere. Sort of, they're all sort of in the field, just on the left-hand side. They're parked up nicely, socially distancing, you know, maintaining the etiquette for 2020, which is don't get too close to anyone, you know, sadly. And we've got the rumble of Honda engines, you know, out there as they're sort of warming their engines. There's still one or two drivers getting to the grid. Now, normally there is strict rules on you know, sort of grid gate opening times and grid gate closing times, but when there is a judicial going on, so when there is a judicial issue, that means that they're not sure, so that the race is being delayed, which is why we're seeing karts drifting on to the thing. And oh, Anthony, look at that. It's starting to rain,
but the sun comes
the sun
out.
Is shining as well.
Ah, welcome to Britain.
Yes, welcome to a British summer. The sun's shining, but it's raining. Now let's look at the top. Let's look at the top of those tyres there to see, and so you can see that.
Oh, look at that! That looks like
good. I'm going to repeat the word that there, because I mean that's sort of the.
Look, you see that man in the high vis nose? He's running away from it.
Yes, that's the portent of an ominous sign, and that does not look good. I mean, there's some lovely power lines there.
I've just looked outside the commentary window, and if you could have seen my facial expression.
Somebody just spun on the rolling lap. Kart going backwards across the camera screen, and that was the number 54 kart of Devon Nolan.
And you can see the shine on the tyres.
Yes, that was not over-exuberant warming of tyres. That was slight warming of tyres on a slippery track surface. There we go.
There we go. You can see the rain
on the camera.
And the man in a high vis has got his hood up. Now, what does this mean? If they're all on slicks and they start this race now and it pours down, what does this mean?
It's down to race director Ken Potter to decide what is safe. The driver's safety. These Cadet Honda drivers are between 8 and 13 years old, 8 and 12 years old. If it's a light drizzle, as it used to be called on the Fast Show, again, 90s comedy reference does not go, these youngsters I got with me. If it's just light drizzle, then it is, they will stay out there. If it becomes wet and it's a safety issue for the drivers, then it's at the race director's discretion to stop the race, and they will be asked to, they will have a window to put on wet tyres. Let's see what happens. Nathan Clifford, no. Junior Rotax has not done their final yet. I'm talking, that's not the voice in my head. My voice in my head's not called Nathan Clifford. Nathan Clifford, kart racer in X30, in X30 was, or Cadet Honda, Cadet Miami, sorry. My brain's frazzled.
There looks like there's been a slight delay to the start. The green flag is up at the back of the grid. No, now the lights have come on, so slight delay, but we're going to get going.
And I can't tell you, so it's Connor Duncan and Timo Youngling on the front row, Zach Drummond and Ewan Charman on row 2, then Joshua Gray and Oscar Tumulty on row 3, and it's going to be slippery into this first chicane, and they're all going to get round cleanly. Do you know what? By Jove, they've done it, Harry.
They have indeed. My name's not Harry.
No.
But there we go. As they go through. Oh no, there is some karts spinning in the background there. I could see one going. I'm not sure who it was who went round, but the kart looked blue.
It could have been Kaiser Raymond, because he hasn't come to the second sector yet, and Kacper Tomolowski and Aston Sharp. Oh, it looked like it might have been Aston Sharp again, the S-plate holder, who was starting in about 18th, 19th position. There he is, and let's have a look. Is he on his own? Yes, I think he's down at the back there. So it was Aston Sharp. So it was blue. So I got, you know, you well done, got your colours right.
Yeah.
Hey.
Brownie points.
But however, the drivers certainly don't look like they're tiptoeing everywhere, which tells me that the rain which was out there isn't too much of a problem for them. Connor Duncan leads the way at the moment. We'll have a quick look at this just to so the fastest lap from the last heat of the day was Ewan Charman at 43.31 seconds. So we'll give them obviously their first lap. Now they're up to full race temperature and a change to lead.
Yes, yeah. So the number 8 of Zach Drummond and Timo Jungling managed to get past Connor Duncan into turn number 4. Looked like Connor just ran slightly wide into the entry, and they just both went, thank you very much, we'll take that. And now the GP plate, Connor Duncan is under pressure from Ewan Sharman there and Oscar Tumley.
And so 43.58 Max Cuthbert, fast lap of the race. So only 0.2 of a second, as there goes Jungling back to the front. And yep,
gets it done.
Gets it done. So Drummond second, and here comes Connor Duncan into third, and then a whole phalanx of blue and white Ambition Motorsport karts behind them. There's number 36 of Blake Ticehurst.
And that's the other Youngling brother.
Yes.
Running slightly wide there, getting pushed off onto the grass, but managing to keep it on the straight and narrow.
As he bounced over the grass there, that was almost a rumble in the Youngle.
Oh dear me. Oh dear me. That's criminal offence, that is, that one.
Send over the comedy police and arrest me for crimes against being humoresque. But it's Timo Jungling who has the race lead now. People are asking, yes, they are named after Timo Glock and Ralf Schumacher because they were born the year that Timo and Ralf were teammates of the Toyota Formula 1 team.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
At 12 minutes left on the clock. Here's your race leader, the 25 of Timo Jungling. Connor Duncan just behind as that camera pans around, but it's just absolutely neck and neck here with the front 4.
Now 12 minutes to go. There they go, crossing the line. Make that
6 of them, yes.
There's Charman at the back of that group, and also just in front of them, Alfie Thompson in kart number 87 has moved himself into contention. So like we saw in the previous race, Matthew Easton.
Oh dear.
That's Mark Ticehurst. Sorry, no, that's Blake Ticehurst.
Blake, yeah.
Is out, not out of this. Somebody spins and that drops him out of 9th position. But as you saw with Matthew Easton, he's saying, he's keeping himself calm. Alfie Thompson in that number 87 car hasn't featured in the lead group all day. Suddenly, when the points are on the line, he pops up in a great position. So 25 Timo Jungling, the GP plate Connor Duncan. Here's a great draft there from number 8 Zach Drummond and the number 17 card of Oscar Tumley. The leading Ambition kart to work together, and that little oomph that Tumulty gave Drummond, and in turn Drummond gave it to Duncan, and then Duncan passed it on to Jungling, just gave them an extra couple of kart lengths. That's how the draft can work. Well, it's number 88, another name. So Josh Graham up into 5th position. Then it is Thompson in. Alfie Thompson in 6th, Ewan Charman 7th, Jensen Graham in 8th, Gustav Usakov's in 9th. But these top 8, they're 1.2 seconds in front of the 9th place. So that, you can see that lead group, there they go, out to the final corner. Then a big yawning gap before we get Usakov's, Ralph Jungling, Alex Horcutt, then Max Cuthbert, Henry Jocelyn, Tommy Harfield, Owen Neve, Harrison Mackie, and the rest. Devon Nolan, who spun on the rolling lap, he is running in 17th. Lewis Islin down to 18th, but he started at the back of the grid. Now he had a penalty. He finished 4th on the road in the pre-final, did the number 12 kart of Lewis Islin, but now he started at the back of the grid, made his way up to 18th already. He had a Cole Denham, Sonny Mortensen, Reg Haywood, Kenzo Craigie, William Murphy, and then Kaspar Tomalowski.
Joshua Graham moving up a position there as well, moving up into his original spot of 5th place. He's going to want to try and close the gap up to the group in 4. Of course, he was at the sharp end of the stick earlier on today. I'm sure he wants to be there for the final as well, as we go sub 10 minutes on the timer remaining, as we still watch our top
8.
Yeah, it's grown, hasn't it now? We're on lap 7, but absolutely nothing between these drivers as they go through, but it's still Jungling that leads the way. That's Timo Jungling from Connor Duncan, then it's Zach Drummond, Oscar Tumley, and then it's Joshua Graham, Alfie Thompson, and then Jensen Graham as well, so the 2 Grahams up there, and Ewan Chairman as well in 8th place. Now, like I say, 9 minutes left on the clock, and it's still very much all to play for there as they cross the line.
Yes. On to lap number 9 now. Oh, Connor Duncan a little bit sideways over the curve there, but he managed to maintain his forward trajectory, so getting sideways on that curve, he attacked it. It didn't it unsettled the car, but it didn't, unsettle his pace or his driving, and he didn't lose any time, but that was aggressive from Connor Duncan. At the moment, everyone is content to sit line astern. Nobody wants to be the first man to pop their head out above the parapet and make a move, because they don't want to be freight trained to the back of the group. but you'll start to see that you'll be able to sort of identify the drivers will start looking more aggressive in the karts. At the moment there was no aggression there, that was just working with each other, trying to push away. There's no sort of jinking around in the braking to try and unsettle the driver out of their peripheral vision. You know, the drivers, obviously, the four-stroke engines, they're behind the driver's left ear. Timo Youngling will be able to hear Connor Duncan's engine, and when that engine moves out of the way, that's a signal, is he gone for a lunge? Because suddenly the sound of the engine goes from the left-hand side to your right-hand side if he's trying to dive up the inside. So it's they can sense where the engine notes are. A couple of drivers looking over their shoulder. That was Oscar Tumulty in 4th place, and now there's the first move. So the first move was teammates, number 88, Josh Graham passing Oscar Tumulty, and it was just after Tumulty looked over his shoulder, and that gap has grown. The moment, fastest lap of the race, well, it's a 43.3 for Josh Graham, is the best of the laps at the moment. Last time around, now the camera crew are beginning to report that there's a few more spots of drizzle out there. We'll look at the lap time, certainly. Now, this circuit is split into 3 sectors, so Motorsport Tiling has split the circuit into 3 sectors. A purple sector for a driver is the best sector time out of anyone in this particular race. A green sector for a driver is that driver's personal best, as Connor Duncan and Zach Drummond go side by side for second, and then a yellow sector for a driver is not their best sector of the race at all. And at the moment, I can say that there are yellow sectors up and down the entire field, which means the track, well, none of the drivers are putting in quick lap times, which has partly to do with the fact they're battling in traffic, but mainly to do with the fact that the track is slowing down because there is more and more drops of moisture falling on it.
Yeah, and if it's going to be anywhere on the circuit, it's going to be on this back section of the track where they're heading into now.
And that's a move for the lead. So Connor Duncan takes the lead for the first time, the GP plate holder. So everyone wants to be in the race lead, but when it starts raining, you know, do you want to be the first driver to hit the damp patch?
No, you want to be probably in around 6th to see them all go through, and then that's when you can react.
Alfie Thompson there getting muscle back a place, but it's now Zach Drummond getting under pressure from Jensen Graham. Graham getting pushed through there by Oscar Tumulty, and it's side by side for the race lead. Timo Youngling, we led that one by 100th of a second.
Yeah, that was a nice little bit of racing there between these drivers as they go through the first chicane, then the second chicane, exactly the same, just a little bit tighter the second time around. And the fast sweeping right-hander here as they head to the furthest part of the circuit away from where we are. And again, Youngling there saying, come on, let's push, let's try and break away from these guys. And you can see that they are a bit, aren't they? So you've got first and second, they've broken away. You've got third and fourth, they've broken away as well. And the times are getting a little slower.
Yeah, they're around 3/4 of a second off their ultimate pace so far. I mean, you see Zach Drummond driving the car. Oh, sorry, that was Jensen Graham driving the car very deep into the last corner there. So obviously he's not worried about, you know, hitting the braking zone and turning in. He knows the cart's going to bite. But it's out this side of the circuit, like you said, Anthony, where the rain is coming from. So through that second chicane, and then under hard braking for the hairpin. Just look there. There goes Duncan to the inside. So he retakes the lead. Now the top 8 are still there, but creeping into contention behind them. A very impressive drive by number 34, Max Cuthbert, and he's bringing Ralph Youngling with him in 9th and 10th position. Then there's another gap back to Gustav Usakovs in 11th with Alexander Horka chasing him. Henry Jocelyn is a long way back, well, he's 5 seconds back in 13th place, followed by Owen Need, Harrison Mackie, Tommy Harfeld. Lewis Islin has gained 15 places, so from 32nd to 17th now from into Islin. Sonny Mortensen, Reg Hayward, Cole Denham round out your top 20. It's William Murphy, Kenzo Craigie, Devon Nolan and Blake Ticehurst after that spin, stranded back in 24th.
Yep. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Again, all eyes on this group. Absolutely nothing between them. You can see second and third across the line, identical. There was nothing between them really as they head through. And again, all eyes on this front. The GP still leading the way. Duncan versus Youngling versus Tumlety. He's moved up into third now, up 3 positions from his original 6th place start. Zach Drummond, he's lost a spot as well. So Joshua Graham and Jensen Graham, the 2 Grahams, looking after each other, nose to tail as they're out there. They head through now on your screens, the 88 and the 8 battling away.
Yeah, the lead 8 have become a lead 7. They've dropped Ewan Charman in kart number 10. So Charman in the Ambition Motorsport 10. And there goes Drummond in kart number 8 to the inside and picks up 3rd place, passing Tumulty. And number 22 of Jensen Graham is there as well. There comes Alfie Thompson back into the play. So Alfie Thompson didn't get shuffled to the back of this league group, but he was able to sort of pick off Ewan Charman and stay with them. And Charman is now struggling because he's got no one to draft with. That is great drafting there by Timo Jungling and Connor Duncan. Great work, working together very, very well there through the first chicane on lap number 17. 3 minutes to go, and lap times, well, 43.6 last time for the two leaders, so that's only a couple of tenths off their own personal best this race. So those couple of spots of drizzle that slowed the karts just for a couple of laps have disappeared once again, and you can see the back of the screen there, the number 10 card of Ewan Charman struggling to keep pace. There's a move for third place, so Drummond loses third back to Tumulty. So the first of the Ambition karts now is number 17, Oscar Tumulty. And you can see this. There's the signals. You can see that the arms waving.
Yeah.
You know that's part encouragement, and that's part sort of like, right, be aggressive, go, go, go. You know.
Yep, definitely. And of course, are they going to listen to that? Well, you would have hoped so as they go through. It looked like Jungling had a little bit of a mistake there.
Yep.
He had a bit of oversteer as he came out of the turn 1 chicane. That's put him now in danger from the karts behind. He's got the 17 of Oscar Tumlety. Now he's really pushing on the pressure, and I say on that lap as well, he sets the fastest lap of the race as well of a 43.2. That gets the theory of a wet-ish circuit out of your head if he's setting new fastest laps of the race. 2 minutes left on the clock. I think Jungling's under pressure here.
Yep, but I mean, because he's got a good drive, he gets a good run out of turn number 5 onto the back straight, which is going to be critical for Timo Jungling, because that means that if he is in second coming onto the last straight, he's got the pace to maybe try and weave around and make a move on Connor Duncan. Connor Duncan will be fully aware of that, and Connor Duncan will also be aware of what Timo Jungling did to him in the last lap of the pre-final. That was defend right to the inside of the circuit, which forced Connor Duncan onto the grass, and Connor Duncan, kept it planted on the grass, and Connor Duncan thinking, right, what works for you will work for me.
Yeah, definitely so, as this train just doesn't disappear, does it? It seems to grow and get shorter and then grow again as down the inside looks the number 8 of Drummond. Can't quite do anything this time, slots back in behind. I think if he tried to really commit to that one, I think a lack of a nose cone would have been in place after the turn.
So the SFR Motorsport team currently lead the race from the privateer driver, Jungling Motorsport Racing. There's the Germanic team name, Jungling Motorsport Racing. Then it's Ambition Motorsport. Then 2 Synergy Factory drivers. Next up, 4th and 5th, Graham and Drummond. And then it's the second SFR Motorsport kart of Alfie Thompson with the number 88 kart, the second of the Ambition karts, in third place. So again, what Michael Jungling said, he wants to be a privateer. He's got this seven in the lead battle, 2 from SFR, 2 from Ambition, 2 from Synergy, and 1 privateer, and that's him. There's Max Ticehurst, there is Max Cuthbert, I apologise. He has now caught Ewan Charman for 8th position and has just gone past him, actually.
Yep, so still positions changing for that 4th place spot. The top 3 now on the penultimate lap. Last lap board will come out this time, but still nose to tail. I just got a feeling that the 17 of Oscar Tumlety has got something up his sleeve through these next couple of corners. I just feel like he's lining up Jungling here.
Yeah, he wants to be. Now, this would be a perfect time for him to make a move, because the 2 drivers behind him have just gone side by side. They've lost a couple of kart lengths. He's not going to be aware of that because he didn't look over his shoulder. But he looks to the inside on Jungling, and that move didn't happen. And then Drummond and Graham behind him, they've sorted themselves out, and now they'll catch back up. So Tumulty had a 1-corner window there to make a move without getting himself under pressure. Here comes Timo Jungling. Connor Duncan back to 3rd.
Yep. Timo down the inside, a great move, calculated that well, and Oscar, I should say, covers that 2nd place spot from Duncan as they go through now. It's final lap time. Here we go. It's going to be, who is it going to be? It's Timo, it's Oscar, it's Connor, it's the top 3. They've been top 3 all the way through. Duncan looks to the inside of Tumlety.
Now or never.
Yep, and here comes 4th place. It's Jensen Graham. He looks down the inside. Can he get the job done? Yes, he can. The rest of them try to follow through as well. It's absolute pandemonium, and the GP plate's been sucked out to dry.
No, that's Thompson.
Oh, there's the 87.
It's his teammate Thompson has been hung out to dry there. Jungling is coming to the final corner, and Duncan is not there, so you're right, Duncan got held up, but Timo Jungling wins one for the privateers.
What a win there for Timo. Fantastic race there as Connor Duncan crosses the line, 2nd place, holds on to that one. But Jensen Graham as well, up into 3rd. Fantastic finish as well.
So, and look at that. So, Germany's Timo Jungling beats a trio of Scottish drivers, Conor Duncan, Jensen Graham and Zach Drummond across the line. Joshua Graham, the Englishman, finishes in 5th position. Then it's Oscar Tumulty. Again, he had that chance. He started the last lap in 2nd place, wound up 6th. Alfie Thompson in 7th, Ewan Charman in 8th, Max Cuthbert, great drive from 20th to 9th for Cuthbert. Ralph Jungling rounds out the top 10, so you can see that there we go. The two Jungling brothers, they bookend the top 10. Timo at the top of the order, Ralph at the bottom of the top 10. Alex Hawker 11th, Gustav Usakovs in 12th, Henry Jocelyn is 13th, Lewis Eislin gained 18 places there to finish 14th, Sonny Mortensen was next, Reg Hayward, Harrison Mackie, Owen Neve, Tommy Harfield, William Murphy, Kenzo Craigie, then Blake Ticehurst in 22nd, Cole Denham and Aston Sharp after his spin finishes 24th. Here's a look at the rest of the runners, and that is really good to see. 33 drivers, so somebody has withdrawn from the race. 33 drivers started the race, 33 drivers finished, so even the drivers down at the back of the pack, nobody ended the day early by crashing out at the final. There it comes into your screen. There goes the number 12 Kart of Lewis Islin across your screens. You'll obviously be disappointed with a 20th place finish, but sorry, disappointed with the 14th place finish in the number 12 Kart, but he'll be pleased with how he gained nearly 20 places. The word number 20 was in my spiel somewhere, I knew it, in that final. And once again, Anthony Jordan will be down there waiting to interview Timo Jungling. The Cadet Honda mechanics are all patiently waiting with their kart trolleys, and you can see the wet tyres on all those kart trolleys, and I'm sure there was a few nervous mechanics and parents that were just sort of umming and ahhing about that. But they wait. They're going to go through the holding area now. All the drivers are being told to stay seated in their karts, and now they're told to get out. So here is Anthony with Timo Jungling.
So, in the pit lane, Timo, go on, have a quick word with us here. The camera's behind you. Come on. There we go. We don't want to get run over by any of these karts, but wow, what a win that was. It looked like a tough old race. The rain held off amazingly, but a win for the privateers.
Yeah. Last lap, I don't know what happened. Just everyone started fighting, and I just managed to get a gap, so I won.
Yes, it was a very close race all the way throughout, but yeah, it looked like a hard-fought battle there, side by side with the rest of them as they were going through. But the kart made it to the end. You must be pleased with the team looking after the kart, getting the kart ready for today.
I'm just so happy that I'm on the top step this weekend, because I never expected that coming here.
No, it's a fantastic win. The kart gets wheeled off now. It's going to go back to the team. But yeah, a win for the privateers and a great start to the first round.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. Back to you, Henry.
So there we go. So I'd say a somewhat surprised. I think shell shock might be a term there you could use. Timo Jungling there admitting that he didn't expect to be starting on the top step of the podium at the end of this race, but it was very well deserved. And to be fair, he was absolutely on point in terms of his pace all weekend. 2 races to go now, and you can see it's junior and senior, junior and senior cadet, junior and senior cadet, junior and senior, what am I on about? Junior and senior Rotax have still got to go. The first of those races will be senior Rotax. So senior Rotax up next. So 15 minutes for the senior Rotax drivers, and it is the GP plate holder Morgan Porter starting on pole position. Tom Edmonds alongside him on the front row. Nelson King and Lewis Gilbert are on row 2. Teddy Clinton and Joseph Taylor will start from row 3. Kai Hunter and Tom Adams share the 4th row of the grid, with Luke Wooder and James Tomsett rounding out the top 10. Ryan Taylor Truman and Josh Powlane complete the 6th row of the grid, with Ben Casely and James Lowther next, Lennis Lewis Malin and Sam Stansbury on row 8, Will Ellswood and Lewis Halliday on row number 9. Ben Burgess and Jack Stedman complete your top 20 alongside George Holbrook and Spencer Shinner. Jensen Watts and Ryan Luscombe complete the top 2 dozen, with Alex Baker 25th, Josh Pullen 26th. Then it's Riley Stevenson and Chris Simpson, Mash's Magic Hamera and Rob Ellis complete your top 30. Matt Armstrong, Tiernan Rourke, Reese Hunter and Edward Matthews complete the order. Now, Reese Hunter, watch for driver number 5. If he can get through this race and pick up 20 or so positions, he is there. And also the number 18 Coles Racing kart of Ed Matthews is also out there. Now there's still karts coming onto the grid, so we can have a delay of approximately 3 or 4 minutes, I would imagine.
Going to hold you to that.
Well, you can have another sit down, and what we will do, we will see if I can. Now I will try. The disembodied voice in my head has been speaking to me again today. I will try and communicate back to the disembodied voice in my head and say, I wonder if we can go to maybe a little feature on some of the drivers that we got featured. We've just seen Timo Jungling take a win. Let's speak to his dad about why he's become a privateer this year.
My name is Michael Jungling. I look after my 2 boys. Ralph and Timo Jungling, we race in Honda Cadets. We started when they were 6 and we've moved up since then. Typically we've been in teams before, but we made the decision about a year ago to go as privateers. And the reason for that is I'm highly competitive, and I also want to demonstrate that you can do this in a disruptive way. And we save money, there's no team politics, we're closer to my boys, and it's thoroughly enjoyable. I do not regret going as a privateer. We're here only for one reason, and it may sound arrogant, but we are here to win the British Championship. We've trained very hard, we're very methodical, on the data side, on the training side, on kart setup, and I firmly believe that there is no one who is much better than us, so I have no reason to believe why we can't win the British Championship this year. Being your own boss and being in charge of your own destination is highly appealing, and that was one of the key reasons we decided to go as a private outfit. We're also quite proud, so we've established our own brand, which is Jungling Motorsport Racing. The kids feel quite loyal to it, and I get the impression that it's brought out the best in my 2 boys. And anyone who's got doubts, believe in yourself, be methodical, and you can do it.
Well, a great chat there we had to Timo's dad there earlier on in the weekend. Again, still waiting for the drivers to get themselves sorted in the dummy grid area. So while we wait for that, instead of listening to me drivel on, as Henry's disappeared from me, he's gone for a little bit of a walk around as well. Let's have a look at some of the action you can catch up later on in the year.
The karting industry in this country needs to have a revolution. We need to fully embrace the indoor karting industry, which represents the touch point for most people, their first taste of motorsport.
Team Sport are really excited to be partnering with Motorsport UK in launching the first ever British Indoor Karting Championships in 2020. Indoor karting is the most accessible form of motorsport, so literally anybody can enter. It's going to be a fantastic championships run exclusively at Team Sport tracks across the whole of the UK.
So the British Karting Championships were very important. You know, it's the place where all of the best drivers were. It was the chance to, or for me to prove, or for any driver to prove that they're the best or that they're capable of winning. and there's a lot of good drivers, and you got a lot of different championships here and there, but the British Championships are the main one, or is the main one, and there's something which I actually never won in cadets, but I won in Formula Car Stars in 2012 or something. And I know it's something you always remember, racing against a lot of the best drivers, which a lot of them that do win go on to do better things in car racing and get to Formula 1 or so on. So the British Championships are some of the most competitive. People come all the way from around the world for them, and yeah, some of the most enjoyable.
I've got a lot of great memories from the British Kart Championship, winning the Cadet Championship in 2009, and then the Mini-Match Championship in 2010 were sort of some of my glory years, let's say. But no, those championships are so important. That's where the best talent all comes together. You're racing against the best in the UK, and it really helped me to push myself further because I knew the competition was so high, and you know, it really helped me raise my game to become a better driver today.
So, right on cue, here come the senior Rotax drivers for their 15-minute final here at Lydd, the opening round of the 2020 Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. And drivers going out onto the circuit. We did do a grid.
We did, yeah.
Yes. Oh, you've forgotten.
Yeah.
Because it happened more than 30 seconds ago. How can I be expected to remember such things?
Yeah, I know.
Morgan Porter and Tom Edmonds on the front row of the grid. Nelson King and Lewis Gilbert on row 2. Teddy Clinton and Joseph Taylor on row 3. Then it's Kai Hunter and Tom Adams. Luke Wooder and James Tomsit. Ryan Taylor Truman and the rest. 33 drivers. I think somebody didn't quite make it out. Now let's see how many we can get through this first chicane. Oh, there's somebody grass tracking. That was number 99, Dan Holland Racing Kart.
Oh, and there's a spin there at the front of the pack. It's the 95.
That's Nelson King.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, it's Kai Hunter.
Kai Hunter, I do apologise. There's the 95, the 97. So Kai Hunter has gone through, joins his brother at the back now. Can the Hunter brothers start to ascend the order? Well, they've got 15 minutes to do it. That's not the way they wanted to start the race, but it was the 99 kart was Ryan Luscombe that was going across the grass at the first thing. So two Dan Holland karts having issues in the first half a lap. There we go, out of the first corner. Out of the final corner at the end of the first lap, Anthony.
There we go. You finally got the words out.
I got it there eventually.
It's fine. 14 minutes left on the clock. Lots of support coming in on the stream. Do get your comments in. We'll try and read as many out as we can. But 14 minutes left on the clock as the rest of these drivers go through. Argenti Motorsport leading the way from KR Sport at the moment. It's Morgan Porter and Tom Edmonds leading the way. And it's still very close between the two of them. It's less than half a second as we see. Well, it looks like more than half a second now, doesn't it? It's nearly a second, actually.
Yes, now, Lewis Gilbert, I said earlier erroneously that he was racing to privateers again. Oh, dear, that's a spin!
Oh, and right in the middle of the track there, and I can see
Joseph Taylor. So Argenti have lost one bow in their arsenal. Lewis Gilbert I had down earlier as a privateer. He's on my entry list as a privateer, but he's obviously representing Potenza Racing Engines in this event. So he's down as a Potenza Racing driver, the Scotsman, Gilbert, from Dalray. So he's from Dalray in Scotland, and the darling of Dalray is up into second place. There is the number 97 of Nelson King in third position. Tom Edmonds. Now we're trying to see where Rhys Hunter, Rhys Hunter from 33rd to 21st at the end of the third lap. Still got 30 minutes to go. Morgan Porter, meanwhile, is loving this battle. He's loving this battle just as much as me and you are, Anthony, because it means that they're slowing each other down.
Yes, they are indeed. And of course, as we're watching it there, 29 and the 97. Oh no, and there's a coming together. Was that the 11 and the 49?
So the 11 kart is Magic Mash's Hamera Massey Chimera out of the race. The 49 kart.
Chris Simpson.
Is Chris Simpson. So, that's privateer driver on the Alonso kart out of the race. And so, yeah, I mean, the Vision Motorsport team call Massey Chimera Magic Chimera, but there's been no magic tricks from Massey this weekend, unfortunately.
No, Morgan Porter, he's opened that gap up to now over 2 seconds. He's absolutely gone with the wind, as Morgan Porter for Agenti Motorsport, absolutely flying away. So all eyes at the moment then are on this second place group. Lewis Gilbert, Nelson King, Tom Edmonds, Teddy Clinton, Luke Wooder are the drivers in this group, with less than 12 minutes to go.
I mean, Luke Wooder's had his Weetabix. I mean, he was stuck down in the Repechage earlier on after retirement from one of his heat races. He charged up into the top 10 from the back of the grid of the pre-final, the E-plate holder on the GMS for the GMS racing team. There he is, the English champion. He's absolutely flying. He's not flying as much as Kai Hunter, however, because Kai Hunter's just set the fastest lap of the race, but he's not in the top 24 is Kai Hunter, but I'm sure he will be shortly. But I mean, this is Luke Wooder up into 5th position.
Yeah, it's a great little start from him. You can see the E-plate there as well of Luke Wooder. Like I say, yeah, he's up 4 places at the moment from his original starting spot, so a great start from him as they go scrapping again down the inside here at turn 3. And the man in front as well saying, let's think, let's try and push ahead. That was, I think, Nelson King, as we can see.
Oh, the number 18 car, that's Edward Matthews. Well, he didn't start the pre-final, and he's lasted all of 6 laps in the final. There is a one Dan Holland kart. Teddy Clinton just absolutely sending one up the inside of Nelson King there, and then losing the place again on the exit of the corner. Oh, Luke Wooder's got a 5-second penalty. He had such a good start, that's why he was out of position. Now, Wooder, while spotted there, Anthony, he's up into 5th place, no, 4th place rather. You're looking at 2nd place Lewis Gilbert, 3rd place Tom Edmonds, 4th place Luke Wooder. He's got 10 minutes to maybe sort of do something and sort of jettison as many karts behind him as he can to get a 5-second gap. So he's not going to look, I mean, the chances of the podium, over.
Yeah, it looks like it,
But
doesn't it?
a top 10 finish, you never know. It depends how the rest of this race pans out. Looking on screen, the battle for 2nd place. It's Gilbert leading Edmonds, Wooder, King, Clinton, Adams, Malin, Tomzett, and then Taylor Truman. The rest of the top 10 all in a line. The two Philip Howarth Racing drivers are doing well, and I think to quote Philip Howarth, he'll be thinking, all right. Because if you know Philip Howarth, he does these Facebook Live videos where he's driving back from kart circuits, looking at the road, obviously, not holding his phone, it's totally illegal. And he always adds, all right. And he'd be saying that, at the moment. Long way to go, however. But his 2 pilots are, I can tell you, 9 minutes to go. Lewis Malin, he was moaning because this building here. Lewis Malin, oh, there he goes. Wooder's up into P3 now. So I mean, but look at all those cars behind him. So Edmonds 2nd. So Gilbert has dropped back. Where's Lewis Gilbert gone? He's back to 6th position.
Yeah, it's all jumping up and down the order there. Recap on the leader though, he's now over 3.5 seconds away from the 2nd place team. It's yeah, still 8 minutes left on the clock, so hold on, as that could all change. But again, all eyes still on this battle. Now we're looking, of course, at the battle further down. So you've got Tom Edmonds in 2nd place still, Luke Wooder, the E-plate, he's in 3rd. He's up 6 places, but he's got a 5-second time penalty for an out-of-position start or a race start infringement. So he's not going to finish in that spot, which is a huge deprivation for him. Nelson King in the 97 is in 4th place at the moment. So still on a spot for a podium spot if all stays like this. 8 minutes left on the clock as they head through turn number 1 again. Still absolutely nail it, and it looked like the 97 down the inside. And yes, gets it done there. Well timed into that tricky tight turn 2 chicane.
Good move. And
straight back.
Wooder's not. I said earlier. He likes an attack. Does Luke Wooder? He attacked the start just a little bit too much. And a little bit behind this. So this is the group for 3rd place. Edmonds 2nd, and they're falling back a little bit now. Luke Wooder is also known to not want to give up positions. He's not one to sort of work and sort of slipstream. He will defend no matter what lap we're on if he thinks that, you know, it's the right time to defend. And, you know, whenever there's a kart behind him, Luke Wood says, right, now it's time to defend. So, I mean, it's going to drop him back, but also, in a situation, in a normal race, he's thinking he's fighting for the podium. He doesn't know that he's got a 5-second penalty. He doesn't know that by defending now, he is losing more places, even though he hasn't been passed on circuit, because more and more drivers, and there is number 5, Reese Hunter, and Reese Hunter is up into 15th position, and pretty soon, do you know what? There's only 3 seconds between Luke Wooder, because Porter's gone, Edmonds is going, there's Wooder, and at the tail end of this group we're looking at now, from the back of the grid is there, kart number 5. Well picked up, cameraman, thank you very much. Reese Hunter.
Yeah, he's had obviously had a bad pre-final there. He retired earlier on, which is why he started nearer the back on this one. And of course, all eyes that need to be looking a little further back as well, because Kai Hunter, consistent fastest laps of the race, he's now back up into the top 20, 19th place after his abysmal start that he had. So Kai is absolutely flying out there at the moment.
Yeah. Now finally one of the Dan Holland karts has shuffled Luke Wooder away. So Nelson King. Now Nelson King, this could be the podium. This could be with 6 minutes to go, the podium getting decided. Nelson King has got past Luke Wooder. If it takes Teddy Clinton more than a couple more corners to get past Wooder, King is going to go. I don't think Wooder's kart is as quick as some of these others at front. I mean, he has got there by grit and determination. Clinton makes his move as well. Now, will Wooder come back at him coming down this straight they're coming on to now? He's going to try his best, but I have to say that compared to some of the karts around him, Wooder's kart looks like it's beginning to struggle for pace a little bit. You can see the back end very, very loose through the final corner. That's scrubbed off a little bit of speed.
Yeah.
Through the first chicane, Gilbert in the number 29 kart has got the 2 Philip Howarth racing drivers, led by James Tomsett right behind them. Then it's Lewis Malin. William Ellswood is now William Ellswood in the number 19 kart, and the number 13 of Ben Burgess have also joined this group. Also in this group is number 37 of Sam Stansbury, and then it is the number 87 of Riley Stevenson, and then it is the number 5 kart of Reese Hunt. You can see him on your screen there. He's already deposed the number 65 kart of Ryan Taylor Truman. So Hunter, this is a blast from last.
It is, yes. That's a good one. Good way of putting it. Less than 5 minutes left on the clock then, and we're looking still a little further ahead. I can see the 45 there and the 97. Of course, we're looking at Teddy Clinton and Nelson King at the moment. They're still scrapping away a little further back. Here's the 15 that we're looking at here, or the 13, I think it is. I think it's Ben Burgess that we were looking at.
That's Burgess in the pink and purple Vision Motorsport machine. There's a battle. There goes Clinton past his teammate King for 3rd. Now, I can't remember Teddy Clinton being on the podium of a British Championship round before, but he's driven very, very well this weekend. And he's on course for one at the moment, although Nelson King will have something to say about it. I have to say something about Morgan Porter. We're not seeing him very much, but Argenti Motorsport formed at the start of this season. I think they might have done the Winter Cup, or the Rotax Winter Cup, or the Winter, whatever it was in Campios. Did one event, then of course we had lockdown, and they didn't do anything. Oh, there's a technical flag there for the number 49, that's Chris Simpson, who is no longer going to be part of this race, sadly. He already had a crash, but now he's going to be out full properly. So Argenti, they formed this new team. Oh, there is the number 99 kart of Ryan Luscombe. We saw him have a moment on the first lap. But Argenti, they did one race, I think it was, then lockdown, and then they came back. Their next race was Kart Masters. Porter won that for them. So Morgan Porter going 2 for 2 at the moment. 2 major events, 2 wins for a brand new race team. It's run by Danny Sweeney, who was an ex-driver, raced an Xspirit chassis in the Minimax class a long time ago. And now Wooder is getting muscled out of the way, and have a look there, 3 minutes to go. Wooder is now just behind Lewis Gilbert, just in front of William Ellswood. I'm trying to see, so he's 6.8 seconds off the lead, down to 11 seconds. Well, unfortunately, Wooder's penalty is going to drop him down to about 20th position.
Yeah, it will do. And yeah, with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and what is that? Is that our technical flag?
That was the XL. Yeah, you can see Chris Simpson, the XL Motorsport driver, sort of shrugging his shoulders. What's the matter? What do they do?
Yeah. So big shame for them. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. And what have you spotted?
That was Reese Hunter making a move. So Hunter has now attached himself to the back of this lead group. The group battling over what is third position, really, or fourth position rather, and he's starting to pick them off one by one.
Yeah, Kai Hunter as well there. Cameraman spotted him. He's latching onto the back of this group as well, up into 15th place now.
Right, so we've now, so Riley Stevenson has been put to the sword by Rhys Hunter, and now James Tomsett has gone the same way as well. Stevenson capitalising to repass, to pick up a place there as well. So Hunter now is, where's number 5 car? 12th. Lewis Malin, next in line. Driver that finished just behind him in last year's British Championship. Lewis Malin was bemoaning the paucity of the shower facilities here at the circuit, and because he's camping here with no shower, so let's not stand. Everyone wants to get past him very quickly. No, I'm joking. Lewis is driving very, very well, but he's about to be the next victim of Rhys Hunter, and number 13 is following him through as well. So Ben Burgess doing a great job. He's latched onto Rhys Hunter. He's thinking, right, if you open the door, I'll go through it. Here's the battle for third place once again. Teddy Clinton repasses Nelson King for third position. Tom Adams is in 5th position, and then it's Lewis Gilbert. So it's now Tom Adams who is the head of this group now in 6th place, in 5th place rather. Rhys Hunter in kart 5. There's 5th place, and we got a minute to go. I think definitely a top 10 for Rhys Hunter. He's in 10th now. How much further up can he get? He can pick off another couple. I think 5th place is out of reach. There's Sam Stansbury having a very, very good drive in kart number 37 out of the Repechage for Stansbury.
Yeah, less than a minute to go. 40 seconds on the timer. And your race leader, Morgan Porter, he's not been spoken about much today, but there's no need because he's flying away with a 4.5 second lead from 2nd place, Tom Edmonds for KR Sports, who's also got almost a second gap to the driver in 3rd place, which is Teddy Clinton.
But not by much. Clinton has got about 3 kart lengths. Oh, who's that falling out of the race? Looked like the number 4. Ooh.
I think it was a
Josh
mechanical.
Pullen.
Yeah,
Josh
it was
Pullen.
Josh Pullen. He had a technical flag. The meatball came out.
The meatball flag, yep, and it's now. So the clock about to strike 0. So the race leader, Morgan Porter, is on to lap number 25 of the final. So you might say he hasn't had his money's worth in terms of coverage in this race, but to be fair, he did the track walk. I mean, we replayed that about 5 times today. So he's, and he's absolutely walked away with this one. There is the battle for 5th position. Now, Adams in the number 17 kart in 5th has got Gilbert in 6th, Stansbury in 7th, Wooder on the road in 8th. 9th is Ellswood, and 10th is Rhys Hunter. So top 5, well, Rhys Hunter, the clock strikes here. He's going to be starting the last lap soon. How many more can Rhys pick off? This has been a superb drive from Rhys Hunter from 34th on the grid, the 33rd of the grid, sorry, up into the top 10. Last lap board is out. Tom Adams, a former double English junior Rotax champion for Coles Racing, is there in 5th position. And where is Hunter going to pick them up? He's going to have a little look going into this track, this corner, I'm sure, but everyone is defending, so the opportunity doesn't present itself there. Now Hunter gets a good drive off the corner, and it's going to be, Ellswood goes down to 10th place, Hunter up to 9th, but here is your race dominator and race winner, the GP plate holder, Morgan Porter, takes the win by the length of the front straight. Fantastic drive, all on his own from Tom Edmonds. And who took 3rd? Which of the Dan Holland drivers took 3rd?
It was Teddy Clinton.
Teddy Clinton in 3rd by a whisker over Nelson King. And on the line, it looked like Tom Adams just held off Lewis Gilbert for 5th position. Sam Stansbury in 7th. Rhys Hunter will come home in 8th place. William Ellswood 9th. Ben Burgess 10th. Luke Wooder did finish on the road in 7th place, but he will drop to 19th with the penalty applied. Another very exciting race, not necessarily for the race win, but again, that is, as close to perfection as Morgan Porter gets. Here comes the winning driver. There is the results on screen, and Porter, well, lights to flag. Further back, Riley Stevenson, a good drive from Riley Stevenson. James Tomsett finishes 14th, Ben Caisley 15th, then Ryan Taylor-Truman, George Holbrook in 17th. Now some of the drivers that failed to finish, we lost Josh Pullen, Chris Simpson, Ryan Luscombe, Edward Matthews, Magic Mashish Hamera, and Joseph Taylor out of that one. And Rhys Hunter coming on there. So there's the number 17 kart, there's Tom Adams, coming off the weighbridge. There's Reese Hunter. Oh no, that's Nelson King. He's saying third. Yeah, no, I got third. No, fourth. So he finishes fourth. He goes through the weighbridge as well. And well, you could see on the right-hand side of your screen there, in that that blue race suit with the black stripe all the way down the side, Morgan Porter just leaning back on the barrier there, chatting to Tom Edmonds about that race. Like, yeah, pretty standard, pretty uneventful for both of them. And that was the key, was to sort of get the break and not get embroiled in the battle, because at one point Luke Wooder was up into third position and was defending for all he was worth. So a good scrap, 26 laps in the final for the senior Rotax drivers. And you can see with the microphone on a stick, Anthony Jordan approaching Morgan Porter. Now Morgan, I'm sure Morgan will have a couple of choice words for us. We're going to be speaking to him, but looking back, yeah, you can see the two Dan Holland drivers there with the bright, the sort of turquoise blue and yellow race suits there, the Hunter brothers, just sort of, you know, oh, that's Clinton and King congratulating each other. But we are going to speak to the race winner any moment now.
There we go. So thank you, Henry. Morgan, what a race that was. You must have had your Weetabix, and I think so did the engine. What happened there? You dominated.
Yeah, it was a nice clean start. Had a just got away really, and then it was plain sailing from there, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it looked like a cracking stuff. I mean, the team's put a lot of effort into the karts today, and say to come home with such a commanding lead. I mean, you almost had the start-finish straight for the lead.
Yeah, I could see behind me that I had quite a big lead, but with the karts on point, I can't really blame it. To get away was easy enough for me. The Kart Republic chassis, absolutely wonderful in this Rotax class with the KR Sport engines. Yeah, they are the bollocks.
Yeah, they have absolutely smashed it, haven't they? And of course, KR Sport, a great team as well. Just putting the engines together. I know Ash quite well, and yeah, they do great engines. But again, a fantastic win from that one. Again, the rain hold off. It looked like it was going to be another touch and go one on that one, but with the wind so strong, how is the wind affecting the karts out there at all?
There's a little bit of a crosswind as you go over the hump over the back. It has a little bit of a moment, but it's easy enough to control. You just got to really be aggressive with the kart to keep it in. But no, it is hard out there with the wind. I imagine the guys behind were having a tough time down this back straight because the toe was really, really big.
Yeah, well, you handled it well. A fantastic win, 4 seconds gap. Well done for round one.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers. Back to you, Henry.
Thank you, Anthony. And well, two things to take out of that interview. Firstly, obviously, the driver that does the track walk with me is now 1 for 1. And what Morgan meant to say about the KR Sport engine, it said it's the absolute dog's danglies, is what he meant to say. But in the heat of the moment, he may have slipped out another word, which I won't repeat for fear of losing my job. But no, that was, again, a great emotion there at the end there. That's the drivers get out there all amped up at the end of a race like that. And who can blame them? And you can hear on the wind is blowing, but the wind is blowing us towards the final race of the day. So, Junior Rotax up next. Another capacity grid, and it's going to be the GP plate holder. We've just seen that one GP plate emerge victorious. Harrison Collins is going to try and make it another win for the GP plates in this one. Matty Hingley, it will start alongside his first outing for Argenti Motorsport, his first outing on a Kart Republic chassis. That did quite well in the previous race. Callum Voisin and Tristan Rennie will start on row 2. Archie Walker and Daniel Armstrong will go from row 3. Harry Reynolds and Kieran Kay on row 4. Louis Weaver and William Walker on row 5. Harley Horton and Archie Kitching are up next. Logan Parker will go from position 13 on the grid. Matthew Higgins, after a penalty, he will start down in 14th place, ahead of Mackenzie Cresswell and Will Egby. Jessica White and Jack Meakin round out the top 9 rows of the grid. Caitlin May and Sam Gornell are next. Then it is Ben Ballou and Rito Kamata. Jamie Perrelli and Drew Perry will start on the 12th row of the grid. Row number 13 will be another driver. I haven't got the piece of paper in front of me, and of course, without a piece of paper, it shatters the illusion.
It
that I
shatters
know
the
what's
illusion that
going
you
on.
know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, that illusion was shattered many, many moons ago. Now, I'm gonna look out of the safe and true window, and I can tell you that number 79, Joe Linden, and number 68, Jez Williams, as well as number 17, Jordan Morris, who all had incidents in the pre-final. They're all out there, and well done to the Dan Holland racing team and Joe Linden's Spannerman for getting that kart fixed. I have a feeling it would have been a group effort back in the Dan Holland racing awning, because we saw Alpha Live did a great job of showing us just how damaged that kart was. They've got it out. Now, after running through the grid, this race is due to start, I believe, as, oh, there's a nice look at the lake. There's the back of the grid. So there is the number 79 card you can see. And, yeah, that man in the mask on the right-hand side of it, he would have been sort of in charge of getting that kart fixed. So Harry Linden has taken a win in Minimax. It's a bit of an, I mean, Reese Hunter's just showed that it is possible. 15 minutes, keep your nose clean. Things are going to fall your way a little bit, but you can get from the back of the field up into the top 10. Now, Joe Linden will be sort of using that for a bit of motivation, but he'll be thinking, I just need to get through this race without there. Oh, look, there's, well, we're close to the sea.
Some wildlife.
Yeah. There's, oh, hang on a sec, there's a fight. There's a fight. There's a fight. It's the baby seagull and the grown-up seagull. He's been bullied. The big seagull has been bullied off the track by the baby seagull.
And a spectator sport for this as well.
And it's a spectator, but if you notice, the spectator is being socially
distant seagulls.
social distant etiquette. Oh, now look at that. He's got his feathers out. This baby seagull, he's going with the spectators. Oh, it's like Eric Cantona.
I'm going to have you now.
It's like Cantona kicking the Crystal Palace.
He's won again.
Oh, he sent him all off.
Oh, dear me.
That's a cadet parent of the seagull.
That is.
You don't off left, right, and centre.
Yeah, you don't want to go near a cadet parent.
No, not in the heights of a British Championship race meeting. So there we go. So hopefully that's the only physicality that we'll see today, and certainly one or two seagulls getting a peck. Now, nobody wants a peck on the rear from another driver in this race. But, so we'll see there. So we've got a few minutes to go. We've got about 4 minutes to look at some of the contenders. There's the number 16 kart on your screen, at the rear end of the number 16 kart, Declan Russell. Happy birthday to Declan. Now, we are going out to the paddock. I'm not sure if there's a speaker right by there, but if Declan can see us, give us a birthday wave, Declan. He's been told, oh, the commentator just said something to you. He's like, I don't care, I'm in a bad mood. I got a meatball flag on my birthday in the pre-final, and I'm going to now sit on my seat, unbalance the back of the cart, and wait there. So Freddie Spindlow, now Freddie Spindlow. So we saw that incident between Matthew Higgins and Freddie Spindlow in the pre-final. Spindlow is obviously starting down at the back. Some very fast drivers starting in the back. You see the 68 kart of Jez Williams, the Rhino Goo sponsored entry for Vision Motorsport. Now, is this the cameraman looking for more seagull fighting?
Potentially so.
Oh, that's but again, the blusterous nature of the weekend here at Lydd has come again. But again, there are still dark clouds, but also blue skies.
Yeah.
I think the threat of rain has abated somewhat, and so yeah, we saw Freddie Spindlow and how that incident with Matthew Higgins. Higgins has obviously been given a penalty because he's starting down in 14th place. Spindlow, and that was probably a nose cone penalty, because even though maybe he would say, well, the guy in front of me just brake tested me. That doesn't matter. The bracket is broke. It's a non-appealable situation, so he's getting a penalty. Spindlow's penalty was being deposited into the bark trap. So the KR Sport number 60 is going to be looking to, and you've got that fine pair of legs you can see on the screen there. belonged to Chris Williams of Rhino Goo, and Jez Williams, his dad. Oh, Jez saying, "Come here, get off camera."
I find it slightly concerning. You can identify a man by his legs.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to say, identify a man by his rear end. No. Honestly. Hang on. It's a sparrow fighting now. Let's have a look. Oh no, it's a race. It's a race.
It's a gang.
Race. It's the middle lane is good. Outside line coming through though. There we go. Outside line win. He's got nice head movement there. I remember. Oh, you wouldn't remember the Bangles walk like an Egyptian. You know, you don't remember that? That's it. That is the racing version of that. And he's off. Oh, he's got a great run on the outside. Good momentum, high grip levels. Oh, he stopped to eat a worm. That's going to be a problem.
Oh dear. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. Oh no, there's a man there, that blonde with the blonde gentleman with the glasses. That's Dodge. Say hi, Dodge. He's thinking to himself.
No.
Oh no.
He literally denied that.
I was absolutely denied.
There you go.
Oh, now you can see. There's Connor Hall with the Coles race mechanic. Is that Connor Hall? No, he's put on a bit of timber, but that's a bit too much timber. There. Great kart mechanic. Attire, branded shirt, Coles Racing on the back, face mask on, nice haircut, on point there with the fade. Has he got an earpiece in? Yes, he has, because you can see the radio around the back there, and he's got the team branded apron, ladies and gentlemen. That's 5 out of 6. I couldn't see if he had a bright coloured pair of trainers. We could have had all
the bright sunglasses.
No, he allowed off the bright sunglasses today, but I mean, a bright mask would be better. But we almost had an instant contender for honours in kart mechanic bingo. Oh, hang on a second, he's coming down. Has he got? I haven't seen many lime green coloured trainers. They were black. Oh dear. He's let himself down there. I tell you what, he needs to have a word with himself. Okay, on to the rolling lap for the last race of the day here at Lydd. It's Junior Rotax, 15 minutes, 34 drivers, the GP plate of Harrison Collins, and the number 13 kart of Matty Hingley on the front row of the grid. We've already seen a GP plate for Dan Holland Racing kart win the Minimax in Harry Linden. We've just seen an Argenti Motorsport Kart Republic kart winning seniors for Morgan Porter. Can we see?
We're going round again.
Yeah, so
we see another rolling lap. That's what we see. You getting all excited and giddy then?
Premature again.
Yeah.
Story of my life.
Happens.
Apparently.
Only to you.
So they just come out of the turn 3 over the hump into turn number 4. It's been a good day for both the teams starting at the front row of the grid. Dan Holland Racing and Argenti Motorsport. It's been a very good day for them. Behind them, Callum Boyson for Coles Racing. It's been a good day for Coles Racing as well. They won the 177. So the 3 Rotax classes we've seen already have been won by the teams that start 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Let's see, we've got the Vision Motorsport, number 74 of Tristan Rennie starting 4th, Scotsman. Then it's Archie Walker, the number 90 Argenti kart, and then number 14 Dan Holland Racing Machine of Daniel Armstrong. Lights out, away we go in Junior Rotax through the first chicane. Let's get this first obstacle out of the way now. The drivers at the back, Spinlow, Williams, Linden, all trying to get through. Oh, there's a spin in the back. Who's going to get collected? Come on, side by side, get out the way. Don't hit him. Good driving there. Good evasive reactionary driving by everybody. And that was Matthew Higgins. His day has just gone south in a hurry. And but everyone else safely through the first half a lap, as he said, worrying there as the driver comes spearing across the camera. But change for 3rd place, but up at the front, Harrison Collins and Matty Hingley have got away cleanly, and that is a good start from Archie Walker to move into 3rd place at the end of lap number 1.
Yep, good first lap there from most of the grid, of course. Yeah, as you say, Matthew Higgins, disaster at the start, taking a spin into the entry of turn 2 on lap 1. Not something you want to see, like you say, Dave, from bad to worse. But 14 minutes left on the clock. All eyes on the front row, as you say. Harrison Collins leading the way. He's got about a 0.3 of a second gap from the man in 2nd place, which is Matty Hingley. And then it's Archie Walker running out the top 3. So it's an English Welsh sandwich at the moment at the top 3 as they go through.
Barra Brith, that is.
Yeah.
An English Welsh sandwich, Barra Brith, yes.
Barra Brith, okay.
I didn't know that, but I mean, sorry, I ruined your flow with a bit of Welsh language there, but it's the GP plate. Collins leading Hingley, but not by much.
No, there we go, as they head through 13.5 minutes on the clock. It's not like I'm counting at all, but it's the final race of the day. It's the one that I think everyone on the stream's been waiting for. We've only had comments after comments going, is this the junior race? And I tell you what, it definitely is, as the 13 dives down the inside of the GP plate to take a change for the lead. So Matty Hingley takes the lead into the final corner. As they round it now, goes a little bit wide. Is that going to allow the GP plate of Harrison Collins to come back at him? No, he can't, so stays behind. And as they head through and complete lap 2.
So Matty Hingley has not won a British Championship race before. He's been very quick. He's the younger brother of former British champion kart racer Ben Hingley. Ben is mechanically in this weekend. They've got the family run Ultimate R team. They've moved over to Argentine Motorsport because Ben isn't able to work all the rounds here. So they've made the decision. So it's a new kart, new team. First time out for Matty, the youngster from Abergele. And he's leading the way, but certainly not a walkover like we saw in the senior race, because we've got 5 or 6 karts. Tristan Rennie there in 4th place, with Archie Walker in 3rd. Tristan Rennie is in 4th. Harry Reynolds, another West Walian driver, he's down from near Aberystwyth and Devil's Bridge, is Harry Reynolds. In the top 5 of Coles Racing, very good performance, and his teammate Callum Boyson is behind him. And there's a move, so it's an Argentine Motorsport 1-2, Archie Walker into P2.
Yeah, good little move there, calculated well, just down the inside over that little bump as we were speaking to our winner from the senior race. There is a bit of a crosswind over that hump, and it unsettles the kart slightly, so to get an overtake through there in these windy conditions is very well done.
And look at that, kart streaming around the final bend. Now we have 1 or 2 spinners, but by and large the entire pack still all in one big clump.
Yes, good word, that, clump.
Oh, as
no,
I say that,
that's
someone
a 33.
That is out of the Ben Ballou going for a rotation.
Not the best.
It's a shame that Ben Ballou is not in the same race as the younglings, because otherwise that would open up a whole new world of bad punditry with Ballou and the youngling brothers. But no, there's a move there for 3rd place, and that is Harrison Collins recovering 3rd place. Harry Reynolds up to 4th. And behind Harry Reynolds, Tristan Rennie in 5th. And on your screens there, oh, and there's one down. That's Oliver Martinsky has had a technical flag, and that is Joe Linden. He's parked. Now I hope that was a mechanic. I hope it was a mechanical issue, not a crash.
Yeah.
For Joe Linden, just because he's had too much bad luck today for Joe Linden. All the Linden luck has fallen Harry's way today. Joe will. There's a change for the lead as teammates. Matty Hingley down to 2nd, or is it going to be down to 3rd? Archie Walker leads Junior Rotax for the first time all weekend.
Yeah, Harrison Collins also gets that 2nd place spot, splits the 2 Argentine Motorsport karts in half, as there is the retiring of...
That's one of the Callum Hardgrave development driver.
26.
It was, that was Oliver Martinsky. Disgusting. If I'm not going to punch the steering, I'm going to throw my gloves into the seat.
Yep.
With mirth.
Yes, there it is. 10 minutes left then on the timer, and tucking into that steering wheel is the 90 of Archie Walker. Again, as the battles intensifies behind for 3rd place. He's under
Reynolds
pressure.
Getting squeezed wide there.
Yeah, he's under pressure. Is the number 13. Holding on to that one is Matty Hingley at the moment, but Callum Boyson, he's going to try and get up a few more positions. He's had he's had a tough day, I say, Boyson has. He's been working hard into it, and come to the final now. 9.5 minutes left on the timer. He's in a good prime position.
Now behind this lead group, we've been talking about the front runners. There's number 14 kart of Daniel Armstrong in 8th place, just in front of Armstrong rather. There's number 73 of Kieran Kay. So there's Kieran Kay. You can see Kieran Kay just jinking out behind Harry Reynolds to try and make a move. He's in 7th place. Armstrong is 8th. William Walker from the Repechage is 9th. Harley Horton rounds out the top 10. Will Egby runs 11th. Logan Parker is 12th. Jack Meekin is 13th. Jamie Perrelly in 14th. Archie Kitchen 15th. Caitlin May runs in 16th position. Jez Williams up to 17th. Then it's Ryan Willis in 18th. 19th. The number 37 kart of Jessica White, and Rito Kamata from Japan rounds out the top 20 ahead of Sam Gornall and Mackenzie Cresswell.
Yeah.
Trying to look back, I will look back just to see while
There you go, you remembered.
I know how to touch something, I touched the screen. Now, so we've lost Joe Lindland, we've lost Oliver Martinsky, Freddie Spindler was all the way down in 31st place, and Matthew Higgins is recovering to 23rd position. Drew Perry just slips back to 26th position. Jordan Morris from the Team Clay Racing team, he had a crash early on, he's up to 27th. Declan Russell, his birthday doesn't get any better sadly, he is only 28th.
Yeah, so interesting throughout the entire field, still pretty close, and position swapping left, right and centre through there. I have to say, Jez Williams though, probably the most improved driver, up 14 positions now in 16th place, so cracking drive from them so far. Under 8 minutes left to go then, we're on lap 11, or 11 laps completed, I should say, so probably on lap 12, and the gap is 0.2 of a second between Archie Walker and Matty Hingley. Matty's moved back up into second place now, and Harrison Collins moving into third in the GP plate, down 2 positions from obviously starting on pole position. We can see the group battle there, as there's zooming in on the 45.
William Walker,
yeah,
he's caught the end of this lead group. The fastest man on track is number 35, Callum Boyson, in 4th position.
Yeah, like I say, Boyson's had a tough old day today, and I think winning the final is on the cards.
It would be the perfect tonic.
It would.
Yeah, there's Harry Reynolds, and again, a lot of these drivers, you know, coming out of Minimax last year, Harry Reynolds was one of those drivers. His first year as and another driver to start to cut his teeth at Landau International Raceway in our IKR events down there. He raced in Minimax last year. It was fair to say, he was with Coles Racing, but fair to say it was a tentative step up to British Championship Racing. He's moved up a class. He's obviously had no problem with the tyres, you know, the extra speed, the extra grip that these cars have got, and he's really taking the junior racing like a duck to water.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely one of those. It's a completely different class of racing, of course, bigger grids that we see out here. Much tougher competition, but like you say, taking to it, duck to water, absolutely fantastic. 6.5 minutes then left to go. Archie Walker still leading the way.
Or is he?
Or is he indeed?
No.
That was very, very close at the front, and yes,
Harrison Collins has taken the lead.
he has indeed, and the 13 there in prime position there to also take the 90 of Archie Walker out of contention. Maybe for a podium, but of course 2 teammates. Oh no, here he comes back again, and there's contact in the last corner, and the kart goes over the 74.
That's taken out 3 or 4 of them. That was chain reaction. Tristan Rennie punching the steering wheel there. Let's have a look at the replay. Coming into that corner, well, up at the front there was about there was 2 separate accidents going on.
There was, yeah. So it looked like the 2 leaders had collided with each other slightly.
It was 3rd and 4th. It was 3rd and 4th. Harrison Collins, the GP plate holder, got sideways, and there was a kart coming up the inside of him. That was Tristan Rennie. That was couldn't quite see who went over. Got involved with Harrison Collins. Behind them, it was a Coles Racing kart spinning, and Tristan Rennie then went up and over that.
Yeah.
So two accidents there, but yeah, the 2 leaders just escaped. So Archie Walker. Was it Archie Walker? Archie Walker, Matty Hingley has a hit, but Kieran Kay has capitalised tremendously.
He's up 6 positions now into second place, so out of nowhere comes Kieran Kay, but a gap of 1.6 seconds.
Archie Walker has just taken, has taken full advantage of that, has taken the lead and has pulled away. Well, the gap opened up for him because of the crashing behind. Kieran Kay, he was far enough back in that lead group to take evasive action. And we'll have a little look now to see, well, out of that we've lost. So Tristan Rennie sadly has retired. Harry Reynolds was involved in the number 23 Coles Racing kart, so his day is over. And Callum Boyson was the other one that was, Callum Boyson is down to 11th place. So he was the first Coles Racing kart, and Tristan Rennie vaulted over the top of Boyson into near retirement. But all this is, well, we're saying it wasn't a walkover. We had an Argenti kart dominate the previous race. It looks like one of the Argenti Motorsport drivers has now got their handle on this one, but it's got a nice big margin of leading margin, but it certainly wasn't because he was miles quicker than everybody else. It does mean that we've got some new contenders up there. So it's Hingley 2nd, Armstrong 3rd, Kay 4th, Harley Horton 5th, William Walker from the Repechage up into 6th position. Jack Meakin is 7th, Will Egby is 8th. We're looking at the 2 Project 1 cars. There's Egby, the number 77 kart. His teammate Jamie Perrelly right behind him.
Oh dear, that's the 52.
That's Caitlin May.
Indeed, straight off there at turn 1.
And she's going to try and get that kart back on the track. Well, Caitlin May, so behind the Logan Parker now runs in 10th. Boyson is 11th. There's Jazz Williams from the back of the grid up into 12th place now. May was running in 13th place. Ryan Willis is down to 14th. Then it is Kitchen, Higgins 16th. Collins has recovered to 17th place after being down to about 20th after that incident. Then it's Gornall, Hughes, White, Weaver, Kamata, Cresswell, Morris and Declan Russell in 25th position. But yeah, sorry, I always get a little bit excited when those replays come in and things happen so quickly. You've got teammates, two different karts together, but I mean it's an Argenti 1-2 at the minute. Can Matty Hingley hold off Kieran Kay? KR Sport on the podium, but you know, without being unkind to Kieran Kay, he's had top 10 pace. Has he got race or podium pace? That's the question. He finds himself sitting in the final podium spot with Daniel Armstrong right behind him. Can he challenge Matty Hingley? And that group for third place goes all the way back to 12th. So 2 and 3/4 minutes to go, and you've still got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 drivers battling for the final podium position.
Yeah, indeed, and plenty of action still to come. As you say, Kieran Kay, he's holding on to that last place on the rostrum, and he's 2.5 minutes left to go. I reckon anything is possible in that one as we look at him now. The KR Sport in the 73 in third place now, holding on to that one. He's got 0.3 of a second to the man behind there. They're close, but they're not at a lunge distance yet.
We're not within full lunge range just yet. But we will be, don't worry.
Yes, it'll get there.
2 minutes to go. They're going to be the longest 2 minutes of Matty Hingley's life. Because Kieran Kay is closing in. I was remiss, to say that Kieran Kay didn't have podium pace. He's now taking the fight to Matty Hingley.
Nice shot of that man's head.
Yes, and there's the GP villains. There's Harrison Collins and his teammate Matthew Higgins, two drivers that, they're 13th and 14th places on the circuit at the moment. Does not tell the story of how quick they've been this weekend.
No, it doesn't. They have had pretty decent pace all the way throughout. Jamie Perrelly there, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah,
37.580 at the moment. So
he's the back of that group battling for third, Perrelly. The top, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth and ninth have dropped Jez Williams, Logan Parker and Callum Boyce in slightly, so it's now down to 6 karts on your screen now. I think that's 7, sorry, battling for second place on back, because Matty Hingley has got his hands full. Less than a minute to go. Archie Walker is en route to a potential British Championship victory.
Now, just looking at the times there as well, the gap is slightly closing down. It was over a second. It is now less than a second between first and second. The two Argenti Motorsport karts of Archie Walker and Matty Hingley still leading the way, first and second, as we look here at the battle a little further back. I think this is the battle for second place. It is, yes, Matty Hingley and Kieran Kay as they go through turn 1. 15 seconds left on the clock. He's edging him to go to try and rush forward with it. Let's try and close the gap, and that gap is closing. It's half a second. It's really closed up now in these last few penultimate corners. As the timer closes down, you can see he's looking over his shoulder.
Yep.
Has he potentially got an issue?
Well, I think the only issue is now a mental issue. He's looking over his shoulder, and again, it's that worry factor. He had this race won, but he's looking over his shoulder. His dad's going to be screaming and saying, look forward, look forward. Here comes Kieran Kay, though, looking forward for second position. Takes the place. Can Kieran Kay steal a march as we begin the final lap of action here at Lydd today, with Archie Walker leading, but that lead is decreasing corner by corner as Kieran Kay and Matty Hingley make their bid. Harley Horton in 4th place, then it's William Walker and Will Egby rounding out the top 6, but Walker out of turn 3 again. Another look over his shoulder. You've just got to keep that kart pointed. Okay, gets a good line through turn number 4. Have we got anything lined up for the last corner, Anthony?
Okay, can smell a win here. As you can see, Walker holding on to that lead at the moment. Final corner, 5-second penalty going out to Willis in the 42, but nothing's going to stop Walker here from taking the Junior Rotax win here for round 1 of the British Karting Championship across the line. And Kieran Kay, out of nowhere, gets that second place on the podium, manages to hold off Matty Hingley there on the last lap, and a fantastic race for all these drivers here.
Yep, a debut, well, not a debut win, a maiden win in the British Championship, I believe, for Archie Walker in Junior Rotax. His first time out as a junior, I believe. I think he was a mini driver last year. I could be wrong. But anyway, it doesn't take away from what a fantastic result that was. Kieran Kay. Where did Kieran start? He started 8th on the grid, coming home in 2nd. Matty Hingley, first time out for Argenti on the podium. And then Harley Horton, a good drive from Harley Horton to pick up 7th place to come home in 4th, and an excellent drive from William Walker, the Scotsman, for KR Sports. So 3 KR Sports drivers in the top 5, 2 Argenti Motorsport drivers. Will Egby, fantastic result for number 77, the Project 1 Racing driver Will Egby. He finishes 6th. Jack Meakin for Vision Motorsport in 7th. Jamie Perrelly 8th, and gaining 21 places, Jez Williams comes home in 9th. Callum Boyson, unlucky for Callum, he rounds out the top 10. Ahead of Logan Parker, Harrison Collins. Looking at the screen there, you've got Freddie Spindlow finishing down in 25th. Drew Perry finishes his first time in the British Kart Championship in 26th position. Ryan Willis gets a penalty, and that drops him from 14th place back, or maybe that drops him to 14th. Yeah, might drop him to 14th position. Sadly, again, Harrison Collins down in 12th. Not happy with that, but he was involved in that incident. Matthew Higgins, a spin for Matthew. He only comes home in 21st place. On his birthday, Declan Russell gains 9 places to finish 23rd. And amongst those who, poor Harry Reynolds down in 28th position. Amongst those who didn't finish were Tristan Rennie, Joe Linden, and Oliver Martinsky. Rennie being the most hard done by of all. He was very lucky not to roll his kart there in that incident. Caitlin May, we saw her have a spin. She did get her kart out of the bark trap and went back and out to finish 31st, but she'll be disappointed after an excellent performance in qualifying. So a couple of surprises there in Junior Rotax. The leading contenders are all coming into Parc Fermé now. A lot to discuss in that race. You know, the one incident that did take place was, you know, it sort of blew the battle for 2nd place wide open. It blew the battle for the lead wide open. Until that point, it was a very, very close battle for the lead, but Archie Walker will be celebrating victory with Anthony Jordan very shortly. And there go the mechanics for the final time to collect the wagons. And it'll be a chance to speak to the winning driver very shortly. There goes his kart out of Parc Fermé, the number 90 kart, and it'll go to the left there where the scrutineering checks will take place. Anthony has caught up with Archie right about now.
Again, down in the scrutineering bay as all the karts are rushing past us again. Archie, the last race of the day, and it's a race win for yourselves. You must be pleased with that one.
Yeah, it's a really physical track, and the 15-minute final was tough. They were reeling me in at the end, but thank you to everyone that's helped KR Sport Engines and Argenti. Done an amazing job all weekend.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Now, I want to take your memory back a bit in the race. What happened when you went for the lead overtake on Collins? Was there a little bit of contact, because it ended up with a bit of a coming together with quite a few karts behind?
I'm not sure. I just went for the move into the last corner. I felt like I had significantly more power. Just coming down the back straight, had a nice toe, and just went for the move. I'm not sure what happened behind. I was just focused on the rest of the race and keep going forward.
Excellent stuff, and again a fantastic end to the day. It must be a great wins for Argenti and the seniors and juniors as well, and yeah, it's been a fantastic day for the team.
Yeah, it's been amazing. First British Champs round, first go for me in a Rotax. Team have done amazing in both classes all weekend.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations on the race win today.
Thank you.
Cheers. Back to you, Henry.
Oh, thank you very much, Anthony. And again, you know, a driver will always say, "Oh, I didn't quite see what happened behind me or alongside me. I was just focused on the racing line," and that's a good answer. But it shouldn't take anything away. That was a fantastic drive, a well-deserved win for Archie Walker. And again, moving over from the X30 class. He raced in Mini X30 and Junior X30 last year, moving over to Rotax and coming away with his first win in the British Championships. Now, the day here at Lydd, in fact, the opening round is drawing to an end. What we're going to do is we just look at the karts filing out on, it's going to be a very windy takedown for the drivers, and what I would say, because this is going out to the paddock, is that those people with easy up awnings, the awnings are very easy to put up, but if you don't leave them tied down in the wind, they're all very easy to come down as well. So please, in the paddock, take it easy and be careful taking down your awnings. And as Anthony comes back in now, at Rowra they gave you a nice long run round there, and we didn't hear from you in the finals because you were out interviewing the drivers on the opposite side of the circuit. They've kept it nice and close for you this time, so that you can come back, and you haven't even built up a sweat, which I'm
I've not, no.
Which is good to see. So that's 2 weekends, 2 different rounds of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. Your reflections on what we've seen today?
Well, of course, it's a completely different racetrack. So, of course, it's a completely different style of driving that we've seen today. Today has been a more of a, like you say, a follow the leader, be consistent, try and stay at the front, and just stick with those trains. Because we have seen long trains today at the front, and they've been quite fantastic to watch. And just seeing what the drivers are like, you can't really see what they're thinking, but you know what they're thinking. I say, I'm always thinking in their position, what are you planning on doing? And yeah, and it's always come together. So yeah, in terms of driving standards, very high. And yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend.
Yeah, no, and it's been a pleasure to have you alongside me once again in the commentary box. So it just leaves me to say, before we end this part of the live stream, a big thank you not only to our live stream providers, Alpha Live, to Demon Tweeks, to all the circuit staff here at Lydd Kart Circuit. This has been the biggest event that they've ever had. I think they've never had 150 odd drivers at this level of competition. So James Clark and his team have done a fantastic job to keeping everyone safe and keeping the track running smoothly. A big thanks to the medical crew, as always, but most of all to the marshals, the most important people in all of motorsport. Without the marshals giving up their time, nobody would go racing. Thank you also to Motorsport Timing for providing the images. Thank you to all the people giving us comments on the social side of things. Don't forget, please subscribe to Alpha Live to watch all their upcoming product. So on behalf of myself, Henry Beaudette, and Anthony Jordan, thank you very much. This has been the 2020 Motorsport UK British Kart Championships for Rotax and Honda, live from the Lydd International Kart Circuit. Goodbye, see you soon.